I would interview Vladimir Putin if I had the opportunity. So would anybody on this stage.
It's interesting to think about it like that. Oh, go ahead, Nick.
Well, no, I just wanted to welcome to the stage Mr. Alex Jones. It's a pleasure to have you, as always, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, it's great to be here with you guys. What an amazing, momentous day.
Yeah, and it's awesome. I mean, what are you looking forward to out of this interview the most? And why haven't you been invited over there yet, Alex? Come on.
Well, that's a whole other story. Let's not talk about me. I was given a full 2-year business visa 5 years ago. Then just like Tucker, I got threatened by the government. And I was honest about it on air. I said, listen, this Russiagate's so dangerous. I said, I didn't have a Putin interview lined up. I was going to go over there and do a media tour, and I canceled it just because I got threats. But you were asking, what was the first question? It was really important. I'll cover the second one.
Yeah. It was.
Oh, yeah.
What are you expecting?
Yeah. What am I expecting today? Well, we know Putin's standard spiel. And again, I'm not a Putinite. I'm not a Russophile, but I'm a truthophile. And I'd say about 98% of what Putin says is, from my experience, research is true, versus about 95% of what Biden or any of these guys say is a lie. It's kind of like Trump. I mean, you may not like what he says, but I'd say 95% of it's true, and the 5%, in my view, Trump's just wrong. You're going to see Putin come out. It's over 2 hours. Tucker did tell me that. He's going to air it tape to air, which means for people that don't know, like it was live, unedited, over 2 hours. Tucker told me it's the best thing in his life. It's just absolutely super powerful. That's all he wants is the big interviews, unfiltered, with everybody, whether he agrees or disagrees. And it is amazing. But he didn't tell me what's in the interview. But I know it's going to be weapons, biological weapons operations, and laboratories in Ukraine. It's going to be the history of Ukraine, how it's where Russia was born. It's going to be how NATO backed overthrowing the Ukrainian government 9 years ago and started a proxy war. It's going to be how America is totally overrun by globalists that are waging war against us. It's going to be about January 6th and political persecution, and how claims that Russia is persecuting political dissidents pales in significance to what's happening here. He's going to talk about the Anglo-American establishment, which is the name of the globalists. That's what they call themselves. Doesn't mean white people, but it's an ancient 1,000-year-old term that the Russians used for Europe and the UK, and William the Conqueror. That's their name for him. And so he uses all the ancient language directly communicating with these guys when he talks to them. So it kind of flies above, I'll be honest, most people's radar, because Putin talks directly to them. And if you study geopolitical systems and world history, Putin's extremely impressive in that he just communicates in the ancient language and in the modern language. And so he's going to talk about, hey, we need to promote the family, we need to promote God, we need to promote peace, we need a future that's not about military expansionism, but it's about ideas. And I'm not ashamed to say that I don't think that Putin's a bad guy. I mean, I think overall he's a nationalist, trying to reform his country, trying to empower his people. And Russia is not involved in our business from our research. I mean, China, and I'm not even as the Chinese people, but Xi Jinping and the Communist Chinese were totally set up by the globalists, the CIA and Henry Kissinger, and during the Nixon administration, and then George Herbert Walker Bush, who was the ambassador to them. And they broke with the U.S. 9 years ago. So they're kind of a competing force now. I think the Communist Chinese are just as evil as the globalists, so I oppose them too. And if Russia was run by globalists or something like China, I would oppose Russia. And if Russia was building biological weapons labs in Canada or massing troops in northern Mexico, I would be absolutely screaming for military intervention. But Russia is not in my business. Russia is not even on the radar screen manipulating U.S. politics. Everything the left tells us, everything the big banks tell us, everything big tech tells us that the Russians are doing, they're doing. And the truth is, Russia's the biggest country in the world. Putin admits we can barely run our own country. Half the country doesn't have stoplights. Half the country, can't even get to. We don't need more land. We don't need more resources. They sold us Alaska for nothing. And they're just like, dude, we're not in your business. Leave us alone. And I absolutely resonate with that and agree with that. So I know Tucker well. That's his view on it. He's not a Russophile, but he's an American file. And so it's not going to be a pro-Russia interview from Tucker's angle. It's not going to be a pro-Ukraine angle. It's going to be a pro-America angle. And I think that's what we're going to hear right now. So imagine the hundreds of billions of dollars spent on Russia or this war with Russia in Ukraine. If that was spent here in America, I mean, this is just completely obvious that the people destroying America want us to think that, oh, it's an outside threat. And it's just not true. And anybody with 2 brain cells to rub together knows that.
So Alex, I know that this has been brought up by several people at this point, especially down in the audience questions there about and you did mention them, the biolab argument. People were asking as to whether or not Tucker would actually go into that issue. You believe that he will. Can you add a little bit of context to that on what, the argument on both sides?
Yeah, I mean, anybody that can search engine, there is an argument in the media, but there's no argument in reality. Under George W. Bush, and he's the worst when it comes to this, they started this BioShield program. They built 40 plus level 4 bioweapon labs in the U.S., tens of billions of dollars. And they also built a bunch of them in Eastern Europe and also in like the Philippines, and just all over the place, super dangerous. And so I have Obama in speeches when he was president talking about the biolabs that the U.S. took over from the Ukraine, the old Soviet Union, and how we'd set them up over there. So even Victoria Nuland was testified to Congress a year and a half ago or so. And first they denied the biolabs, and then she went, yeah, we do have these biolabs, and the Russians have seized them. So they're just hoping that people are ignorant and don't look up the fact that, yes, the United States is involved in gain of function all over the world. They love to use third world or old world kind of gray zone or black zone countries to do it. And as Senator Rand Paul said, it's a danger to every man, woman, and child on earth. This is going on. And so the Russians, and again, I put these reports out 3.5 years ago about the Ukrainian labs. I covered it before it was even, in the news 6, 7, 8 years ago, but I really covered it in 2020, the middle of 2020. And so it's not like I'm regurgitating the Russian Ministry of Defense report last year. I already covered all that with all these top experts from the U.S. and watchdog groups and Dr. Francis Boyle, the guy that wrote the U.S. Biological Chemical Weapons Law, the former top UN weapons prosecutor and everything. So, I mean, people say, oh, Jones is getting this from the Russians. I think it's the other way around. I'm not bragging. It's just true. I have a big show. I collate this stuff. I get the guest on. But it didn't even come from me. It's a known scandal that the United States built these bioweapon labs in Ukraine. And so it's like debating whether Staten Island exists or, I mean, it's preposterous that they go, oh, that's propaganda, Russians. We don't. Victoria Nuland admits to Congress last year that the Russians have gotten the biolabs. So it's just ridiculous.
Hey, so I was in Russia myself in December. And
well, hang on, Michael. Yeah. I'm going to let you.
Okay.
I'll let you jump in here, but I want to get Brian's opinion on what Alex just said about the biolabs out there.
Yeah, like I don't know enough about the biolabs to like really chime in on that. So I mean I don't really want to go there. I will say I am actually looking forward to the interview. I don't think it's going to do harm. I think people that are afraid of someone else lying just don't have confidence in their own ability to push back truth. So X is a great venue for this. I think the fact that you're able to comment on his post. So if there's something that Putin says that is a lie, you can call it out. Even community notes can do that. So I don't feel that some people, I'd say on the further portions of the left who are criticizing Tucker or saying that he should be like excommunicated from the United States or lose his citizenship. I think that's baloney. I feel that a journalist, they've been interviewing bad people. If you think Putin's bad or not, that's up to you. But they've been interviewing bad people for literally decades, centuries even. And I think that understanding where Putin's coming from isn't going to hurt things. I think that even if you think he's a bad individual, understanding where he's coming from is something that enables you to push back and maybe prevent what he might do in the future.
And I think to interrupt, I think that's perfectly said. I mean, I don't agree with everything Putin's up to. I mean, since when can we as adults not hear? I mean, look at Kennedy on the phone with Khrushchev stopping the Cuban Missile Crisis. He wasn't a Russian agent, though the CIA acted like he was and killed him later, in my view. But I mean, we need to be on the phone. We need to be communicating with nuclear powers.
Yeah, on that point, if I could just quickly, I happened to go to Russia myself in December. And one of the things I heard there from a senior ranking government official, criminal official, was that basic two-way diplomatic communications between the United States and Russia had plummeted to a 90-year low point. So they were worse than they had ever been since the founding of the Soviet Union, or since the founding of diplomatic relations between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. That was the claim. So in light of that, if that's even half true, then I think anybody with any kind of platform has an obligation.
I don't want to back the Russians.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. But no, the Justice Department and the State Department and the Pentagon, they admit that. So what the Russians said is true. Why? I mean, I don't like Xi Jinping. We better be talking to him as much as we can.
Right. So in light of that, and this is part of the reason that I went, is because if I could even play a small role in facilitating some kind of, bilateral interchange between these two societies, which have the world's largest nuclear arsenals, that I think that's to the betterment of society. And if Tucker had this unique opportunity to conduct the first English language interview with Putin since the invasion of Ukraine, he had an obligation to take it. So it's the opposite of treason. It's him fulfilling what should be his basic obligation as any respectable journalist would.
Jackson, I've got a question for you, Jackson. Is there any line that shouldn't be crossed? And obviously, you know where I stand on this. I think everyone deserves a mic and should be listened to. But is there any line, in your opinion, where a journalist should not cross in who they interview?
Is there a line where a journalist shouldn't cross in who they interview? I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's good to talk to anybody. And look at this, right? Vice News in 2019 interviews ISIS, interviews Al Qaeda, right? All of the favorites of the CIA. And no one has a problem with that. But then when Tucker does this monumental effort to establish that person-to-person level diplomacy that Michael was just referring to, and talk us off the ledge of World War III, the media freaks out. So I don't think there. I mean, if Tucker had done an interview with like Jeffrey Epstein, who's probably the worst person I could think of, like I think that would be maybe in some capacity a fruitful interview. Like I think it's good to talk to everybody and understand what's actually happening in the world. When you shut people out, when you do this enforced silence, that's when you have more problems.
Let me play the clip. There's a 4-minute clip by Tucker on why he did the interview. Ryan, do you want to stream that for us? A 4-minute clip. He put it out, I think, yesterday. Go ahead, Ryan.
Sure. You got it.
We're in Moscow tonight. We're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We'll be doing that soon. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously. So we thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. First, because it's our job. We're in journalism. Our duty is to inform people. 2 years into a war that's reshaping the entire world, most Americans are not informed. They have no real idea what's happening in this region, here in Russia or 600 miles away in Ukraine. But they should know. They're paying for much of it in ways they might not fully yet perceive. The war in Ukraine is a human disaster. It's left hundreds of thousands of people dead, an entire generation of young Ukrainians, and it's depopulated the largest country in Europe. But the long-term effects are even more profound. This war has utterly reshaped the global military and trade alliances, and the sanctions that followed have as well. And in total, they have upended the world economy. The post-World War II economic order, the system that guaranteed prosperity in the West for more than 80 years, is coming apart very fast, and along with it, the dominance of the US dollar. These are not small changes. They are history-altering developments. They will define the lives of our grandchildren. Most of the world understands this perfectly well. They can see it. Ask anyone in Asia or the Middle East what the future looks like. And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that as nothing has really changed. And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt. They lie to their readers and viewers. And they do that mostly by omission. For example, since the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they've done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky, and we hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it. That is not journalism. It is government propaganda. Propaganda of the ugliest kind, the kind that kills people. At the same time, our politicians and media outlets have been doing this, promoting a foreign leader like he's a new consumer brand. Not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of the other country involved in this conflict, Vladimir Putin. Most Americans have no idea why Putin invaded Ukraine or what his goals are now. They've never heard his voice. That's wrong. Americans have a right to know all they can about a war they're implicated in, and we have the right to tell them about it because we are Americans too. Freedom of speech is our birthright. We were born with the right to say what we believe. That right cannot be taken away no matter who is in the White House. But they're trying anyway. Almost 3 years ago, the Biden administration illegally spied on our text messages and then leaked the contents to their servants in the news media. They did this in order to stop a Putin interview that we were planning. Last month, we're pretty certain they did exactly the same thing once again. But this time, we came to Moscow anyway. We are not here because we love Vladimir Putin. We are here because we love the United States. And we want it to remain prosperous and free. We paid for this trip ourselves. We took no money from any government or group. Nor are we charging people to see the interview. It is not behind a paywall. Anyone can watch the entire thing, shot live to tape and unedited, on our website, tuckercarlson.com. Elon Musk, to his great credit, has promised not to suppress or block this interview once we post it on his platform, X, and we're grateful for that. Western governments, by contrast, will certainly do their best to censor this video on other less principled platforms because that's what they do. They are afraid of information they can't control. But you have no reason to be afraid of it. We are not encouraging you to agree with what Putin may say in this interview, but we are urging you to watch it. You should know as much as you can. And then, like a free citizen and not a slave, you can decide for yourself. Thanks.
Yehuda, I want to get your thoughts on this.
So Yehuda,
yeah, go ahead, Nick.
And then we'll go to Alex.
Yeah, no. Listen. If this was 1944 and Father Coughlin, Catholic priest who supported the Nazis, wanted to speak to Hitler, I guess it would be a funny go. This is a man, frankly, I actually don't believe that Tucker Carlson, bow tie aficionado, is actually a Putin fan. This is a person who relishes in controversy. This is a person who wants to get clicks because he got fired for losing Fox almost $1 billion in a defamation suit. This is not an individual that you could take seriously. He's not a conservative. I mean, this man has lived in the lap of luxury his whole life, an heir to Fortune, Swanson, and this and that.
I want to respond to this.
That he pretends and I don't care what you want, Mr.
Oh, I will.
Jones.
I will respond when you're done.
Okay, well, I do, and he's going to respond. So
he'll respond when I'm finished. With respect, sir. This is a person who has lived in the lap of luxury. This is not a person like I who's lived and grown up on a farm and worked for a living. So please do not tell me this man or this individual represents the average American. He represents the elite, the man that Mr. Jones there thinks he doesn't represent. And frankly, if you don't think that the Russian Empire is a threat to the American way of life, to a red-blooded American's way of life, you're a liar or you're stupid. Mr. Jones, which are you, or both? Thank you.
All right, I want to respond to that, okay? Here's the thing. I heard both communist ideology, that anybody that comes for money is bad, but I also heard he's a threat against American capitalism. Tucker's a libertarian and a populist and a conservative. And I happen to know, just because I've read a lot of books and a lot of history, and I asked Tucker about it, you don't know about Tucker and his mother and his dad and how he did grow up mainly in Maine on a farm. The guy literally is a woodsman. He doesn't even make a big deal about that persona, but you say, oh, he's not a person of the land. It doesn't matter. He was.
His hands are softer than yours.
You're not.
Please don't interrupt.
You're a good communist.
Don't
interrupt. I get it. Kill everybody that has soft hands or wears glasses. Wear the Khmer Rouge now. Disgusting.
I'm a farmer. Turkey.
Okay. I know. Oh boy. Well, I actually got a ranch right now. So here's the point. I'm hearing a bunch of talk about you're the proletariat. We're not. We're elitists. We're the bourgeoisie. All this stuff, man. Dude, just your communism's over. Okay. We're talking about going to space. We're talking about team humanity. We're talking about dealing with AI. We're not fighting the wars of 100 years ago or 150 years ago. And Tucker Carlson is going to get this big interview trying to stop World War III. And you come in here and say he's a loser and all this other crap. It's just absolutely, and you fall back on the lawfare of the rig court.
Did I say loser? Did that word come out of my mouth, Alex?
You're just like, he's this guy. Yeah, you said he wants to make a name after he got fired at Fox. He's way bigger than he was ever at Fox, and he's a champion.
I never said that. So do me a favor, defend him. But I never said that.
You know, you sat there and said he's this pissed off guy because he got fired from Fox, and he's.
I didn't say that either. I said he's not the people. He's not a man of the people, sir. With
Okay,
respect,
well,
you can criticize me all you want. You could. Are you a sheep farmer?
No, I don't have whatever foppish language.
Yehuda, let him go. Let Alex go. Go ahead, Alex.
Fair enough. Okay.
Alex, is your mic working?
Sorry, Alex.
We'll go to while waiting. I think his mic. Someone called him maybe. Tira.
May I respond?
Yeah.
May I respond?
No,
to the
wait.
Yeah, please, with respect. No, Tira.
Yehuda, go ahead. Then we'll go to Tira.
First of all,
Yehuda, go ahead. Or was it glitching for you as well? Tira, is your mic?
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I'm here. I'm not rich, Alex. I don't have billions of dollars. I don't have anything. I'm a very simple guy. But you know what I am? I'm a Canadian, and I might not be an American. So sorry for that. I see you've got.
I think it is. No, it's not dropping. I think it's glitching. It's pretty normal when.
You're back. No. It's Ryan. It's Ryan muting me.
That's I didn't mute you. I invited you.
No. Yeah, all right. Thank you, sir. So I'll say this. I'm a very simple person. I don't own a media company. I don't own an internet company. I don't own anything. Okay. I own a house with my kids.
Pretending so when you're the outsiders, pretending you're the outsider.
Muting me.
Pretending you're the outsider.
I'm not an outsider.
Pretending you're the rebel when you're the empire. You are the empire, and we all know it.
I'm the empire.
You support the empire. You're a stormtrooper. You support the empire.
Are you? Listen, Alex. I know you're not a very sophisticated person.
Oh, I know you're an intellectual cop.
All right, yeah. Come on, the ad hominem attacks, bro.
No, you just said I'm not intellectual because I don't. I didn't go to an Ivy League school. Oh God, you're so.
So we have got guys. We have just for the audience quickly. We have 9 minutes that the interview is going to be dropping. We will be streaming it live here and then continuing the discussion.
You communists are losing.
So all I'm just saying.
The neocons are losing.
Oh, the mic is muting. Yeah. So just quickly, guys, the interview will be streamed. The interview will be streamed here in 9 minutes, just for the audience to know. And I do want to go to Tira. Tira, I want to get your thoughts on the interview, and I want to give. We'll go back to Yehuda. Tira, I want to mention a point that I think many first give us your thoughts. I've got a question that I think will be pretty controversial.
So number one, Tucker Carlson should be allowed to do this interview. Clearly, I don't see any legal impediment, nor do I think there's any reason he should not be allowed to do it. However, number two, he lied, however, about that Western journalists had not bothered, I think was the word he used, to try and interview Putin. That actually is not true. In fact, the Mr. Peskov, who was the Kremlin sort of spokesperson, said he rejected that was true. He said no Western journalists. He said they'd received many requests from Western journalists, but they didn't want to give them such an interview because they had a one-sided approach. So it's not true what Tucker said, and I think we should take that into account. That clearly that was just a lie. Right. Number three, Tucker grew up in La Jolla. He moved to La Jolla, California when he was in first grade. He attended the La Jolla County Day School, and I believe he went to a boarding school after that, St. George's School. I don't really care what
is that La Jolla farming.
No, but I'm just correcting some myths. I'm just correcting some stuff.
No,
okay,
I'm not saying he lived in Maine too.
Right.
I just want to say I'll let Tucker or I'll let Alex take it after me, but I just want to say as a last note before this begins, to say that other journalists reached out to Vladimir Putin for an interview is actually a lie, because Christiane Amanpour and all these CNN, MSNBC people are not journalists. They're war prostitutes.
Could I finish, or would you like to interrupt me, Jackson?
Jackson,
might I finish?
Your mic, your mic cut out, Tira. Sorry.
Guys.
All right, guys, please,
These people are death merchants. They are war pigs, and that's all I got to say.
Okay, fine. That's all you have to say. Good. I'm glad. Now, So I was saying, and I'm sorry if my mic cut out. I didn't see that it cut out.
No,
so
it's happening to
something's
everyone.
wrong.
It's
Okay,
glitching
I'm
for
so
everyone.
sorry.
It's
Okay,
all good.
so
all good.
I'm not. Look, I don't care where he went to school. I'm just saying that the idea that he is, a farmer and whatever. Maybe he had a farm, but he also was quite wealthy. His father was very well connected. I believe he was an ambassador at one point. So, he's not exactly the norm. Let's just say, but that's all fine. Doesn't matter to me. But just correcting some things. The biolabs. Victoria Nuland did not say they were biolabs that were creating biological weapons. What she said, excuse me, this is exactly what she said. These were part of the under non-Lugar, which is like a 1991 law. Basically, the United States put out money to try and sort of secure some of these labs that had been actually in prior USSR territory. Now, you can say bad program, good program, but the USSR knew about these labs for many, many years.
But first
and
they
knew
denied that was the point. First they said
no,
Putin
but
lied
what
about
I'm
them being
saying
labs.
is she never said they're doing biological weapons. She said
Did Victoria
biolabs.
Nuland say, fuck the EU, let's just have a big war, though?
Excuse me, I'm just trying to correct something or at least give some clarification, sir. I'm not actually
Does
trying
the
to
U.S.
fight.
government engage in gain of function? They're
Okay,
doing it
so
all over the
you
place.
are, listen, those particular labs, we have no evidence one way or the other, to my knowledge, that they are engaging in this sort of biological warfare that people are suggesting.
Hey, Tira, they
These
are literally
are
level 4 bio labs.
Is there any reason why I'm being interrupted by people who can't seem to control themselves? What is wrong with the men on this stage? Just stop.
We're bad men.
Mario,
Apparently, you
nothing
are
has
also
changed
crazy.
in your
Guys,
You
this
can't
seconds,
control
guys.
3 at a
yourself.
time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, I
Tira,
will
finish
just
off,
finish
and then
up
we'll
by
go to
saying-
Joshua afterwards.
Right. I will finish up by saying that these labs, there was money there to try and secure them because they were researching pathogens. They weren't necessarily doing gain of function. There's been no evidence of that in Russia. By the way, has complained about these labs for many years. So this idea that it just suddenly they were informed of them is nonsense. They complained in 2011. They talked about anthrax. They did all sorts of things. They've been complaining, but let's get real here. A lot of them were Soviet labs, okay, that the United States was trying to sort of clean up at various points. Thank you. I'm done now.
Alex,
Thank you.
let's let Alex respond.
One point on that is actually incorrect because the labs are run by the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, and the head of the CTRP, which is an American, said that the biolabs in Ukraine, of which we ran many, did have pathogen strains from the Soviet bioweapons program. That was admitted at in the Congress when Victoria Nuland testified because they were worried about the fact that the Russians were taking them over. So they actually admitted to at least.
That's right. Anybody can watch that. Great point. Can I just say one thing in closing before this?
Yeah, please, Alex. Jump in.
We're all talking about Tucker Carlson. Free speech is winning. Free Julian Assange. The free press is coming back. The neocons and warmongers are losing. The big corporate payoff of the left is failing. The left's going to wake up again with the new populist right wing. We're going to take America and the world back, and we're going to live in peace if we want it. Tucker Carlson is the man of the hour. It's going to probably reach 1 billion people. It'll be as big as the moon landing. This is huge. We're winning. The people that wanted to censor are failing thanks to Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson and people like the folks hosting this. And I'm sorry if I was mean, but when I start hearing Pol Pot stuff about anybody that has an education or anybody that's wearing glasses can't be trusted, I am literally living in a nightmare. We judge people by what they do.
Guys,
You are,
hold on
may
one
I-
second.
may I
Time,
reclaim my
guys, hold
time?
on. Time to rock and roll. Interviews live. Let's get started. We're streaming it here. We're gonna have some fun, and we're gonna discuss it after. So let's do this. Appreciate you guys all for being here with us.
Yeah, Alex, I'm really looking forward to your feedback on it if you have time.
Yeah, and I'm surprised you believe
The following is an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light as a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started from. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862, when the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign. In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood. And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's young son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev. He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod. The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988. This was the baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape. Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne. But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state. There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe. But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan. His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay tribute to the horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty. And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow. The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev, began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe. This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It was even called the Lithuanian-Russian Duchy because Russians were a significant part of this population. They spoke the old Russian language and were Orthodox. But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. A few years later, another union was signed, but this time already in the religious sphere. Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state. During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians. Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that a person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period, I'm losing track of where in history we are, the Polish oppression of Ukraine?
It was in the 13th century. Now I will tell you what happened later and give the dates so that there is no confusion. And in 1654, even a bit earlier, the people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away. So that you don't think that I'm inventing things, I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld. And after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the Pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded. And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed. And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia. And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west. This all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization. Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland. In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, it did collaborate with Hitler, you know. Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg. After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged. Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused. Of course, still they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia, has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long?
Sure. I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
I just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II by attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archived documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia. But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including Western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named as USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German. The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name. So this was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine. And yet they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1654.
Exactly.
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't a real country?
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region. At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way. For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons, again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders. But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which, as many claim, saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
В этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
One may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I have never told him, not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
Они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land. Moreover, I would like to share a very interesting story with you. I digress. It's a personal one. Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev, made a stop in Kiev, and then went to Western Ukraine. I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in a language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian, not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village, and there were men sitting next to the houses, and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement.
Well, that is, and there's a lot of it, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago, February. And in the case that you made, which I read today, you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что мои длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview. That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk. So bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter. I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine.
Первое. Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что руководство России исходило из того, что фундаментальные...
First, I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian. Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies. All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable. The second point is a very important one. I want you, as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well. The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines. Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association. That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole. There were smart people, including in Germany. Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union that a new security system should be established in Europe. Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries.
Yes.
But NATO needs not to expand. That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders. That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once. If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again. Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point, and many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. That the opposite happened, but you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China. The West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia, do you think, convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there's no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before. There was a moment when a certain rift started growing between us. Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there. I do. But Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing. He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so. But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now. You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay.
Were you
It's
sincere?
impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was...
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
If he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced. And eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive. I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine. The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008. Although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say anything new. Nevertheless, after that, we tried to build relations in different ways. For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq. We were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus. But they continue to do it anyway. And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus. I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, it's impossible. Do you have proof? I said, yes. I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? I apologize, but that's what happened. I'll quote. He says, well, I'm gonna kick their ass. We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said to the FSB director, write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President? He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, we have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it. Just ridiculous. Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government?
Of course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus. That's who they called the opposition. This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one, is the moment when the US missile defense system was created. The beginning. We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States. Moreover, after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean, I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team. I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, "Are you serious?" I said, "Of course. We need to think about it," I'm told. I said, "Go ahead, please." Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side. They said to me, "Yes, we have thought about it. We agree." I said, "Thank God, great, but with some exceptions."
So twice you've described US presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who are elected in your telling.
That's right. That's right. In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, "Look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures. We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems." The answer was, "We're not doing this against you, and you do what you want," assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, "Okay, very well." That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what? They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand. So there were 5 waves of expansion, the Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous. It's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again. Well, it's nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand. We're ready to talk. But with whom? Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed. Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to persuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014?
Before that. No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The US supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The US supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power. Imagine if in the US something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the US Constitution does not provide for, was organized. Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power. Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside the independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician. I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this. Suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which would have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps, which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation size, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the US told us. Calm Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then U.S. leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our opponents. A job is a job. Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into. So, in 2008, the doors of NATO were opened for Ukraine. In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created a threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection. They launched the war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There's a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been. It's just that the U.S. political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith, in fact, a part of Russian people, in the face of this war machine.
But that was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany, Poland, and France, arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the U.S. know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that, but we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO.
Базы НАТО. Без всяких разговоров с нами.
We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that.
Последних событий.
And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it.
Прямо сказали, что подписывали.
A year or a year and a half ago, former leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to be we're going to act?
Мы постоянно об этом говорим. Мы постоянно об этом говорим. Мы обращались
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership to stop these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbass territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbass, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014. Our goal is to stop this war. And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now? I mean, have you achieved your aims?
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year. And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said, how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev. As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe. That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean? What is...
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас об этом сказать. Это очень важный вопрос. Денацификация.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. denazification. After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say, its identity. And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler. I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia. But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior. There were also attempts to destroy their identity. All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom. The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too. This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukevich. It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we uproot them, and other countries fight against them. But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany. These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians. It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, закончим. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification. Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. The story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries. The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II? Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man. How can this be imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism, but how? How do you do that?
Послушайте меня. Ваш вопрос очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle, and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course. Он, казалось бы, тонкий, он очень противный, этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky. You say Hitler has been dead for so many years, 80 years. But his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament, gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology if what we see is happening today? That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept and support this practice and try to preserve it. That is what denazification is. That is what we need.
Right. My question was a little more specific. It was, of course, not a defense of Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical question. You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to. So how do you eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or a view of history in a country that you don't control? What do you do about that?
А вы знаете, как по мне покажется странным, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле...
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations at Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carlson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? That is it.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine, peace talks?
Они были, они дошли до очень высокой стадии согласования позиций.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about the settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him. I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No. Why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do. But I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat, we have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the US leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easy? Such and such weapons to Ukraine. Oh, I'm afraid. Please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is the Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist. Can you imagine a scenario where you sent Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying unequivocally you don't.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious. There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow, Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow, Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that. I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place and mercenaries from Georgia in third place. Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia, make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end? And realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services, your intel services, you would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's the question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, but it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged. But one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We're ready, please. There's another route through Poland called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland packs from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons, open up the valve, please, let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. So you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into two hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. A human brain is divided into two hemispheres. One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example, the US dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the US political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission. Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes great concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interest of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles and about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You're cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US.
But
you're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think that's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty? Do you worry about that?
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again, through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, aren't they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs, especially now that they are facing economic problems. Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the US government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already $230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing, our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, Back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022, it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, pardon me, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such a personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader. It is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change. Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago. The USA comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the fifth place. Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. And we have become Europe's first economy during this time. The tools that US uses don't work. Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling classes. You've run this country for so long, you've known all these American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
Я не знаю. Это Америка сложная страна, такая очень, с одной стороны, консервативная.
I don't know. America is a complex country, conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself. Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly, there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats. And within this party system, the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure. Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter. It is already in the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is your experts who write that. I just read them. The only question is how this would happen, painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made in 1990. It's a threat to your country. Right before you send troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you into military action?
Мы просто, я еще раз повторяю, мы многократно предлагали...
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory.
Шло освоение этой территории натовскими военными структурами.
And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there. That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality, while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine. Ukraine, having received all these southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory. Is that normal? All this put together led to the decision to end the war that neo-Nazis started in Ukraine in 2014.
Do you think Zelensky has the freedom to negotiate a settlement to this conflict?
I don't know the details. Of course, it's difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case, he used to have. His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II. I once talked to him about this. I said, Volodya, what are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father fought against fascism? He was a frontline soldier. I will not tell you what he answered. This is a separate topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from them. And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize with Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people to end the war in Ukraine. He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country or the world? Can he do that, do you think?
Why not? He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of power for everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arahamiya is his last name, I believe still has the faction of the ruling party, the party of the president in the Rada. He still has the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia. And we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time, is Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was then who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me. Because, as Mr. Arakamiya put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already. But the British persuaded us and we refused this. Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is and why did he do that?
Hell knows. I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as Orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You said you're Orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know, as I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. And then he baptized his squad. And then gradually, over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength. This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just mentioned, and which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire. This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family, and our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other, it is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland. That is why patriotic sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a nonviolent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
It is very easy when it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland. We won't attack anyone. When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future. As for religion in general, You know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor. It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о вечном, он думает больше о ценности.
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after all.
Возможность вот сегодняшнему этому золотому миллиарду.
I'm not saying this is bad. It makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on.
Мы вроде как выглядим одинаково, но
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, but our minds
So
are
do you
really
see the supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
Да нет, я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что
No, to be honest, I don't think so.
развивается вот по своим внутренним.
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are.
Так было всегда в истории человечества.
It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had accustomed to.
Не нужно приводить примеры. Но начиная
There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire. It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind.
варваров постепенно накапливался.
Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today.
Экономически они стали укрепляться.
This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans.
500 лет. Этот процесс.
However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart.
В сегодняшней ситуации
The difference with what is happening now
процессы изменений
is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
Я
You're asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man. There are reports that Elon Musk has already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
What do you think of that?
Ну, Маска, я думаю, что Маска.
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him, search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
Того, что будет происходить с ним в связи с развитием вот этих новейших исследований и технологий.
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate prediction of what will happen.
Угрозу своему существованию от ядерного оружия все начали обладатели ядерного.
Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction.
генетики, либо еще каких-то современных направлений, остановить которые невозможно.
It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day.
Эти исследования все равно будут. Но когда человечество почувствует угрозу для себя,
But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI or genetics or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что, мне кажется, мы исчерпали все лимиты.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил.
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that if our partners take reciprocal steps. When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services. Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question. There is no taboo to settle this issue. We are willing to solve it. But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels. I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes this, and it's not my business, but what makes this difference is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for, somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Вы знаете, можно как угодно говорить, что такое шпион, что не шпион.
You can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If a person gets secret information and does that in a conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact that this is qualified as espionage, the fact has been proven as he was caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting that he was working for the U.S. government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
Я не знаю, на кого он работал.
I don't know who he was working for, but I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the U.S. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads. What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? But there was the patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan Gershkovich didn't do that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a 32-year-old like newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the US authorities, wherever they're serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They're keeping in touch, so let them do their work. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the US Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true with the war, though, also. I mean, I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the US government and say, let's come to terms?
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We're willing to negotiate. It is the Western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the US. It is evident. I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, $72 billion was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come. Dozens of billions of US dollars are going to Ukraine. There's a huge influx of weapons. In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree. We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correctly, it's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So of course they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Если администрация Зеленского на Украине отказалась от переговоров,
well, if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington. If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out. It was not us who made this decision, it was them. So let them go back on it. That is it. However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the situation to correct their mistakes. They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, we were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, you missed it, you made a mistake, let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass, as I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to further in history. I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand, to 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is pointless though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stopped negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
I said let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will. Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield. Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won, and just keep the situation where it is now?
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or to put it more accurately, they are willing, but do not know how to do it. I know they want to. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad. This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement. You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation. But the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway. It will take a lot of time, but they will heal. I'll give you very unusual examples. There is a combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life. Our soldiers were shouting to them, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive." Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender." And all of them perished. They still identify themselves as Russian. What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever. No, they will be reunited. The unity is still there. Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church? Because it brings together not only the territory, it brings together our souls. No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great. Thank you, Mr. President. Free speech.
This is it. This is the initial history lesson, and then comments on pretty important topics. I think there's a few important points that were made, but let's kick it off. Nick, who do you want to go to first? All right, Nick, your mic is muted. Oh, there you go. Nick,
Mario, you want to? I mean, are you checking the back chat?
Let me check. Hold on.
I don't know what's going on. Okay. You might, Ryan. Can you stream?
Can you stream this? Biden. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yep. He's getting absolutely grilled. Mario, your mic's on.
Okay.
That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press. That's
Go back.
look. My memory is not good. My memory.
Nick, I'm rewinding. Give me 2 seconds.
40 years. At the same time, I was managing international crisis. Their task was to make a decision about whether to move forward with charges in this case. That's their decision to make. That's a counsel's decision to make. That's his job. And they decided not to move forward. For any extraneous commentary, they don't know what they're talking about.
This is very important, guys. I'm just letting you know.
Bottom line is a matter.
He's about to get grilled with questions.
Closed. I'm going to continue what I've always focused on, my job of being President of the United States of America. Thank you, and I'll take some questions.
President Biden, something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad, I let you speak. That's
your memory has gotten worse.
No, look, my memory is not good. My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? You know, I guess I just forgot what was going on.
Mr. President.
Voters have concerns about your age. How are you going to assuage them? And do you fear that this report is only going to fuel further concerns about your age?
Only by some of you.
Mr. President,
for criminal liability today, Mr. President, do you take responsibility for at least being careless with classified material?
I take responsibility for not having seen exactly what my staff was doing. It goes in and points out things that appeared in my garage, things that came out of my home, things that were moved not by me, but my staff.
Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, "Watch me." Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They express concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old.
Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer
Because
to
I'm the
that
most
question?
qualified person in this country to be president of the United States and finish the job I started.
Do you believe that, guys? Why are you confusing the names of world leaders?
I did not share classified information. I did not share it. With your ghostwriter? With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not. Well, no, he did not say that. He did not say that. But let me answer your question. The fact of the matter is, what I didn't want repeated, I didn't want him to know, and I didn't read it to him, was I had written a long memorandum to President Obama why we should not be in Afghanistan. And I was multiple pages. And so what I was referring to, I said classified. I should have said should be private because it was a contact between the president and the vice president as to what was going on. That's what he's referring to. It was not classified information in that document. That was not classified.
When you look back at this incident, is there anything you would do differently now? And do you think that a special prosecutor should have been appointed in the first place in both of these cases?
First of all, what I would have done is oversee the transfer of the material that was in my office, in my offices. I should have done that. If I go back, I didn't have the responsibility of that. That was my staff was supposed to do that, and they referenced that in the report. And my staff did not do it in a way that, for example, I didn't know how half the boxes got in my garage until I found out staff gathered them up, put them together, and took them to the garage in my home. And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. It was in my house. It wasn't out in Mar-a-Lago in a public place and none of it was high classified. Didn't have any of that red stuff on it. You know what I mean? Around the corners? None of that. And so I wish I had paid more attention to how the documents were being moved and where. I thought they were being moved to the archives. I thought all of it was being moved. That's what I thought. Now, what was the last part of your question?
Whether a special counsel should have been appointed in this case and in the case of your rival president, former president.
I think a special counsel should have been appointed. And the reason I think a special counsel should have been appointed is because I did not want to be in a position that they looked at Trump and weren't going to look at me, just like they looked at the vice president. And the fact is they made a firm conclusion. I did not break the law, period. Thank you all very, very much.
He has ordered the IDF.
Oh, that just happened now. I know.
Okay, so I am up on.
I
am
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So this
Conduct
seems like
of the response
okay. No, he came back. Okay.
in the Gaza Strip has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially, the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop, number one. Number two, I was also in a position that I'm the guy that made the case that we have to do much more to increase the amount of material going in, including fuel, including other items. I've been on the phone with the Qataris, I've been on the phone with the Egyptians, I've been on the phone with the Saudis to get as much aid as we possibly can into Gaza. There are innocent people, innocent women and children who are also in badly in need of help. And so that's what we're pushing. And I'm pushing very hard now to deal with this hostage ceasefire because, I've been working tirelessly in this deal. How can I say this without revealing it? To lead to a sustained pause in the fighting, in the actions taking place in the Gaza Strip. And because I think if we can get the delay for that, the initial delay, I think that we would be able to extend that so that we could increase the prospect that this fighting in Gaza changes. There's also negotiations. You may recall in the very beginning, right before Hamas attacked, I was in contact with the Saudis and others to work out a deal where they would recognize Israel's right to exist.
Ryan, we can't hear you.
The United States
Okay, back.
to do.
Yeah, you're back.
And the commitment that we were proposed to do related to two items. I'm not going to go in detail, but one of them was to deal with the protection against their arch enemy to the northwest, the northeast, I should say. The second one, by providing ammunition and material for them to defend themselves. Coincidentally, that's the time frame when this broke out. I have no proof what I'm about to say, but it's not unreasonable to suspect that the Hamas understood what was about to take place and wanted to break it up before it happened.
All right, he left for real this time. Nick,
this was
President
really
negotiation.
yeah.
Hit the nail.
I can't even believe what I just listened to here. I'm shocked, and I think some of our panelists will be as well. I mean,
Nick, I'd just like to congratulate President Sisi on becoming the new president of Mexico.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
That's a very powerful.
I mean,
yeah, it's lovely. Great to be able to shift from.
Guys, I think just quickly, I think this is important. After this, I just cannot see any way Biden will run again. I don't see that as a possibility.
Yeah.
Do you disagree, Nick?
His campaign is going from bad.
Not only win, I think after this, I don't see him running again.
What, after 24 or like prior to the election?
After this and the report that came out earlier today.
But so why is Trump getting Kamala Harris and Nikki Haley mixed up? No big deal then.
I don't think he's going to drop out because he's still doing quite well in the primaries. Whether or not he did well in was it Nevada or wherever it was?
But
so I don't know if he's
man, it's getting worse very quickly.
I don't disagree with you, Nick. I think it's embarrassing, but I just don't know whether, based on the performance, that the Democrats will want him to stop because he's still winning the places that he needs to win. But anyway, sorry, I'll shut up because I know you guys
but I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, this is a rapid decline, and what happened today is the only reason that he addressed the nation. Well, in my opinion, anyway, and maybe Sarah disagrees. I'm sure Brian disagrees. Not Krasenstein. He's not here, but the other Brian. That he did this speech tonight specifically to prove, or at least try to convince the nation that he is still mentally competent. Right? That's I mean, he doesn't do White House addresses. He doesn't take questions 90% of the time. He hasn't done a single interview since October of last year as the president of the United States. Meanwhile, you see President Trump would give interviews to, even people that I think that maybe he shouldn't have given interviews to. Sarah, isn't this disturbing to you?
It was embarrassing. It was a little bit cringy. I will agree with you that he did do this presser so that he could show that or state that he is still mentally competent. But I don't think that this did him any favors.
Mary, I can't hear Sarah. I'm going to drop down. Bring me back up, please.
Yeah, no problem.
We'll do.
Go ahead, Sam.
I do disagree that with Mario saying that he doesn't think he'll run. I don't think the Democrats have a choice at this point. He drops out. I mean, they're basically giving Trump a win. So I think he's going to stick. He's going to stay.
Is it because is it because President Camel Toe President Kamala is not very appealing? Probably. I mean, I think her approval rating is even lower.
I don't think she's appealing. I don't think she appeals to really the Democrats or the Republicans. But at this point, I mean, we are stuck with Biden. We're stuck with Biden until the end. But I think that, you know, Nick, I think with that report today, it was a gift to Republicans. It was a gift to Donald Trump, and I think it's probably going to seal the presidency for him.
Soleiman, what are your thoughts?
Yeah,
Welcome
I
to the
mean,
stage,
I
man. Good to
disagree.
talk to you again. It's been a
Yeah,
while.
how's it going? You doing good? Yeah. Look,
Yes,
I
sir.
disagree. I disagree. Look, I'm just talking about specifically this segment.
No,
that
no,
I've heard.
hold on, Soleiman. I got to ask you a question first. Should the president of Mexico open the border to, from Gaza into Egypt?
Well, I mean, this is what a lot of Republicans have been blagging, isn't it? That Hamas will come through the borders, which is fake news. So he's probably getting using that propaganda. But separate to that, let's not talk.
No, it was a joke, man. I'm just.
Yeah, I know it was. But
he said the president of
it.
Mexico should open the border.
I know. I used it as like using it as a smash. But anyway, coming back to the point. Right. I don't think that the segment you just played now, I didn't think it was bad as what everyone's saying. Obviously, he misspoke and said the president of Mexico. But if you actually look at it, he did a lot better than what I'm used to in terms of when it comes to Biden. I do think a lot of times people do over exaggerate his mistakes that he makes, which he does make a lot of mistakes. And sometimes even I've thought, look, he does seem like he's got dementia. And by the way, this is a guy I don't like. Like, I don't agree with his support of the genocide. So I'm not trying to back this guy up. But just in terms of that specific segment, he was answering the questions quite well. He was retorting quite well. He did misspeak specifically about Mexico. But generally speaking, taking that one error out of the way, which many of us do end up misspeaking here and there. But generally speaking, I think he was a lot more cogent than he normally is. So, I mean, I don't like the guy, but in that specific point, he wasn't too bad. And I do think he's going to be the Democratic nominee. And I think Trump, if it's a fair election, will beat him.
So Brian, I'll ask you here because, I'm sure based on previous conversations that we've had, you're probably going to be the biggest advocate of Joe Biden here. This speech seemed to be, in my opinion, rolled out specifically because of the damning special counsel writings earlier today, regarding the Biden documents, and saying that that no jury is going to actually find Joe Biden guilty based on the fact that he's a frail old man. I'm paraphrasing there, but that's essentially what he was saying at that point. So, do you think this speech tonight was specifically to make it look like Joe Biden is actually still competent?
Well, a couple of points. First, I apologize, I have a sore throat, but first, and thanks for having me, guys. Number one, I only heard what was after the Putin speech because I was listening to the Putin thing with you guys. Number two, what I did hear, I heard Mexico and I cringed, but then he immediately mentioned El Sisi. He knew the president's name. He's been working directly with him. He has been working a lot. I know Republicans want to pretend otherwise. He's been working a lot on this border issue and trying to get a deal done. So he's been thinking about Mexico a lot. So to me, it's an honest mistake. And as much as I don't like Trump, he's been thinking a lot about Nikki Haley. And he also has Nancy Pelosi living rent-free in his head. So he got their names mixed up. And my question is, because people always take these highlights of Biden, they take a few seconds. And Suleiman made a good point. When you listen to Biden speaking over time, unedited, you'll hear these flubs, but in terms of the substance and the facts and being coherent, he makes sense. Trump does the same kind of thing in terms of.
Okay, but Brian, we won't do the one about yet. We'll definitely get to.
I'm not going up for hours. I'm almost done.
I have to mention, Brian, because it's on this
I'm
topic.
almost
I'm
done with
going
this
to let
point.
you do your whataboutism. Oh my goodness, I got to keep hitting the mute button again. I have to talk about
in
one
the
of the
middle
points that you
of
just made.
making my points.
Oh my God! I told you we'll get it. I'll let you do your whataboutism. You just have to answer this question first.
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm answering the question.
Brian, you have to. Brian, you have
I'm
to.
going to ask the question.
Brian, just a heads up. Keep doing this. He is the moderator. He can just pick you off. So I'm just giving you a tip if you want to stay on stage. He's going to let you finish. I promise you that. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to keep the panel muted until I ask the question here. President Biden, over the past 3 days, has flubbed the names of, and not even just the names, saying that he met with the Chancellor of Germany that died in 1996, saying that he did it recently. And then one of the presidents of France, he also did the same thing. You know, president back in the 90s. You know, over the course of 72 hours. You know, is the guy still fit to be president of the United States? That's the question that I have for you.
Okay, that's right. And
Go ahead, Brian. You got on mute, bottom left corner. Could glitch a bit. We can't hear you. Just as FYI, Brian. All right, Tira, jump in until the Brian's mic works.
So look, I feel that honestly, I agree with
sorry, I
Suleiman.
was still
I
muted.
don't.
I couldn't come off
Okay,
mute.
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Brian, and then Tira.
So look, I'm trying to answer with context, and I don't want to be forced to only speak about the context you want to hear. I'm trying to give you the context that's relevant to a fair answer. So please don't interrupt me. What I'm saying is, I watch both these guys a lot. Now, the last 72 hours, I've been doing stuff on Gaza and the border. I haven't been paying attention to what the president's been saying in the last 48 hours. This is the first time I've heard Biden speak in the last 3 days. I've been very busy with other things. What I will say is that both Trump and Biden flub these type of, we say the wrong word when we mean another word thing all the time. It happens a lot with both of them. The difference is, if you listen to Trump's entire thing where he's talking and does that, he doesn't make sense. He's incoherent. He's completely lying and all over the place.
So to be clear, you're not going to
oh my God! I just said, please don't interrupt me while I'm doing this. With Biden, he will make those flubs, but throughout what he's saying, he makes sense. He clearly knows the issues. He knows the facts. He understands the context. He can respond to people. He actually answers questions. Trump just rants like a guy standing on the street corner. The difference between him and Putin and Tucker Carlson is they're just as full of it, but they sound intelligent. They're lying just as much, and their ideology and their concept of reality in terms of how they present it to people, they know they're lying. They both know they're lying. How they present the facts to people, how they present what's going on. For example, Putin said we have the biggest economy in Europe. They're behind they're 12th in GDP. They're even behind Mexico in GDP. They're behind.
Okay, Brian, I got to go back to one thing you just said, and this is how we do these panels, right? We have discussions here, so I'm going to continue having a discussion, and then Kim, I'll let you jump in as well. You're talking. You said one of the things that you just said. You know, after you didn't answer the question about Biden's.
No, I answered. Biden's more confident. They both make the same type of mistakes by mixing words up, but Biden's more confident.
You think that he can do another 4 years, correct? You think that's 5 years, actually?
Better than Trump, no question.
Okay, Nick, can I speak now?
But hold on. No, Dennis Brian, one more question about something that he said, because he has said a lot. You said that Biden will actually answer questions. However, the point that I just made a little bit ago was that Joe Biden hasn't done a single interview since at least October. I mean, we don't see him answer questions most of the time. He took 3 or 4 questions, and that was it. And then he, went away from the mantle. But not even the left-wing media is able to go and ask Biden any questions. Isn't that a little weird to you?
I mean, he doesn't do interviews as often as Trump, who lived and died and thrived and every day wanted to be the center of attention all the time. Biden's not like that. He does most of his work behind the scenes. We will have more interviews with Biden. They don't need to be
because somebody else is running
every month. No, absolutely not. But I do think that the media has done a terrible job of covering Trump and of understanding what he's doing and being accurate or fair covering him. So he goes directly to the people with a lot of different events and speaking to people. He meets people after these events. He handshakes and talks with individuals. He goes on social media. He has his press people. He's going around the media often because the media is not doing a good job covering these issues. But he is occasionally giving them, and not just, like once or twice or 3 times a year. He is handling some serious crises right now, and he should be spending more time working on that than answering press questions. But yes, he will be giving more interviews. You will be seeing them. He wants to give us a break during the Super Bowl. I think that's great. I don't need to hear about politics during the Super Bowl. But you will see, I think.
Okay, so he is avoiding the traditional presidential interview.
He'll do an interview soon.
Okay, you there's a lot of feedback on your. There's a lot of feedback on your mic. That's why I had to
Guys,
mute you.
can I ask
have
a
to
quick?
mute you while. Yeah, Kim. I'll let
Wait,
you
I
jump
thought
in,
Mario...
but I do want to mention, because Brian said. Okay, yeah, then Tira and then Kim. I'm sorry. I know Mario promised Tira and Kim, but we'll get you in. I'm sorry. But I do want to mention that, for the audience, if you don't know, it is tradition for the president of the United States to give an interview just before the Super Bowl. Biden has declined, I believe, 3 times now, which is pretty pathetic.
2 times.
Kira, I'll let you jump in,
Okay,
and Kim, I
so
want you to respond to. Okay,
I'm
2
gonna,
times. I mean, just
I
as
want to
bad.
agree with Suleiman on what he said. I think this what I've heard of it, and I heard some other bits of it. This particular sort of press conference was actually pretty feisty, and except for the mistake about Egypt, he seemed on point. He was angry, but he was very verbally competent. So I don't. It's not so much that the press conference will hurt him; it's that the report hurts him. Okay. And if you read this report, it is basically the special counsel saying, I'm not going to charge him, even though I think he might have known he might have had classified documents, because I think a jury would be sympathetic to a sort of older man who has memory issues. I mean, that is really problematic. So I mean that, so it's not the press conference that we just heard that was a real problem. Okay, he made the one mistake, but that's not, I don't think that's going to be the big takeaway. It is the report that says these things. Now, there are some qualifications in the report. Most of what he's talking about are these notebooks that he himself had written in. And, Biden says they're not classified. They were my jottings. The special counsel said, no, they contain classified information. So there's some nuances here. But at the end of the day, that's going to be.
But Kira, just to mention, he also, I'll let you continue, but he also couldn't read his own notes. That was one of the things that the special counsel, keep in mind, this is a Biden administration special counsel, a Biden appointed.
Yes, but
or
but
Biden
he is
DOJ appointed
Biden
special
DOJ,
counsel.
but it actually is a Republican, I believe. Tur is a Republican, so I think that was done on purpose. So I don't know that we should make too much of that. What I'm trying to say is the report is problematic. Now, if I'm Joe Biden and I understand your concerns, Nick, I'm going to go out and I have to start talking a lot about this and show that same sort of anger that he showed, that same sort of, no, I didn't say that. That guy mischaracterized it. He asked me about my son. It was outrageous. If he can do that repeatedly, I think he would get past this. But I think he has to do that because this, the language in the report is pretty damning. And if you're saying I'm not charging him because I think the jury would be sympathetic because his memory lapses, that's a problem to me.
What's weird is Brian is giving you thumbs up down there, but I'm going to go to.
And when we see
I'm going to go to Kim.
Trump report,
No,
I
Brian,
can't believe
no,
I'm more in
nope. We're going to Kim.
alignment with
No,
Suleiman than I am with Tira, to be honest.
no, I am. We're going to Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
What happened to the Putin interview, guys? Like, why are you talking about?
Well, we're going to
Biden
go over the
bullshit?
Putin interview. It's just this is, we're definitely going to go over the Putin interview. But we'll spend like probably just for the audience, we'll probably spend 5 or 7 more minutes just talking about this because I think it is an important issue, for the United States. We have the president of the United States who his own administration has now deemed essentially too incompetent to stand
Nick,
trial.
that is not his administration. You're mischaracterizing.
I know it's.
Cannot say the special counsel is his administration, please. That's
Exactly.
mischaracterization. Stop.
Who were they? Who was he appointed by?
It was appointed by the DOJ as an independent special counsel.
The Biden DOJ.
It doesn't matter.
Right,
You can't
right,
say that. He's supposed to be an independent guy. He was a Republican. Give me a break. That is inappropriate of you to say. I'm sorry. You're basically spewing some sort of that's biased in what you just said.
Okay. Well, you just admitted that all I said was that the Biden DOJ is the one that appointed him, and then you agreed with
No,
me. So
you said
that's pretty much all we need to know.
No, that is
right
not.
there.
You said it was his own administration, and basically with the implication that these were people in the tank for Biden, and that is the implication that I am refuting here.
I didn't implicate anything. I said that
no, imply.
Biden
It's called
DOJ
imply.
appointed him,
Use
so
the right language.
Okay, I don't even know. It doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, we're on the same page here, I guess. But TJ, go ahead and jump in.
I mean, the report speaks for itself. He almost certainly deliberately and willfully kept these documents. The only reason he's not bringing the charges is because he's concerned about a jury. We can talk about how Joe Biden pointed out in his press conference, well, Donald Trump kept them. That's different from my case. It's not different in the eyes of the actual statute. But he gave them back defense to willful retention of documents. This kind of goes back to what I've been saying this whole time of if Donald Trump is guilty, so is Joe Biden, if not by even a clearer standard on this. I mean, there is a two-tiered system of justice as well. The only reason why Trump's facing those charges is because they know that they can try to find a jury that can convict him. And I think it's a great miscarriage of justice that Joe Biden's not facing the same exact charges.
TJ, does it make a difference, TJ, that the sorry, there was a vacuum running in the background, so I was trying to run away. But anyway, it doesn't make a difference of the fact that President Trump had documents at Mar-a-Lago, and these documents at Mar-a-Lago were actually delivered to Mar-a-Lago by the GSA, the Government Services Administration, General Services Administration.
I mean,
to Mar-a-Lago as president of the United States, or when he was on his way out as president of the United States. Joe Biden has no ability to declassify documents and such. He's not actually even entitled to these documents that he had in his garage next to the Corvette. Does that make a difference? Or correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think it makes a difference. I think that it's something that should have been considered. Plainly, it wasn't by the Biden DOJ, and it is the Biden DOJ that is prosecuting a political opponent. We can call it a special prosecutor all we want, but we can just look back to the Nixon days and see exactly how much effect how much independent special prosecutors truly have, because they know where their job is coming from. And if we're actually being fair, if we're actually being objective, it absolutely makes a difference. But we have to understand that when we're talking about federal criminal law, it's not fair. It's not objective. It's not what we envision our justice system should be.
I want to go to the
Tira.
We'll go Tira. No, so I wanted to go to the Putin interview as well. Just a lot that's been happening. What's also interesting is that the timing was epic.
I meant Joe up.
The timing was epic. So as soon as the Putin interview was finished, immediately Biden started speaking 2-3 minutes beforehand, and then the meltdown happened as we ended the Putin interview. We managed to stream both of them live, so it's a pretty epic space. But I want to dig into the
So let's go ahead and do that. It's fine. But anyway, so I mean, some of the most important parts of this interview, obviously, we were talking about the Nord Stream pipeline, where I don't know what any of you are thinking up here on stage. I mean, I can predict what a lot of you guys are going to say up here on stage, but the official narrative from the Biden administration is that Russia blew up their own pipeline to Europe. Now, that's a little hard to believe, and so Tucker decided to ask Putin about, who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. And funny enough, he said, "You, of course." And then Tucker said, "I was busy that day. I did not blow up Nord Stream." Thank you, though. You may be, and then Putin said, "You may personally have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi." Kim, I want to go to you on that. I want your thoughts. I mean, does it seem absolutely ridiculous that Putin would blow up his own pipeline?
Of course, he didn't blow up his own pipeline. I mean, it's pretty obvious from the report that just came out of Sweden, where they say they have evidence of a culprit, but they're not going to tell the world who it was because they don't have jurisdiction, and they have instead handed over the evidence to the Germans. I mean, you can't say the US did it any better than they have by them not saying it was the US in that announcement. So, I think it's pretty clear who did it.
Yeah, but okay. So I'll go to. Oh no, he's no longer up on stage. Oh no, he is. Okay. Yeah, Brian, I'll let you jump in on this one. I like to debate you, so that's nice and fun. But the Biden administration, their official stance is that Russia blew up their own pipeline. Do you genuinely believe that? Why would they do that?
I'm not trying to be mean. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure you're even right about that. I have to double check what the official U.S. thing is. I don't take, no offense, I don't take your characterizations at face value. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being honest.
I mean, that's a pretty.
It's a possibility.
Objective. I mean, I didn't even go into detail.
Don't trust what you got to say next.
I don't know. Maybe if someone else wants to double check that while I'm talking.
No,
Brian, he's talking about the interview.
He's talking about the interview, but Brian's saying that the U.S. stance is not that Russia, which I disagree with. Russia's not saying that the U.S. You don't know if U.S. stance is that Russia brought up the pipeline. But I want to go with the broader question, Brian. I want to go with the broader question, and I did bring up Simona, and then Jackson. just the interview in general. Any specific? So Ryan and the team were posting clips, and we'll start pinning them and going through them. But is there any specific parts of the interview that caught you by surprise or that are worth highlighting? For example, for me, it just shows Putin's willingness to negotiate. I think he hinted at it once, and he was pretty explicit about it the second time. For me, that was one of the key highlights. Would love your thoughts, Simona.
Well, can I push back on that real quick?
Hi, Mario.
In a bit, Brian. Go ahead, Simona.
Well, first of all, I can say nothing really surprised me. I've been working on this side of the world for a long while. I interviewed former President Yushchenko about his granting the title of a national hero to Banderas, that was actually collaborating with
Your
the
mic,
German party.
Simona, before you continue, just if you can fix your mic, that would be great.
Can
If
you
anyone
hear
listening,
it?
we
Can
can
you
hear, but
hear
it's not. We can hear it, yes, but it's not too clear. So if you can fix it, make it clearer, that would be
yeah.
great.
Okay.
Well,
Can you
as you
hear me
do this,
now?
it's worse now. So I'll give you.
Are you using
Worse.
AirPods? If you're using
So maybe I
AirPods,
should
switch to
just
your
take
phone.
off the headphones, maybe. One
Yeah,
second.
take off your headphones, please. And
Yeah, that's
Okay, so I should, 1 second.
as you do this,
Perfect.
Simona, I'm going to go to Jackson and I'll go to you right after Jackson. Same question to you. Any specific parts of the interview that are that caught you by surprise or worth highlighting? All right, Jackson, you got to unmute unless you're having the same glitch as others. Simona, if your mic is working, I'll let you jump back in. Otherwise, we'll go to
Can you
Piotr.
hear me? How?
Much better. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
much better.
So what caught me in surprise is that, first of all, it sounded much more reasonable than Joe Biden and any other international player on the subject. It sounded somebody really driven to peace. He spoke many times about this peace agreement that presented in Istanbul months ago. Boris Johnson interrupted on behalf of Washington administration. Is perfectly aware of the influence of the Western countries, not only United States, but also European Union, that interfered in this area of the world, in Ukraine already in 2014. He actually was really, really accurate in giving the reason why we got into this extent of interference and what led to this situation. But what really struck my attention is that he would still, at this stage, open to negotiate. But he also said that Zelensky banned any negotiation. And this was something that actually I would love him to articulate about, because one time he said it was the Zelensky office banned the entire country to negotiate a peace agreement. And on the other side, there is Biden keep funding not only $72 billion, but also weapons, sending weapons continuously. So how we can talk about peace and at the same time sending weapons? I mean, that's what we always hear being so-called Russian propaganda, but to me, it's just common sense. And
but do you think, but Simona, do you think from what you heard now, and for me, that's the most important question. I know a lot of people were kind of listening to what Putin will say about Biden or about US influence in the world. But what matters to me is the war, because that's ongoing right now. It's my biggest concern. From what you heard just now, what is Putin's stance? I know he said that if the US and NATO stop sending weapons to Ukraine, the war will end within weeks. But does that mean that he'll just be able to take over more territory? Because it's a pretty vague statement to make.
Well,
what would it take for NATO for Putin to sign on that piece of paper?
Well, first of all, they should stop extending the east, as they promised many times. There is also, he brought a question, the Minsk agreements have been violated by Ukraine as well. So we have these policies of expansion of NATO that have been disregarded. And also the sanctions. We have to renegotiate the entire package. Of course, he wants to gain his territory. And he also, one thing that really was funny to hear is that I think one of the biggest, most ridiculous part of this propaganda that many push, that Putin is trying to expand the Russian empire. And if we don't stop him in Ukraine, we will have him in Poland, in Italy. Just people bought into this nonsense. And he clearly actually laughed about it. So I think he just wants the control over this territory. And of course, is not going to give up on these first expectation, because, of course, these already brought a proportion, like we are talking about many life losses, many financing involvement. There is too much at stake to now step back. But if they really want to stop this war, and which is really what I think, they could have done it so many months before. We didn't even need all this escalation. But now,
let me. So, someone, just on that point, or at least my earlier question, he did refer to Clinton and how, which was reported beforehand, how Putin hinted at wanting to join NATO. And Clinton initially said that's a possibility. I'll try to find the exact quote, Ryan, if you can pin it as well. And there it is.
Yep.
Putin said at a meeting here in the Kremlin, so it's pinned at the top of the clip, at a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? It would happen suddenly? He said, it's interesting. I think so.
Yeah.
But in the evening when we met for dinner, he said, no, it's not possible now. I want to we'll go back to you, Simona, but Piotr and then Sully, want to get your thoughts on that statement. And look, Putin's a smart man. So my broader question will be, listening to this, what messages he's trying to send the American people and the American administration?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've written about 2 pages worth of notes, so I won't reiterate them all now. I do have a couple of things I want to add. I'm going to be objective. I'll refrain from showing my opinions about the interview and just talk about the interview itself. To your question, that's probably one of the parts that I found most interesting. None of what the interview developed has surprised me. This is Putin in Putin's realm. He has these very long interviews. He does these end-of-year speeches, and he often starts off by going into deep historical dives. And I can tell from Tucker's reaction that he wasn't necessarily expecting the depth of history that Putin went into. On the NATO point, that's what interested me, because basically in the early 2000s, Putin was actually quite pro-NATO. He was very interested in the potential of joining. And there's the Secretary General at the time, George Robertson, who's British, said, they met quite often in the early parts of 2000. And Robertson said in an article a couple of years ago, he recounts when Putin said he made a joke. He made a joke in Russian about how could it become the House of Councils. Now, in Russian, councils is the same as Soviets. And it was a joke, but the Polish and some other Baltics misunderstood it. But basically, Putin was trying to sort of build a relationship with Robertson and NATO. And essentially what developed was that as the 2000s passed and NATO did suggest the potential inclusion of Georgia and Ukraine, this alienated Putin. And there was a missed opportunity in the early 2000s, not in just my mind, in Western.
But just moving away from the history lesson. Moving away from the history of this. Yeah, I didn't mean history lesson, but I know it applies to you as much as it applies to Putin, to be honest. But I didn't mean about it. Yeah, but the question I have for you is, but for Putin to refer to that interaction with Clinton, what's the reason for it? Again, he's a very calculated man. It's very different to what we saw from Biden.
Well, because it's think about the context of this interview. It is a performative play as much as anything. Whether or not you think it's truthful, everything he said, it's still optics. Putin is still aware of optics. And who is the most important element in the war, other than Russia and Ukraine directly? It's the American public. Because if Putin can win rounds, skeptics, or those who are just anti the war and funding it anymore, that will put pressure on the American political system. That will put pressure on Biden, potentially a Trump administration, and ultimately favor Putin in the long run. But why? Because if Putin can outlast long enough the US funding to dry up, then that enables him to eventually begin to remilitarize, double down, and ultimately beat out the Ukrainians. Because whether or not the Europeans continue to fund Ukraine, it would be quite difficult realistically for them to completely defend against a Russian force that was fully mobilized with a wartime economy, Chinese funding, whatever it was. So Putin's playing this to the American people, but also X. He knows it's going to be put on X, and he knows that the audience on X is very international, and so it plays into the audience that is very international. We've covered the coups here, haven't we, Mario, in Niger and stuff.
It was crazy days.
It plays into all of that. So,
but do you think if his strategy, and that will be my conclusion, if his strategy is to, let's say, educate but also influence and that's the strategy of anyone doing interviews, nothing wrong with it, but influence the narrative or the sentiment around the war within Europe, within the US. Do you think it succeeded, Suleiman? And then Kim, I'd love to get your thoughts on that same question. Do you think the interview was a success?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the Putin's interview was a significant success. And if you look at the style of what these Russians do when they do the interviews, it's very controlled. I interviewed the foreign secretary, and he literally asked him a question. He talked for like 40 minutes, so they know how to control the narrative in order to relay all the specific points they want to do. So I saw that with Putin. He was basically controlling the narrative in terms of answering your question. What he wants to get across to the people is Russia is about peace, and NATO is the opposite of that, and they're warmongers. And so then he's demonstrated that in a number of avenues. Clinton is an example. Him saying that he wants to join NATO demonstrates that he wants to create an alliance. He doesn't want separation. He doesn't want war or fighting. In addition to that, he mentioned, for example, Johnson stopping the peace agreement. He talked about the Minsk agreement. He talked about the fact that Boris Johnson broke the agreement. He talked about NATO, them blowing up Nord Stream. So all of these examples are examples of what? The examples of the fact that NATO have been someone who have been aggressive and warmongers, and he's actually a guy who's about peace. And in this current climate, when everyone's against Israel in terms of their genocide, everyone's against war and everyone's against his behavior. And so he's framing himself as somebody who's also against that. And so I think the interview was perfect. It was brilliant in terms he framed it. He put across a number of points that we're all aware of, but just relayed them in a consistent, concise manner. You know, US blew up Nord Stream, and we all know it. And I think I remember Trump even basically admitting it in one of his interviews. So we all know it. So whenever they deny it, again, they sound like liars. And so when you're demonstrating his consistency of demonstrating that narrative, I think he did a marvelous job. I think this is a very specific style of the Russians, where they'll go on for a while. When they ask one question, they'll give out 20 or 30 points.
And look at this. There's a particular snippet. I want your comments, and then we'll go to Kim on that same snippet. He says the following about Biden, warning Biden about supporting Ukraine. I talked to Joe Biden before the special military operation. I said to him, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine, by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly. So here, it's another example, and Suleiman, you've given a few, of him blaming NATO, blaming the US administration for the war, which is, contrary to the narrative in the West that Russia's behind this, Russia's responsible, and there's nothing behind it, other than, not blaming NATO, not blaming the expansion of NATO. That's another clip, Suleiman, and then Kim, would love your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Again, it's another example of that. And this is something that, again, when the foreign secretary, when I spoke to him, he was the same thing he was relaying, that look at our actions, look at the actions of Israel. We are people who are doing everything in our power to minimize civilian casualties. So they continue to put themselves across as people who are being forced into this situation by NATO, and they basically have no choice. And when it comes down to it, they continue to ask for peace. He gave the example you gave in terms of Biden. In addition to that, we had Boris Johnson basically destroy the agreement. Even now, he's like, look, guys, I want peace. Like, I'm for peace. Let's have a discussion. But look, Zelensky doesn't want it. He went against the specific reason of why he got voted in. He went against it. He's talked about how basically they are a satellite of the United States, which is actually true. They're a proxy of it. So he's consistently portraying the same message. This is a US proxy war, and these guys are the warmongers, and the Russia is all about the peace.
Can I just add one point of clarity just for context? Under Article 13 of the NATO Charter, you are allowed to leave NATO at any point. So NATO is a voluntary organization which doesn't impede the membership upon any of its members. France did so in 1967 under Charles de Gaulle. They left the military structure and rejoined in 2009 after the Georgian War. So I think we should keep that in mind when we talk about NATO being some coercive, dominant force. I'm not saying I agree with the expansion, but that is a fact of the treaty. So.
Kim, and do you think Tucker did a good job in the interview in pushing back and balancing the discussion?
Yes, I do. I think I was quite impressed with Tucker, actually. I have to admit that I've never had as much of a problem with him as I have other people, but he was quite impressive in his questions. And as I tweeted out when he said, "I hope you do," in reference to to Evan, the journalist, I thought that was quite telling about how Tucker really.
Well, I'm glad you are, Piotr, but the question was for Kim.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
Mario made it sound like he was just being so nice. He wanted to hear my opinion on everything.
My bad.
Yeah,
So.
no, I always love to hear you, Piotr. Very interesting. So,
good to see you too, Quinn. Hope you've been well.
Yeah. So what Putin has done in this interview, he has run the audience through all the steps that Russia has been taking to avoid war. It started with, during the coup times, the Maidan demonstrations, that an agreement was made with Western leaders as guarantors that there would be a diplomatic approach to resolving the issues with the opposition that was demonstrating. And the Western leaders gave guarantees, and then they completely forgot about it once Maidan escalated with these snipers that killed so many demonstrators and police, which we now know, were not Yanukovych's people. And then he goes on to talk about after the coup, how the attacks on Donbass and those areas of the Russian ethnic areas were negotiated in a Minsk agreement, where again European leaders were guarantors for those agreements, and again did not deliver, and then later even admitted that they never had any intention to honor those agreements. And so he goes on and on and on, and then he talks about the peace negotiations in Turkey. So when you look at everything that has unfolded here, I think Russia clearly was the prudent actor every step of the way, trying to resolve this diplomatically, and the West has worked against that. Especially the United States has constantly undermined any kind of peace and wanted this escalation to take place. So for me, what this interview delivers is really a very powerful witness statement for historians who are going to look back at this. And I don't think the US and their Western allies look good at all in the way they have conducted themselves.
You're right, Kim. I mean, the funny bit was when he talked about Poland, and he was like, we ain't going to invade Poland. Because remember, this is like a lot of the drama. Like, he's going to go into Europe. He's going to invade Poland. He's going to take over the entire region.
Sully, come on, man. Come on. Just because he says he's not going to invade Poland, that means, we're going to sit back and everybody's going to say, all right, Putin said we're not going to invade Poland. He said he's not going to invade Ukraine either. Remember when the troops were building up all over, he was talking about saying, I'm not invading. We're just doing military operations. And what did he do? He invaded Ukraine. And then we're sitting here talking about how righteous this guy is, how he wants peace. A person that invades a sovereign country does not want peace. This was not a war between two countries. This was a dictator invading a sovereign country, taking over parts of their land, destroying their economy, ravaging and pillaging their people. And now he's trying to say, he wants peace. Come on, guys. Let's get real over here. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, let's get real. Let me respond to you, Lev, because we want to get real here, okay? When Putin started his special military operation in February, he did that because for March, the Ukrainian forces had prepared for an attack on Donbass to get rid of the militants, and it would have cost thousands of ethnic Russian lives. And Putin decided to prevent that from happening, and that's why he started his special military operation.
Kim, says who? Putin? That's who you're going to believe? Putin says that this is what was happening, and that's why. Where's the proof of that the Ukrainians were going to attack Donbass? This is Putin's word. Everything that you're talking about and everything you want us to believe here is we need to believe Putin's word. So far, Putin's word over the history of Putin is not somebody that is out there to try the world peace. He's a dictator, somebody that looks out only for Russia, Mother Russia, and from the first day that he took over office, he turned around and said that his whole objective is to unite the Soviet Union. So when Simona comes out here and says that, bullshit, I don't know.
I'm having a little discussion here with Lev. Let me just reply to that. Lev, you are aware that 14,000 people died in Donbass because of the shelling of the Ukrainian forces in the period between 2014 and 2022, right?
Hey Kim, I understand what you're saying, but you're taking points out of a map
No, but
that you tried
but
to
is that
put.
also
Yes,
something?
14,000 people died, but
Is that
why?
also something that Putin just says that we shouldn't just believe because he's some dictator? Or can you agree with the facts that are well documented that Ukraine shelled these areas and killed 14,000 Russian
Kim, I could
ethnic?
agree to that if you could agree that there's a war going on between Ukraine and the separatists that started in 2014 because Putin took over that part of the Ukrainian country. So yes, Ukraine is in a war
Kim,
since
what of the
2014 and
thousands of
people died.
Russians that have been bombed by Russia in the war so far? The Russians have bombed Russians in this as well. Whether or not you identify them as Ukrainians or Russians is a moot point, but we can admit that both sides have shelled both ethnic Russians and ethnic Ukrainians in this war at this point. And I think your comment about taking Putin at his word is a little bit far-fetched when you're not willing to take Western leaders at their words. If you're going to take
No. I want to get Kim back in on this. Kim, respond.
Yeah, so let me just respond to that. I don't need to take Putin by his word. It's well documented that the Ukrainian forces attacked those provinces and killed those ethnic Russian civilians, primarily civilians. Of course, once the military operation was underway, we're talking about a war here. There will be casualties on both sides. There's no question, including civilian casualties. But let's just put this in context, because when you look at the number of civilian casualties that we had since the start of the special military operation, which is, depending to what side you're listening to, between 4,000 and 5,000 people, and then look at what happened in Gaza over just a couple of months with 30,000 deaths. That explains very well how careful Russia actually was in their targeting and making sure that they're not attacking civilian areas and that they're focusing their attacks on whatever Ukrainian
You're
forces.
comparing a country the size of Ukraine to the size of Gaza. Come on.
Not only that, Piotr, what is he talking about? More than 20 million people, more than 20 million Ukrainians.
They killed a lot of people.
What I'm saying is that there's clearly restraint on the Russian side not to target deliberately civilians in this war, which you can't say. Wait, let me just finish.
Piotr, we're gonna let Kim finish. Hold on. I'm gonna mute the entire room because the mute button for Piotr isn't working. So Kim, go ahead. Yeah, you can finish, and then Piotr, I will let you respond. I promise. Go ahead, Kim.
Yep. Piotr hasn't learned anything since the last time I was here. He just keeps interrupting people like he always does. So what I was trying to say is there's clearly a restraint on the Russian side not to hit civilian targets. You can't say that about the Ukrainian side, which keeps shelling, Donbass and those areas and keeps targeting civilians, as has recently happened again. But none of that really matters now, because let's go to the bigger message of this interview and why Putin has done it and what Putin has actually said. And I think it was a very reasonable interview. Putin makes clear that he likes to negotiate a peace with the West. He would like there to be an end to this conflict, and he would like negotiations to start again. And I think that message is what everyone should focus on. The West should make sure that diplomacy enters the stage again, and that a solution is found to this war in which too many people have already died. It's not necessary for it to continue.
Piotr.
Yeah, thanks. I start off being respectful, I've been wishing you well and all that sort of stuff. I'll retract my better part of my statement then, and say that you haven't changed either, Kim. I really don't understand your personal interest in this area. It's of little concern to you, I think, someone who lives across the world, whilst I actually have personal fabric in this. I don't want to blow up the ability for you to just call it a war. We've got casualties amounting to 500,000 collectively now, right? If we take median estimates by neutral parties, I think it's pretty clear the Ukrainians exaggerate their numbers of Russian casualties by double, and some estimations say the Russians
quadruple their claims about Ukrainian casualties. Point being is, though, enough people have died. I don't really think that any special military operation that initially meant to last 7 to 10 days, that is now 2 years on, is really not an operation. It's not what Putin envisaged, and I think you can tell that from the interview, because again, Tucker asked him a couple of questions which I was quite impressed by, or he pushed him in a couple of ways, and one of them was about his emphasis of, well, how hard is it? I'm paraphrasing, but how hard is it to pick up the phone and to talk to Biden? And he said, well, and Putin pauses, he gets a little bit flustered, and as someone who has Russian heritage, I can tell you that is a moment when Putin was getting slightly irritated. His ego came out and he said, well, it's not up to me to do it. Why should I bother to do it? You go and ask Biden why he hasn't done it. It's defensive, it's deflective, it's a response by a Slavic man who is under pressure and doesn't really like the question. I can tell you that because I've studied Putin for about 15 years. So that was a pretty interesting question. So whether or not Putin is more open to negotiating than the West likes to admit, he also isn't akin to just being on board with every single thing either. So I think we should be fair there. The last point I want to make is just that, like, if Putin really wants to, not discriminate, he wouldn't bomb every part of Ukraine, including the western part, right? It's very clear from my understanding that had he not forced the removal of Zelensky's government, he was going to settle on a rump state. A rump state is basically a smaller part of Ukraine being basically the former western part, and Russia absorbing he mentioned it in the interview, Novorossiya, New Russia, which is all parts of the existing occupied territories down to Odessa, and it connects neatly up with Transnistria and Moldova. I'm almost finished. 1 second. But the point I'm making is that Putin would like this goal. It's what he wants to do. Even if he can't control all of Ukraine, he'd like to control the bits that are mainly Russian, but that incorporates a larger amount of than what the Ukrainians are willing to give up. And that, again, was illustrated in his criticisms of Lenin, which was probably the thing that surprised me the most. I did not expect him to talk about how Lenin got it wrong with the provision of extra land to the Ukrainians. I thought that was very revealing about how Putin interprets Russian history and differs from Soviet Union, Stalin, and Lenin. But anyway, I'll end there.
All right. So since you have addressed me, let me just reply to that real quick. You asked, what is my interest in this? Why do I care? I have 6 children. I want them to have a future. I want them to live a good life. I don't want them to end in a nuclear holocaust. Okay. Another thing that you are talking about here is, how Putin is presenting his conversations with Biden and that he should have rung him. If you listen to the interview, Putin actually said,
asked him, Kim.
Hey, why?
Okay, Piotr, we'll just let Kim finish. I mean, Kim sat the entire time letting you go. So
Nick, I'm
let
not going to let
Kim
him
go.
misrepresent what I said. That's very clearly.
Okay, then you can respond to him afterward,
exactly.
bro. Like Kim, finish and then you can respond.
The studier of Putin for 15 years can't even listen to Putin when he says, I spoke to Biden many times and I told him, don't do this. It's going to be, a problem for the US and for us. And Biden just brushed him off. What is the point of calling him and just repeating the same thing? He's already done it. And he's acknowledged that Biden didn't really have an open mind to being reasonable. So when it comes to diplomacy, I think Russia has done everything that they can. And you keep talking about these territories that have now been lost. None of that would be lost now if the Turkish negotiations would have succeeded, an agreement would have been signed. These territories would still be with Ukraine now. That was what Putin put on the table. And unfortunately, the US administration through Boris Johnson made sure that the Ukrainians did not sign up to this agreement. So, who's at fault here?
It's always great to engage with you, King, because you this time you fell for my question, hook, line, and sinker, and I'm glad you did. I know that you have children, and I know that you don't want them to grow up into a nuclear apocalypse. I'm pretty sure any children that I have, I don't want them to either. But that's not really the same point as your historical association with the depth of the issue and how the countries interrelate. I agree with you. I've listened to you in other spaces when you said in the future, America won't give 2 shits about Ukraine and its relevancy in geopolitics and its grand strategy. Russia will, because of its historical association. I agree with you there. That was more the point I was trying to get at. Second thing I just want to say very quickly is that actually what Tucker did was ask Putin, have you tried to make contact with Biden? Putin replies, I cannot remember. I don't remember everything. This is when he's getting slightly irritated. I can't remember everything. You expect me to remember everything? I'm largely quoting what he said, right? Biden, and then he says something else, and then Carlson presses him again. He says, "But have you spoken? But so you haven't spoken to him at all? Have you spoken to him since the war began on February 24th?" And Putin suddenly says, quite simply, "No, I haven't spoken to him since February 24th, since the special operation began." So actually, Putin was sidestepping question, not really giving a proper answer, and then suddenly he comes up with quite a simple answer: "No, I haven't spoken to him since that very specific date and that very specific year." So the point I'm making is, I don't think it's right to just say that Biden and Putin's being the more responsible actor, when Carlson, who again isn't my favorite person, but is even coming across more responsible, saying, well, if you want to end the war, why don't you just pick up the phone? And Putin sidestepping and being a little bit evasive, it doesn't sound to me like he's being the most responsible decision maker in the whole thing, right? Could Biden pick up the phone? Yeah, I'm sure they could both pick up the phone. But Putin, I think it's wrong for you to characterize that Putin was somehow so honorable, but then he doesn't actually answer the question that was posed to him. And that's
so here's the thing. Let me just one last time respond, and then I have to leave. If you know your history, you know that Putin made a proposal to the United States and to NATO to avoid any kind of conflict in terms of NATO expansion into Ukraine. He gave them options to avoid this conflict, and they simply did not even respond. Why would you call someone who doesn't even engage with you when it comes to negotiations about no further NATO expansion?
Again, I point to Article 13. Part of Putin's grievances were about the continued expansion amongst former Eastern Bloc or Soviet state countries, right? When Georgia and Ukraine were proposed as countries that would be joined, that was the moment Putin's attitude towards the West, and NATO more specifically, forever changed. That's what led to Georgia war in August of 2008, about 6 months later, or whenever the Budapest summit was. That's what led to Georgia, right? Because Putin didn't want to allow any remote opportunity for NATO to begin ascension talks with NATO. Why? Because under another article in NATO, it is prohibited, for any country that is in current conflict to even begin a remote application with NATO. So it was part of the plan. And as to whether or not he could have, he made a suggestion about this, yeah, he may well have done, but that's part of diplomacy. And it's also part of a very, very sensitive diplomacy, whereby if you're talking about preventing the eventual expansion of another alliance right onto your borders, that's a difficult one to discuss. But I would also point out, very last point, and then I'll shut up, which is that Ukraine in 2010, under that then president, I can't remember his name or which one it was, he said, I think it was Poroshenko, he said...
Was it the president of Mexico?
It was the president of Mexico. Thank you very much, Nick. It was Sisi. When Sisi said in 2010, 24 land, whatever time it was, 2042, he said, we are quite happy to be a neutral state. Ukraine said that they were quite happy to be neutral. And it was Russia's actions. Again, I'm not defending the West. I'm not trying to sound like I'm just drunk the Kool-Aid of NATO only. That Putin felt he had to act. So, Kim, I encourage you to read up on the history as well. But anyway, thanks for the debate.
That's so funny. I mean, let me just, one last thing, right? We heard Jens Stoltenberg, not too long, the head of NATO, in an interview, admit that Putin submitted a treaty to NATO to prevent this from escalating into a war. And he was quite upset. He was saying, why would we, NATO, accept anything that the Russians propose to us? That's not how it works. But if they would have actually listened to Putin and the Russian officials, that there is a red line that cannot be crossed, all of this could have been avoided. And it wasn't avoided purely because of the arrogance of the West.
I agree with
Okay,
you.
so this is what I want to.
I agree with you on that.
This is what I want to do right now. I want to, Simona, the amount of thumbs down you've given have, I think, even glitched out the space a little bit. So clearly, you had some disagreements with Piotr, and Piotr, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to have Lev respond to her complaints. So go ahead,
Well,
Simona.
I believe it's a little disingenuous to believe that what makes Putin a good leader would be to give a phone call to Joe Biden. This is just a point of the iceberg. I believe some points came across really clearly, and that I'm not defending Putin. I'm just, of course, trying to summarize what I got from this interview. Is that on first place is pro-peace. Secondly, let's talk about the economic part, the aspects of this war. He made clear that the Western world is not that essential to Russian economy. There is a bigger outlet in China. And he also gave numbers. He said that he already received in a trade market already over $300 billion from China. So when we promote this propaganda to antagonize from the Western point of view, and Western as well, when we propagate this image of Russia as the threats, that has been fueled by, as he says, the American propaganda, which wins any ministry of propaganda in Russia because we own the media, right? America owns the media. What we're really trying to achieve. Let's take a step back and see what's the real motivation of funding this war with so much of the American taxpayers and Europeans as a result, because we are following the American lead of Joe Biden. And let's take a step back. I mean, it's not about giving phone calls or believing that after so many lives lost, we can just interact this way. I think the situation is much more difficult. And it comes to the violation, first and foremost, of the commitment that America took before while agreeing not to expand NATO in the East, and also trying to destabilize the Caucasus by financing all this, all these divisions over there. So the Cold War never ended after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Putin made clear that he wished to be cooperative under different circumstances. So I don't think it's about studying necessarily his reaction to Tucker questions or understanding how well trained or when he's emotionally touched or challenged. It's about giving an overall view of the outcome of this war, and also considering the catastrophic financial side effects both in America and in Europe. These sanctions have
And
been
in
completely
Russia?
Sorry?
And in Russia, you
No,
have to look
Brian,
Russia's
no.
not hurt.
Well, Russia as well, but of course, has been Russia. We are talking with the leader of a country that has been antagonized from any side. We are talking about the monster Putin, which we are not even allowed to agree with without being targeted as journalists, as many of you knows. So when we hear his point of view, maybe we should just take a step back, understand why this unconditional support to Ukraine, that after all is not member of NATO, is not
Simone, you say you don't think he's a monster? You think Putin is a good guy? You think he's a good leader? You think he stands up for women's rights? He stands up for equal rights? You think it's a great? No, I'm just saying to you, Simone. I know you're sitting here talking about trying to play the line and say what's it called, but from your accent, I assume you're Russian. Am I correct?
No, I'm Italian. Okay,
I'm
Not
sorry.
everybody thinks I'm
I
Russian.
apologize. I
No,
apologize.
it's okay.
But
That's fine.
Bit prejudiced there, Liv.
no,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not prejudiced. I apologize. I thought that her accent was Russian, and that's just from
Very
he
big difference.
pronounced very strongly words, so it's the same. Well, I don't think he's a monster. No, I don't. I'm not as a personal judgment of a leadership. I believe he loves Russia. He's Russia, and so I highly respect him as a leader personally. And I don't see why you would suggest he's such a bad person. Let's
Are,
put it in simple words.
are you part of Five Star Northern League in Italy?
Excuse me?
Are you part of the Five Star Northern League in Italy?
Well, I want to stay on topic here just a little bit. I'm gonna go to Lev because I know you want to respond, Lev. So go ahead and reply. If you don't have a response, I'm going to ask you a question.
No, absolutely. I mean, you can ask me. I mean, listen. The bottom line is, it doesn't make sense for what Simona's saying. You know, she's not talking about anything she likes about. She's saying that he loves Russia. I mean, obviously he loves Russia. That's why what he's
it's not
doing is
obvious.
only on behalf of Russia. What
Well,
do you
it's
mean it's
not.
not
Not
obvious?
many.
I mean,
It's not obvious. Joe Biden doesn't love America. Of course.
Simona, I'm going to let you respond to Lev. We can't have people talking over each other because it sounds really bad for the audience. So they can't hear then. So Lev, go ahead, and then I'll let you respond.
Thank you, Nick. Simone, I mean, it's foolish that you're just going to try to turn around and make this about a Joe Biden Trump thing. I mean, the bottom line, any leader of their country loves their country, and that's why they're the leader of their country and is supposed to put their country first. So, I mean, if any leader is not doing that, then obviously he shouldn't be the leader of that country. So we're not going to talk about if Putin loves Russia. The bottom line is we're talking about a guy that basically a dictator that one day decided that because he can't politically or otherwise take over Ukraine is just going to invade. And, you know, just to answer also to Kim, when Kim turned around and you said that they are targeting very specifically, let's remember Bucha. Let's remember when they came in the first week, when they tried to take over Kiev, and when they went and massacred and took out towns of people, thousands, tens of thousands, raped, pillaged, destroyed, killed, burned. I mean, I know it happened 2 years ago, but that's how it started. So, I mean, when we sit here and try to talk about this guy's talking about peace, if he wants peace, Simone, Kim, all he has to do is stop and pull out. Pull out of Ukraine. Go back home. Go back to Russia. Go back to your country that you love. Worry about your stuff and get out of Ukraine. And there is no war. Ukraine is not going to try to take over Russia. Biden is not going to try to take over Russia. NATO is not going to try to take over Russia. So, you know, sitting here and saying that, you know, oh, I want peace. Yeah, go fucking home and then you'll have peace.
Simona?
Well, first of all,
just one thing that
I think we
Liv
don't
said,
live in
if
a
I
fairy
may.
tale where every leader.
Actually, yes, Simona, I will let you follow up, but I want to get, I got to get Kim in here too.
All right.
So go ahead, Kim, and then Simona.
Because Liv was.
Thank you. I'll get you right after.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Liv, you say tens of thousands have been raped. Do you know how many Russian soldiers were involved in the early stages of the special military operation?
I don't have an exact number, Kim. If you do, share it with me.
Tens of thousands. So you're saying every Russian soldier has raped, every single one of them has raped people in Ukraine?
What are you talking about, Kim? They came in there with tanks. They came in there with artillery. They destroyed towns. They burned towns. Do you want to go back and look at some of the videos, especially at Bucha? Do you remember Bucha? You want to talk
about
go
a
ahead.
claim that you just made that tens of thousands of Ukrainians were raped. I just want to understand.
No, how about this, Kim?
I want to understand how that's possible.
Over 20,000 Ukrainian kids have been kidnapped into Russia. Over 20,000 Ukrainian kids have been taken away.
Lev, is there evidence to this? Look, I'm not pulling aside here, Lev. Okay.
Yes, there is. The National Criminal Court has a warrant.
Please, if you can't. Now, why are there people on the same side talking over each other? Come on, that's extra annoying.
Can I just clarify? There is evidence. It might not be the level that Lev is saying. I'm trying to be objective here, but there is evidence that the biggest destination for refugees in this operation war is Russia, right? Because Ukrainians have been forced to go into Russia from the specialized humanitarian corridors that were put into place in eastern Donetsk and Luhansk in the first 6 months of the war in 22, right? You've got about 1 million refugees in Germany, about 1 million in Poland, but about 2.5 million at least are in Russia, including several tens of thousands of children, which some evidence suggests that some of them have been forced to join Russian families and bring up in Russian families. So this is part of Russia's goal, because Russia has a population problem. They need a rejuvenated younger population. Brain drain and also just demographic, like aging, it's not helping Russia. So this is part of the aspirations here. There is definitely evidence, but yeah, it's just maybe not the level that some people claim.
Nick, can I also please respond to Kim? I was accidentally off stage.
You can respond. You can respond to Kim, Brian, but I need Kim back in, because we have to have a back and forth debate here.
Yeah, I'll just keep it very simple. My response to Piotr is that that's just complete nonsense.
Where's your evidence for that, man?
Yeah, where's your evidence?
You have to provide the evidence, Piotr. The one who makes the claim provides the evidence.
I literally just
That's what I was going to say. Like, why can't you just? Can you just put?
Have you heard of the Levada?
Just post it to the top, man.
Look it up.
I mean, we can settle this by you just posting it to the top. So please, just post it to the nest, and then we can.
I wasn't the one who made the claim. I'm the one who makes the claim posts it.
I mean, you backed the claim. Okay, Lev, you do it. I mean, somebody do it. You made the claim. Somebody needs to back the claim.
Good one, Nick. Good one.
So, all right, Simona, I'll let you respond.
No, I was saying, like, I find it pretty ridiculous that we are here talking about if I like Putin or if I like Biden. And you even brought up Trump, which I didn't even remotely mention. And actually, I noticed that he was never brought up once, even in the interview between Tucker and Putin. So here it's not about believing that we are leaders because we love our countries. Absolutely not. You love your country when you implement policies that are in the interest of your country. Power greed, trust me, has nothing to do with loving your country. So I disagree that every leader loves his country. This is absolutely false. When it comes to Russia again, I would like people to respond to me. Who is benefiting this war? Why United States are fighting Russia over there? They're using this Ukraine for a proxy war. We also know there are thousands of evidence of Biden's crime in Ukraine. Ukraine has leverage over Biden, held a lot of dirt on him. So this is also a compromised figure. So
What dirt?
without
What
even
dirt?
entering
What
in,
dirt do they have on him, Simone? What dirt do they have on him? I'm
you
really
didn't
curious
follow the
about
news
this.
recently? Okay, let me
Brian,
respond
hold on a
here.
second. Brian, hold on a second.
He bribed
What-
Poroshenko already in 2014 with $2 billion, so American taxpayer money, to fire Shokin, the general prosecutor that was, yes, the general
Do you know
prosecutor
who I
that
am,
was,
Simone? Simone, do you know
excuse
who
me?
I am? Do you know who I am, Simone?
No, I don't know.
Do you know who I am?
Okay, why don't you Google me and then come back
He just said Google.
and we could talk about exactly what I'm the one that gave those messages.
Google me
to
too
Poroshenko.
while you're at it.
I'm not really talking
Google
about you. I'm
Story and
talking
me as
about
well.
your
Get us all
evidence.
Google.
I will Google you later. But for the moment, let me
But
tell you
what I'm trying to explain to you is what you're saying is false and foolish.
why it's false.
Because
There
I'm
are
the one.
audio
Because I'm the.
recordings and
Because
evidence.
what
How do you, I
recordings?
will
The what
echo,
recordings
audio
from Dear Koch
recordings.
that you interviewed? You
Yeah,
interviewed a
no,
guy that
yes.
is on the run. The two countries. He's a wanted fugitive in America and Ukraine. And
No, the catch is
and this is the guy.
no,
And
the
this
catch
is the
is
guy
a
you
great
want to listen to, right?
politician. That no, it's not the guy I want to listen to. I want to listen to Giuliani.
I mean, you
Who started
posted
an
on your page.
investigation
Go
based on
take
his
a look at your
evidence.
Twitter page, Simone. Take a look at
I
your Twitter
interviewed
page. You
him.
just
I
posted,
interviewed
your
him.
interview.
Of course,
Exactly,
he's a very
and you're
credible witness,
he's
and
a
he's
credible.
providing
What
evidence.
makes him?
You're not.
What makes him credible?
Excuse me. You're not objecting the evidence
Wait,
he's
sir, what
providing. You
objective?
are
Simone,
discrediting the
Simone,
speaker. Can I
Simone.
respond to
Two
me?
governments,
Respond to
Simone. Two
me.
governments. The Ukraine.
Guys, Jesus Christ!
Don't be a
Yes,
misogynist,
sorry.
Lev.
Yeah.
Come on, let her
Bit
speak.
misogynistic there, Lev.
It's not. It's you guys want to
You
equal
wanted
rights. What's
women's rights in
misogynistic?
Russia.
This
You're
is
being
this
worse
is an
than
equal
Putin
debate.
right
What are
now.
you talking about? She's talking nonsense, foolish. Nothing that she knows what
Can
she's
I
talking
respond?
about. She looks like
No,
she's
no,
working
no.
for
I
the
do.
K.
I do.
For
I'm
KGB.
Okay. So we're going back to the ad hominem attacks. We're not going to do that. I'm going to let Simona respond to your accusations, Lev. Simona.
Okay, first and foremost, I interviewed this guy. I flew to Minsk, and I.
That's a double mute.
Okay, I did not mute her.
No, that's double mute.
I promise.
You got a call. Or Lev found her phone number.
Okay, sorry.
No,
So
I'm
I
here.
interviewed, I scrutinized the evidence, I follow what happened to Giuliani for simply looking into those evidence, and all I hear about is that discrediting this guy. You're telling me this guy is running countries, is
Giuliani, I was his
I'm
right hand.
talking.
What are you
I'm talking.
talking about?
Let
God,
me finish.
Lev,
Let me finish.
Simona, please. Go ahead, Simona. And then, Lev, you can respond. I promise.
Exactly.
They're worse
So,
than me and Kim.
all
Okay,
I
yeah,
hear-
Piotr too. Piotr.
Okay,
I'm
so
joking.
I can't wait for the day where I can lock people's
There's a button
microphones so that they can't unmute.
There's a button for
So-
this. You can mute them individually.
Yeah, I know, but then they can unmute immediately. That's the other issue.
That's when
So
you
go
play
ahead,
whack-a-mole
Simona.
with the mute button. Let the woman
Okay,
go.
I can't mute you either, Ryan. Let her go.
Go,
Let's do
go,
it.
go.
Yeah, it is like playing right.
let's forget
Go ahead,
about
Simona.
the catch. Let's talk about Burisma, Hunter Biden, and Joe Biden. So we know that Burisma was involved in money laundering. Are you going to deny it? Yes or no? Was Shokin fired after Joe Biden instructed Poroshenko to fire him, threatening to withhold $2 billion of American taxpayer money in case he would not be fired, they would not stop looking to Burisma? How many bribes have been placed simply to shut the investigation on Burisma? And there are also videos of the same Joe Biden bragging about causing Shokin to be fired. So when I hear you people simply dismissing it or laughing, you can laugh whatever you want. I want you to object the evidence. I don't want you to hear that their catch is this or that or whatever. I want you to talk about this piece of evidence that I even posted on X and tell me why this would be false. Explain it to me.
What evidence are you posting? My evidence? The
Court.
stuff that I brought from Ukraine, the stuff that Giuliani and Trump had sent me there, the bullshit that I've collected over the past year and a half. Is that the
Why would-
evidence that you're talking about? Let's debate it. Tell me exactly which evidence.
I'm talking
Which
about
part? Do
the
you want
court
which?
decision that shows exactly the money laundering scheme.
What
With
court
live
decision?
witnesses,
What court
audio
decision?
recording.
Which
So,
what year? What
Digitex,
court? No, no,
have
no.
you ever
Stop,
heard
stop,
Okay,
about
stop, stop,
Lev,
stop.
you
Digitex and
asked her a
WireLogic?
question, Lev. Let her respond.
Did
Go
you
ahead,
ever
Simone.
hear about that Digitex and WireLogic? Have you seen the court decision about the owner of Burisma, Slovensky? Have you seen that he has been
His name is
awarded?
Lachevsky. He's not
Your
Slovensky.
Russian is better than mine. Your Russian is better than mine. You see, you've been dealing with these people maybe more than me. So I would like to understand how you deny and dismiss all those evidence, even pretending that I don't know what I'm talking about, and why these are not real. Tell me why. Tell me. You can go. You can make your due diligence. Go to the court in Ukraine, and you can
You
find
want
this
me to
court
go do the
decision.
due diligence? You want me?
Yes,
I'm the
you
one
should.
that
Before
brought this
talking, you should.
evidence. I'm the one that brought Simone. Stop. Just listen for a second. And while I'm talking to you, you need to Google because I'm the one that brought this evidence. All this stuff that you're talking about, I'm the one that brought it to Giuliani. I'm the one that brought it to Trump. I'm the one that brought Shokin out of Ukraine. I'm the one that found Kulik. I'm the one that found Telezhenko. I'm the one that found Lutsenko. I'm the one. That's how your Dirkach got. I'm the one that was involved until I got arrested for Trump because they didn't want me to continue doing that, looking for this whole nonsense about Hunter Biden. So when you sit there and talk about you want me to do due diligence, I don't know what you're talking about, Simone. You sound foolish.
Okay, I understand you've been arrested. That you still didn't respond to me. Why these pieces of evidence are bullshit? You're just telling me they're bullshit. I want
Which
people to
piece of
understand
evidence,
why.
Simone? Which one?
The
Which
court
one? Which
orders
specific one?
in which you approved the bribe of $6 million. Have you? Actually, I'm afraid that you don't know what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about a Burisma investigation?
Yes.
Okay, what?
Yeah, no, the
First of all,
court
let me ask
orders
you a
in
question.
Ukraine, and the audio recordings. Let's talk about the audio recordings and
What recordings?
Biden
Wait, you're
laughing.
jumping around. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath
Yeah,
for a second. You're
because
jumping
there's
around.
so
Take a
many.
deep breath.
There's so many. There's so many.
Take a deep breath. I understand. Take
I'm
a deep.
breathing.
Pick your
Are
best.
you?
Lev,
Listen,
stop
pick
talking
your
like
top.
this to a woman on the stage.
Kim,
Okay,
Kim,
have some
Kim,
manners.
Kim,
It's
Kim,
wrong.
Kim,
It's not
stop
just
with
the
the
woman.
bullshit.
Have some
Kim, don't
manners.
Oh, jeez, people. I mean, it's a nice heated debate,
No,
but
Kim,
if
Kim.
you
It
guys
wasn't
can
nice
bring
on
up
the
a question,
subject.
go. We're gonna lay some ground rules out right here. I'm sorry, Solomon. I didn't mean to mute you too, but let's lay out some ground rules. You ask somebody a question, you let them answer without railroading them. So Simona, it's for both of you guys. Go ahead, Simona.
Such a misogynist, Lev.
What did you say?
Nothing. Keep going.
God, Ryan. Come on, dude.
So,
Come on, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm intimidated now. So I was saying simply that I'm talking about evidence of corruption that I've reviewed. So as far as I'm concerned, I believe to be authentic because I verified that. But everybody, in particular Lev, is dismissing them, laughing, saying he was arrested to look into them. Can you explain to us why? Because you're just, talking nonsense.
Simone, I really do. With respect, I'm just going to answer like this. Everybody on this panel, and probably majority of people listening, besides you, knows exactly why I got arrested, what I did, and I've been on plenty of not only television but on Mario Spaces, and I have discussed this millions of times, and I have no issue. I don't want to hijack this space and go into detail. If Nick and Mario and Ryan want to go into some of details that you want to talk about, I will be more than happy to. But I'm not going to jump from subject to subject. Pick your top 2, 1, 3, whatever you want, and we could go over each one individually, and I will respond to you.
Well,
or you could tell her to buy the book, Lev.
Oh yeah, tell her about the
actually, it's
postcard.
coming out.
Oh my God! Don't chill his book.
The postcard.
Get the postcard.
Okay, yeah. So we don't actually have to do that. I did tell
available
Brian.
in hardback, or can I find it on Audible?
No, Peter.
I did tell
Sorry.
Julia in the request queue. Do check your DMs. Brian, I told you I'd let you respond. I know the audience is going to yell at me. And just by the way, before you do respond, Brian, if you do want to yell at me, or if you want to yell at Brian, or you want to tell him that his profile picture sucks or anything, or you have comments down in the bottom right-hand corner, it's perfect. That's the place to do it. Tag me or Brian.
and
It's much easier. No, shut up.
Definitely
It's much, dude. I'm doing my plug, bro. Give me a second.
Hold on, bro. Don't be a misogynist.
Oh wow!
Oh, right.
Wow! All right, so yeah, bottom right-hand corner, guys. Questions, comments, insults, whatever you got. If you want to yell at somebody on the panel, it's a good way to do it. Tag me or Ryan. It's much easier to see it. There are 3,000 comments, so that's why you need to do that. Okay, Brian, I told you that I'd let you go, so I'm going to let you go.
Appreciate it. And I can't yell because I have a sore throat, so you're lucky. The people that complain about the shrillness of my voice, you're in for a better experience. So listen, I've got to push back about some of the greater narratives that we've been hearing tonight from people like Kim, but really it's Putin. Kim's just repeating everything Putin said. And this audience of Putin for tonight was the useful idiots around the world, the MAGAs, the people in Europe who are trying to end support there. Putin needs MAGA in the MAGA in Congress. He needs Trump, the MAGA in the House and Senate. He needs them more than he needs Iran and North Korea. Then China's words of support, which isn't much else. They certainly aren't sending Russia weapons. Because the only way he's going to win this war is if he cuts off support by convincing enough people in the West that he's this good guy and Ukrainians are really neo-Nazis. It's not Trump's fascist government that assassinates reporters and his own ministers he doesn't like. That's fascist. His own opposition members, Boris Nemtsov, right on the bridge to the Kremlin, assassinating Prigozhin in the most ridiculously ostentatious way. And even he then still couldn't take direct responsibility for it. But everybody knows Putin did that and ordered that. That's his own boy.
Brian, I have a question for you.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Because I got to get back. I got to get back closer to.
There was a lot of back and forth with other people. I was just warming up.
Yeah, okay, there are, and I'm gonna have a back and forth with you. That's kind of my point. I have to get back to the Tucker interview. That's why we're covering this right now.
That's what I was talking about. I was talking about the Tucker interview. That everything that they were.
You just said Trump killed reporters, bro.
Tucker's head was so far up Putin's ass. He was asking, the only time he stood up to him is trying to get that one American release, right? But the types of and Putin is so out of touch with reality. He's been so isolated since COVID.
I mean, he literally said that he should be calling Joe Biden trying to.
Yeah, I know. He has no patience anymore. Tucker's giving him mostly softballs, and he's showing irritation. He's showing impatience. He's saying, "Oh no, I can't."
Irritated. They can't be softballs by definition, Brian.
And then he's saying, "Oh no, I don't remember." And then he's saying, "No, I did." He's showing how much he is just accustomed to saying what he wants and not being challenged at all, even a little
bit. Brian, I think you're getting confused with the mainstream media conversations. With
the mainstream media, the media that criticizes both sides.
Let me talk for England and you.
Yeah.
Listen, I think you're getting us confused with the mainstream media interviews with Zelensky, where they were sucking up to him so hard it was unbelievable. I would give Tucker credit that first of all. I did ask some very strong and potent questions. He asked about the release of the guy. He asked about calling Biden. And I didn't agree with what someone said earlier. I think it was Piotr, but it was just I think what he was doing there was to demonstrate. Look, I'm not bothered. He was trying to demonstrate that he wasn't weak. This is again kind of like what some people do in Eastern Europe, where they're like, look, I'm not gonna call him. It's not my prerogative to do so. But what we have seen is that they've been trying to get peace. Now, in terms of the interview itself, I think he did a really good job. I do think for sure Putin did control the interview. I already said, because that's their style. Like, they do have a very good style.
Let me respond to that point.
One question, when you
all right, why is he talking longer than I have on
the stage? Go ahead, Brian.
Let me respond to his point about.
We're going to let you respond, Brian. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why did I get cut off to begin with? You guys both cut me off. I barely got to.
Oh my God, Solomon, you can finish.
Thanks, Nick. No, I'm just saying, Brian.
My turn. He gets to speak longer than me.
And Brian, do you speak English? Go ahead.
Solomon. Yeah, I also
okay. Well, you definitely don't. I'm gonna just keep spamming the mute button.
Brian, are you Russian? Should we speak Russian to you, bro?
I don't know why I couldn't even make the point I wanted to make, and then I was going to let Nick ask me a question, then he let Suleiman interrupt me by speaking longer than I did.
Oh my God,
Brian,
I
wanted to respond to one of his points.
Brian, I thought you had a sore throat, man. Let someone else speak. Take a break.
I want to respond to one of Suleiman's points that he
Oh
made
my
instead of him making
God.
5 points because I had the stage.
Dude, I don't know what to do
Sully, he
here.
loves
I mean,
you,
I
bro.
don't
Look at that.
want to remove him, but
Sorry,
just
I hope
legally
we
can't.
give it a second. Give it a rest, man. Just let
I think he
Suleiman
talked
go.
right through the meeting.
I promise I'm going to let you finish. Okay, this is the
You
last
promised
time, dude.
before, and then
If
you
you
wouldn't
keep
let me
going, I'm going to
talk
remove you.
again.
And you're
Brian,
gone. All right,
remember what
good.
Mario warned you
Go
about?
ahead. Go
There
ahead,
you go.
Suleiman.
And he's gone.
Can I
Don't
reply?
take him down. That's being a
Dude,
misogynist.
I have to. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's
Wait,
Oh, you're
misogynist?
calling him a woman?
Sarah, we don't know what he identifies as. Don't misidentify him.
That was misogyny.
Hey, as a semi-woman person from before, that
Oh,
offends
another
me
one.
slightly.
Piotr.
But can I reply since I'm more probably that way? No, not in that identify way.
You can identify as a woman?
He doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Don't
It fits.
pick up
It
on
fits.
That was a miss. That was a misspeak. Shut
Meow.
up. No, I actually disagree with Brian. I think that at least on the speech, I do. I actually think Suleiman is more on point with the sense of. I think Tucker did ask him some decent questions. Actually, I mean Tucker's biased towards more pro-Ukraine, so some of the questions were quite loaded. But you know, this was the Kremlin doesn't really allow interviews unless they are relatively coordinated, and I use that word particularly because it wasn't scripted, and I could tell it wasn't fully scripted because Tucker jumped in at several points with a sort of like, hang on though, like a clarification, and Putin was a bit stumbled. And also, as I say, I've followed Putin for a while, and I can tell from the way he paused that is like Putin's like really trying to think of what he wants to say, right? He wants to make sure he gets the words right. So it was a pretty good interview. I don't agree with it being sort of like, it is what Russians do, but it doesn't mean it's a good, I mean, I don't think it was a strength of Putin to go on to tangents about Russian history. He does that because he's just trying to sort of, you know, strengthen his point. So I agree sort of with Suleiman, but also sort of with Brian. But anyway, I'll land there because I know.
And so your whole point is that you're wishy-washy about it. That's what you wanted to interrupt for.
For the record,
basically, yeah, you know,
I'm getting a lot of audience
Can I
questions
wait?
asking for Lev for proof. So Lev, if you have proof, if you could throw it in, the audience wants it.
Can I weigh in with like a MAGA perspective about Putin's speech here? Because like apparently, according to Brian, I was his target audience. So, and I'll tell you, I mean, I walk into this really not being anti-Ukraine or anti-Russia, just anti-funding anyone in general. And my perspective on this is I expected, honestly, walking into this interview to walk out of it liking Putin more than I do. Because I expected him to come across with certain values. While I would think he's an authoritarian, I do question like whether he's the personification of evil that the West has portrayed him as. And the reason I've come to these questions is because over the last 5 to 7 years, I've learned to completely distrust the media and the government, and that made me start reassessing everything I knew about Putin, you know, based on their coverage over the last 2.5 decades of this guy. So I started thinking, like, I don't know, maybe he's not as evil as everyone makes him out to be. I don't know. And I expected really to like him more than I did. I found him to be very deflecting in a lot of questions. Like I felt like he was like certainly trying to avoid giving an answer. I definitely think that when Lev comes out here saying that we need to attack Russia so that they don't go into Poland, I think that sounds as crackpot of fury as saying we need to support Ukraine before they invade Iowa. Like I don't think they're going to. This is a common mistake that we see. I don't want to say on the left side or the right side. I see a lot of people when they're arguing and they're trying to assess their political enemies. It's like in the one breath, they're an idiot or a moron and a complete fool, and the other breath, they're brilliant. I think whatever you think about Putin as far as his morals, being a good or bad guy, I don't know very many people who can honestly say they think he's an idiot. And I don't trust Putin. He definitely was very defensive and deflecting throughout this interview and as dodgy as he could be. I'll tease you a little bit here. I had a conversation with Biden. What did he say back? I don't think it's appropriate for me to say that. What the hell is that? That's dodgy. That's being deflective. That's trying to portray himself as if he's the good guy. And he definitely was trying to portray that to Tucker's audience. But at the same time, when we're being told that we have to defend Ukraine before they start expanding throughout Europe, I say to myself, I think he's a genius. I think he's I don't know if he's a genius. I think he's highly intelligent, and he's definitely not retarded. And you would have, I don't believe Putin's not going to go into Poland because Putin said so. I don't believe what he's telling me. I believe he's not going to go in there because he's not an idiot. He doesn't want to start World War III. I think he does care about his own self-interest. I think he does care about Russia. I think that he cares about, at least if Russia, to the extent that it's helping him. And in that sense, why would he be so moronic as to pick a fight with NATO and force America's hand to get into a war with him? A direct war rather than a proxy war with Ukraine. So it's not that I trust Putin, and that's why I'm saying he's not going to go in there. It's that I know you're all lying to us to try and encourage us to support this war in Ukraine with your fear mongering and telling us, oh, we better go in there because next comes Poland, and then they're going to be Lithuania, and they're going to be marching through Germany. Who the hell actually believes that crap when anyone realizes that would be an insane move? And I don't think that he's an idiot. So stop telling me in one breath that, oh, he's this crafty guy who's trying to get MAGA to go along with him, and the next breath tell me that he's retarded and that he's like and suicidal. I'll land my plane. You have a question? Go ahead.
So basically, because you said about Putin deflecting, and by the way, I'm open to hearing like examples, because the example you gave. He gave the story of Zelensky, didn't he? And he said that, look, I spoke to Zelensky privately. I told him about denazifying Ukraine. And I said to him, look, your father fought against the Nazis, and then why are you allowing Nazis and nationalism in your country, right? And then he said, look, I don't want to tell Zelensky's response. And again, I think that, in my view, that's honorable. Like, you don't speak about private conversations. But I see your point that maybe you shouldn't even have the conversation. You shouldn't even mention it at all. But other than that, that's not a deflection. That's like giving a point and then not just giving the entire scope of it. So what other examples have you got where he was deflecting?
Are you
Well,
serious?
I felt like every time he was asking a question, he would just start the first question: Why are you going in there? He literally spent 30 minutes, as Tucker warned us at the start of the interview. He spent 30 minutes starting with Russia circa 800, and then spent the next 15 minutes working his way up to the 1600s. And like he's 20 minutes into the interview, and Tucker's like looking at him astonished. Like, can we get to the 20th century already at some point here? It felt as if every time he was asking him a question, he's like, I'll get to that eventually. Yeah. And I just, that was the vibe I got from him. I mean, I'm trying to think of
just my opinion on that. Like that's just that again is not deflection. I mean, and I can only base it on anecdotal experience. But when I like interviewed their UN secretary, right, their representative, he did the same thing, and I was like, "Flip, should I jump in or not?" So I think they do that to control this conversation, to basically complete the entire narrative and say it the way they want. So again, that's not deflection, that's more having control. Now you can disagree with him trying to control the whole speech and trying to get as many points across as possible or create the narrative, for sure. But again, that's not deflection, that's him trying to control the speech, maybe being too over expansive and too long-winded to doing so. I remember I asked the guy a question and he spent about 40 minutes answering, but then he did answer a lot of questions that I already had. So for me, it's more from that perspective. But again, I don't see that as an example of like deflection. There may be other examples, but I just don't see that.
Okay, and Sully, I'll tell you this much: you're making a fair counterpoint. I appreciate you raising that point. And I happen to be very long-winded at times. Also, I even made a joke to my audience that I thought I was long-winded.
Definitely, bro. I jumped in for that reason. Good logic.
It's a smart move on your part. Is that why you unfollowed me? Is that why?
Guys,
is that
come
why you
on
stopped?
now.
Look,
Anyway, come on.
Piotr
answer your question.
Guys, Piotr and Brian have been quiet.
All right, guys, 4 at a time can speak over each other.
Let's go to Julia. These two had their talk.
Yeah, I want to go to Julia too.
Hi, everyone. Just want to know regarding the history. I don't believe that it was just a deflection point or because Putin wanted to control the narrative. I think what Putin tried to do, but ultimately failed, in my opinion, he tried to show these nuances of history between Ukraine and Russia, because essentially it was one country when it was Kiev and Rus. And considering that history is now being rewritten, history is being reconsidered, especially by Ukrainians, because many of the Ukrainians, they claim that, well, Russia has nothing to do with that because Moscow was established way later than Kiev, hence why we have the claim to Kiev and Rus, and essentially that was the original Ukraine, which is absolutely not true, because Ukraine obviously appeared on the map as a country way later. However, so he tried to do it in 20 or 30 minutes, and it's absolutely impossible to do so. So he did try, but so you can give credit for that, because I think that many people, especially in the West, who just casually watch this war from the couch, they don't understand what's the grievance here, why Russia suddenly tries to annex Ukraine, why there's a war. So, and that was his way probably to just at least give some understanding to people, but in my opinion, it's impossible to do in such short period of time. Also, I think that he failed to make a good point regarding denazification claim, because this is one of the major claim why Russia started, especially military operation in the first place. He briefly gave some information. It's like maybe 10% or 15% of what was actually going on in Ukraine, because everyone who followed this conflict closely since 2013, 2014, or earlier, because this not Nazi glorification, Bandera, it didn't start in 2013. It started way earlier, decades ago. It was in 20th century. He should have talked more about that. I was a little bit disappointed because maybe 40% of the interview was regarding Ukraine, and then the rest he was trying to talk about the West, which is also relevant because obviously this is the conflict between Russia and the West. However, I expected him to give kind of more evidence, something that already in the past 2 years, way too many bloggers and analysts and journalists already gave to the world, and him just casually brushing it off and just saying, well, this is why we're trying to do so. I mean, he could have given more, so because the claim to denazify Ukraine is actually has some credibility, but the way Putin portrayed that, in my opinion, it was not enough. And the silver lining, and this is what this is the grievance that many Russians actually have against the Russian government, is that how many times, just happened in the interview, he said, well, Russia was tricked, or he gave impression that Russia was lied to, way too many times. And this is the main issue. In my view, Putin sort of like a liberal, like old classical liberal. He's not a right wing. He's certainly like more conservative than modern American liberals, obviously. But
No.
as a leader of the country, he was a part of KGB, and he just telling everybody that, well, we were lying in Russia. And I know that a lot of people just, they just complain, well, how many times they're gonna lie, and you're gonna just swallow these lies and just believe that what swallow these lies and just believe that what very influenced by. I'm sorry?
I'd just be curious for you to clarify what you mean.
Could you define
because,
liberal for us, Piotr? Julia, could you?
Yeah, can
Oh
I just
my
clarify
God.
my question for Julia, which is
Okay,
that,
I'm trying to
the
answer way
Liberal
too many
Demo-
questions at once, so.
No, it's the same question, just with a slight additional point. So, United Russia Party, Putin's party is, pretty. Where would you say that is? Center, What about the Liberal Democratic Party? That's an ultra-nationalist party. Is that right-wing? What would you call right-wing in the Russian political spectrum out of the parties?
It's not the same liberalism as we have right now in the United States. It's not the same as in, let's say, in UK. So I would consider it more closely aligned to Bill Clinton liberalism or something. So the classical liberalism. Because even like so let's point LGBT issue, for example. So what does Putin do? He says, well, you can do whatever you want, just don't touch kids. How is that not a liberal position? He did
Okay, you know what?
no, that's absolutely what he
you know,
said.
to be honest with you, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. There's no point. Well, let's go back to the interview itself, okay? Because we're talking about the fact that that we're pouring tens of billions of dollars in the U.S. into this war that it doesn't even seem winnable at this point. Okay, and Julia, I will let you follow up to this, but I want to ask this to Lev. What is the benefit at this point to spending tens of billions of tax dollars to basically maintain this war? I mean, the Ukraine, and I do want audience opinions on this as well. Ukraine is not advancing. Okay, the counter assault is not working. Why do we need to send another $60 billion to Ukraine, Lev? Okay, Lev's not responding. I'm going to go to Joa.
Lev.
Yeah, let me look. What I heard, because I've been waiting to speak. What I heard during this interview is basically he has a historical right to the land, but he wants peace. But while he's advancing territory, right? We have another political leader basically saying the same thing in Israel. He has a historical right to land. He wants peace, but he's expanding his territory. Then you have Biden saying, what's happening in Gaza is horrible, but he just sent financing to Israel to continue what they're doing in Gaza. We have political leaders speaking out both sides of their mouth, and then having people on the stage picking which one they want to believe. And although they're basically all saying the same thing, and they're defending the same narrative, but only for one person. And this is what I've been listening to all night, and that's absolutely insane to me. Like, Lev, you hate Russia. He just repeated the same thing Netanyahu says. And Tira, you like Biden. He just spoke out both sides of his mouth. I don't get it. While one person says it's true, but the other people say the same exact thing. They speak out both sides of their mouth is an absolute lie.
Welcome to politics, Joe. Welcome to politics.
Man, yeah, it's not that
like if this is America, and then we hold Biden to the standard of, oh, he was able to answer questions, he did well.
Nah,
if
not
this
really.
Is a standard of a president, it's insane.
I mean, he mixed up the president of Egypt with the president of Mexico, for God's sake. Anyway, Tara, you've had your hand up. Jump in.
And Trump mixed up Kamala Harris.
Brian, hold on, buddy. Brian, hold on. Let your counterpart go.
Okay, in terms of the interview, I think Putin, not surprisingly, he's smart. He controlled it, and he said what he wanted to say in general. I don't think
I'm
Tucker
having
did
trouble. I'm going to jump off and then come back to pick me up.
All right.
Sounds good.
I don't think Tucker did a bad job, but I don't think Tucker either wanted to or was sort of had the ability, not sure which one, to actually do any sort of pushback. I mean, I'll take it as an example. Just, we've got the whole history. I understand that, Ukraine's part of Russia, Russia's part of Ukraine, we're merged, etc. But at the end of the day, this whole denazification and all of these justifications, there was some pushback to be had there, right? You could have sort of said, well, but why did you then bomb Kiev, 2 days later after you said, you were going in as a special military operation for the Donbass? There were things that could have been said. I don't know that anybody would have had the fortitude. I can't blame Tucker for this because that would have been really difficult given the circumstances of the interview. But Putin was allowed to say what he wanted to say, which is, I'm a reasonable guy. We did this because we sort of had to. This was historically necessary, but also necessary because we were protecting Ukraine from its own people, in essence. And then he moved on. So I guess my view of this is, I think that, once again, Putin got what he wanted. He got a very big platform, and he speaks. Look, I wish either one of our two major potential candidates could speak that well, truthfully. He's a smart guy. It's impressive. Okay.
Yeah, and Tira, what specifically did you disagree with, though? I mean,
I guess what I'm saying is he did not, or nobody said to him, why did you really, what? I mean, Tucker tried, but why did you really do Ukraine? He got away with saying like nonsense. Okay, let's get real here. Every time you say special military operation for what is essentially an invasion, you're letting somebody spew, I mean, give their own version of things. Let's just say that's propaganda, right? You could have sort of said, well, when you went in, why, if you're just doing one portion of the country, why did you then bomb the other portion of the country? Immediately, literally 2 days.
Can I help you, Tira, for 1 second?
Tira,
Tira, can I
are
help
we
you? Can I
allowing
help
these
you?
leaders to speak out of both sides of their mouth here?
Could I
Like
just
like Biden and everyone else, like they're
But-
constantly speaking out of both sides.
Well,
I'd really
that
like
might
you to
be true,
address
but you're
that.
asking, but we're being asked for our opinion of this particular interview. And like I said, I don't think Tucker had much pushback. But then again, once again, given the circumstances, you're sitting probably in the Kremlin in a situation controlled by Vladimir Putin, who's really smart and probably has done these sort of things a million times. You're probably not, even had you had someone who was willing or had the fortitude to really ask tougher questions, I don't know that you would have gotten anywhere, because Putin's really good at deflecting, saying what he wants to say. I mean, look, that whole 15 to 20 minutes about Russia and Ukraine and the history and Kiev and 800 and 1600, whatever, that was all what he wanted to say.
Tira,
There was
question.
no real reason.
Tira,
Can you answer my
Do you
question now,
think
please?
one second. Tira, do you think the whole let's be honest, the whole liberal side of the world freaked out over this interview preemptively, and let's be honest, nothing crazy came out of it, nothing that we didn't know already came out of it. Do you think that they preemptively overreacted?
I think, I think so. I mean, I myself, I think what I said the other night was that obviously Tucker can do this interview, but I don't think it's going to be good for both parties. It's going to be good for Putin because he gets to say what he wants to say. It's good for Tucker because it gets a huge platform. I would say that still holds true, right? So, but I do think that many people were more concerned. I'm not really sure. I think a lot of people probably tuned out, 15 minutes in, at 1600, to be honest. And once,
100%.
yeah, I really think that was if there's one miscalculation in this interview, it might have been don't start with 20 minutes of Russian history.
He should have cut that part out.
Yeah, he should have cut it because people are like, huh? So that's my view.
No, to support just as far as on deflection, I'll point this out to you, and if I'm wrong, one of you correct me. And I think Tira was touching on this. He was asked pointedly, like 4 times by Tucker, why, when you went in, why did you wait 20 years? Why only in 2022 did you go in? If you had all of these issues, you have 800 years of history that led you to go in there. Why did you wait till 2022? And I still think we don't know the answer to that. I mean, I personally think the answer is because Biden was in power and he displayed his weakness in Afghanistan. That's my personal opinion. But he didn't give an answer to that. And none of you seem to recognize the deflection because I think he's very intelligent and he did a good job of deflecting.
I could definitely answer that.
I agree with you a lot. I think Putin was. That's why when Suleiman, I don't know if he's still here, when he said that he was just going on these longer. I mean, that's what I do when Mario asks me a question about something, I try to give you an answer that is not just a surface level. I try to go on to stuff. But that's why all of you then, nod off and tell me to shut the heck up, right? Because I'm saying too much, and that's what Putin does. I don't know if it's just a Russian Slavic trait thing, but he went off deliberately on these very, very deep tangents. And even at one point, Tucker said, so I want to ask you about something. And it's like, no, I want to stay on this question. And he literally just completely ignored Tucker's of the question and continued on about something else. And in the first part of the interview, even the BBC and other outlets picked up on this. They said, even at the beginning, Tucker was like, I want to talk about Ukraine. I want to get to the substance of Ukraine. And he kept going back about the history and all this stuff, but deliberately because he didn't want to get to Ukraine until he had justified the historical significance of the relationship between the two, whether you agreed with it or not. That's what he wanted to do. It's about framing. It's about all that sort of stuff. It was carefully curated. Putin is a very intelligent man. He didn't come from an intelligent background in the sense of he wasn't gone to university and stuff. He's a very clever man, and he's a very capable man at building networks and relationships and all that. And that's evidenced through his historical knowledge and everything, right? And the last point I'd just make is that I think there isn't one singular reason behind this. It's NATO, it's Ukraine's strategical significance, it's the historical significance, it's the United States, it's the current events with Biden and the weakness of the US, it's populism. There's so many immediate and longer term factors that play into why he shows.
Piotr, he needs shipping into the Belt and Road Initiative, and that's why he needs it. And they've said it in 2014 that this is exactly where it's going, into Donbass region, because you need that region in order to support Crimea, in order to support a warm water port. And that's what it is. And it's been written about in The Economist and everything else
I
since
don't think that's the
2014.
primary factor.
Has nothing to do with Biden and being weak. He
I
needed it.
disagree. I don't know, not just Biden. I mean the leadership of the United States. The one thing I have to admit to those of you who have challenged me in the past is there wasn't a major conflict under Trump administration. Whilst I don't like Trump, but Putin certainly saw that Biden was more of an opportunity to coerce or at least push the boat out with to see if he would receive a strong response, and he didn't. He got away with it, and that's what Putin wanted.
But
So,
he attacked
I
Crimea in
think-
2014 with a president that laid more bombs than anyone else, and he still did it in
We-
2014.
Yeah,
But that was
that
still
was
Barack
nothing to do with
Obama.
that.
This is the same guy that we're talking about that put a line in the sand around, with Bashar al-Assad in Syria, and
That was
nothing ever
Obama's
happened
biggest
there
mistake.
as well. So, I mean, I can't say that I blame Putin for doing it. You got to take advantage of the time. That's why we're going to see China end up making a move on Taiwan here, probably before the end of the year.
slow
But
down,
we
slow
won't.
down.
Yeah. So
Putin
but I won't go
George
too far
under
into
Bush.
that. I don't care. I'm not defending George Bush. Fuck George Bush. I mean,
I'm just saying it's
couldn't
not
care
about
less.
Biden specifically.
Why are we talking about Bush, bro?
I'm saying that
That's what I'm
Putin has
saying. So,
invaded under multiple presidents
Can we
on
go
both
back to
parties.
Putin, please?
except for Donald Trump.
That's what I was saying.
But
He said he had good friendships with. Listen, he said he had good friendships with Bush and Trump. He never mentioned Biden or Obama. Yes, he gets along with Republicans better.
He mentioned Clinton, but not necessarily always positively.
He mentioned they had dinner together, and then Clinton shot him down on joining NATO. Imagine he had
No,
joined
Clinton
NATO, and
said it
Clinton
might
would have
be
actually done
okay,
his
but then
job
after he
instead of
talked to
hanging
his
out and
advisors.
polluting in the White House, if you know what I mean, Tiro.
What he actually said was Clinton
So,
said sort of yes, and then said sort of no after he talked
Okay,
to
so we're going to go to
his
audience
advisors.
questions here for the panel in just a second. But Brian, I will go to you on this. I want to ask you, we've given Ukraine $150 billion. There's no advancement. They want to keep giving more. This is the most popular audience question that we've gotten so far. What is the point? It seems like we're wasting money. It seems like this never would have even happened if Trump was president of the United States, because he actually believed in having a good relationship with our, so-called adversaries like Russia. But Joe Biden is perceived as being so weak and incompetent that that Putin decided it was a good idea to invade Ukraine. I mean, I want to hear your argument against that, because it's.
And you made several points, so I want to respond to all of them. About 3 I counted. First of all, I appreciate that. And if you want someone else to ask a question, that's fine, but please just don't let them interrupt and talk longer than I. Anyway, thank you. So I think Afghanistan gave the perception that we were a house of cards in Putin's mind. And that was what Putin had been thinking with his sort of Russian chauvinism. Oh, the West this is what Japan was thinking, before Pearl Harbor, right? He just has to have this view that the Russian people are strong. Slavic, Orthodox Christianity, we're strong. The West is decadent and weak. NATO's weak. And when he looked at Afghanistan, that said to him, you know what? This is now the time to do this. And it's also, in a way, because of Biden's strength, because he knew Biden was actually going to stand up more for Ukraine than Trump. He knew Trump wasn't going to let Ukraine get into NATO. He knew Trump was not going to stand up for Russia pushing Ukraine around. He didn't really do much of anything to push back against the occupation of Crimea and the Donbass. So there were a whole bunch of things. I actually wrote a whole article about this.
But why would he, though, Brian? Like, what is the interest of the United States?
Okay. All right. So let me get to the other point then. In terms of the United States interests, we have, and it's 150 billion. I'm pretty sure that's an exaggerated amount, but it's if we get this other package, it's 75.4 billion from January 24th to October 31st, 2022 to October 31st, 2023. That includes humanitarian aid, financial aid, and security aid. So we haven't given 75 billion new aid to get to 150 billion since October 2023. So your numbers are
You
off.
realize the magnitude of that money, right? You're just throwing around billion. That's magnitude.
But Ryan, my point is, you can't have your host saying 150 billion when it's closer to like 80 billion or 75 billion.
No,
You
it'll
can't.
be 150 because the 60 just got
But you
passed in
can't.
the
No, but
Senate.
I mean, but take my point, please. Your host said
But
we've
this won't
given
be the last one
150
either because
billion.
they were the piggy
Why
bank
am
for
I
this
always
failed
interrupted
war.
by the hosts? Jesus.
I'm giving you back a taste of your medicine, buddy.
I'm saying you can't say it's 150 billion when it's actually 75 billion. You guys have got to do better and educate yourselves. As hosts, it's your responsibility. But it's pennies on the dollar for what we spend on everything else in this country to see our biggest direct threat, because China doesn't really want a war with us. And China's not as reckless as Russia because they're not as pathetically trying to prove their manliness. China knows they're powerful, although they're having some problems
Literally
now.
just said he wanted peace talks and Boris Johnson.
Oh my
fucked
God!
it
So
up
let me
and made
respond to that,
Hold
Ryan.
on, Brian,
He
hold on.
said
Brian,
that.
this is a
Hold on. This is a conversation, dude.
Always
Listen,
interrupt me more than other people.
How does he talk through the mute button? This guy's got some witchcraft. Listen, he literally said they did a full document. He signed it. It was ready to go into peace talks. Then Boris Johnson effed it up and caused 18 more months of war. The guy actively multiple times during the interview, I listened to it multiple times because I was clipping it, said that he's open to peace talks and negotiations, and he does not want to expand the war. Look, I'm not a Putin file. I don't study this stuff as much as these other guys do. But the guy clearly wants peace. He wants to end this fucking war.
All right, you guys are so. I'm speaking now. I gotta respond to that, please. My God, I'm ready to address that directly. Please don't talk over me. I'm addressing that directly. You guys are so absolutely foolish. Putin says it. He put it on a piece of paper. Therefore, he meant it. Oh my God, the Budapest Memorandum in '94, where he promised, when Russia promised, we will not invade Ukraine or change its borders if Ukraine gives us its nukes, right? Then Minsk 1 and Minsk 2 were predicated on the falsehood that Russia was not a party to the conflict, because since 2014, Russia was lying that they had any troops in there and were doing anything. It's all the separatists. No, that was a lie. So Putin was breaking Minsk 1 and 2 from the beginning. Boris Johnson told him to get out of that because it's dead, and Russia's been violating it since day one. So the point is, what Russia says, you guys are so foolish. Putin said this. He also said that they were they're the biggest economy in Europe. What Putin says almost all the time is a blatant lie, and it's falsehoods designed to make his own people believe nonsense and designed to make people like you believe he actually wants peace, because he doesn't want peace. What he wants is time to build his forces back up under the pretense of a false peace so he can go and do this again. He wants what he did in Georgia again. He said, oh, we're going to stay out of, we're going to do Minsk 1, Minsk 2. He was fighting the whole time with Russian troops there in the Donbass. And so he was lying then. When he says he wants peace, don't trust that. He has demonstrated again and again and again that his words aren't worth a piece of toilet paper I've wiped my ass.
Hold on. Brian, you think.
So if he says something doesn't mean.
Shut up so I can ask you a question, bro.
There you go.
Brian, you genuinely, and I'm a very patient guy, so that's really hard to get on my nerves. Brian, you genuinely think that via proxy, the U.S., well, let's just take the U.S. out. You genuinely think that via proxy supplies, that Ukraine, the country that's putting literally pregnant women on the front line because they're running out of troops, can beat Russia? The guys
Sorry, Ryan.
I will address
that.
I want you to
I will address that. I will address that.
Brian, let me finish my question. I want you to be genuine for 1 second. Put your political bullshit aside and talk to me man to man. You genuinely think that they can beat Russia at this game? Honestly.
Man to man, let me answer that, and do not interrupt me. Do not fucking interrupt me, please.
Okay, Brian, we're going to continue having a conversation. If you can't
It's a
handle it, then
convo.
drop off the panel.
I don't know how many friends you have, but this is how dudes talk. I'm talking to you man to man.
Okay, but you let everyone else speak.
Go. You double muted. Brian, come on, unmute. Go. You got a phone call. Piotr, same question to you. Go.
Yeah, dude. You just said you're not an expert on this, and then you have the audacity to say that Ukraine is putting
Okay, wait, Piotr, I'm
women
back.
on
I
the
was
front
muted by
lines.
the host. I love you. I've loved
Consistent in your
everything you said. Let
messaging.
me get back in here.
Either that or stop pretending to be neutral, Brian, and you just be honest in the stance that you take on this. Also, you're saying that you think that you're not a Putinist, and you're taking everything he says at face value. So you think everything that Putin says is true, and that nothing that the West says is true either?
And thank you, Piotr.
Come
Let me
on.
jump back in here because we're talking. I gotta defend myself. I gotta defend myself. Ryan, I'm back.
Brian, hold on. Piotr,
right, yeah. Can I finish since Ryan asked me?
I'm asking.
I think that the.
Well, that's because I was
Yeah,
muted.
what was your question? Because you guys were shouting over each other and I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, man. It's not my fault. It's Brian just likes to talk through the mute button.
No, Ryan, you cut me off sooner than anybody else.
Hold on, bro. Jesus Christ. Piotr, I was asking, do you genuinely think that Ukraine can win this war with everything going on with the situation at hand?
Ukraine is a smaller country than Russia. Ukraine is a less trained force than Russia up until 2014, but it has had training from the West. The reason that Ukraine has troops that comprise women, not pregnant women, that's for sure, is because the Ukrainian army is more diversified. The Russians are very old-fashioned in the way that they approach military warfare. They think that the more numbers that are cost and lost in a war, it's a glory figure, whilst the Ukrainians don't look at it that way. I'm not saying Western warfare is the best ever, but there's a difference in terms of how the Soviets/Russians approached war versus the West. So, but simply, no, Ukraine can't really win this war without Western support. But that's their argument. The argument is, from the Ukrainian perspective, I'm not endorsing it, I'm just stating it for listeners, is you give us everything. You give us jets, you give us every
But
single piece of equipment.
at what cost?
Hang on, Ryan, let me finish. You asked the question, let me land. The point is that you give us all the equipment. It's not necessarily about the money. The US is predominantly given military equipment. The biggest donor in terms of finances is the EU.
Okay.
The US is predominantly giving military equipment, which has already been spent on, right?
Sure.
So that's a slight distinction. However, and this is the last point I'll make, which is that no, that Ukraine outrightly could probably not win in the war against Russia. But unfortunately, neither side is winning. Neither side is moving. And that shows quite an interesting point, which is that the Russians, with the much bigger forces and the much more supposedly effective army, at least until 22, when we thought that, is not doing a great job against the much smaller country. So this war would probably continue even if the US stopped funding. But if you and Nick don't give a shit about it, then
No.
I guess that's
Ryan,
I'm
Ryan,
not
Ryan, hold on. I want to get Aussie into this. Aussie,
but wait, I was muted and you asked me directly, so let me just.
I got my answer from Piotr. That's fine.
Yeah, but I have a different answer.
Brian,
and I'm gonna say,
Brian,
I'm gonna say Ukraine can win. Let me tell you how it can win.
We'll see you later, buddy. Austin, please go ahead. Based off of your bio, you should know more about this than I do, obviously. So go ahead if you want to respond to Piotr.
Look, hi everyone. Look, it's great to hear all these different Western opinions on Putin's interview, on whether Putin tells the truth or not, about the war, about what's happened before, what's happened in the future. But I'd like you to hear Russian perspective. I'm inside the Russian consulate and have been for the last 430 days in Australia. And I know those places. I've been there. I've got plenty of people on the front line. I don't see how you can justify saying, some of these speakers, that Russia is losing or Ukraine's winning. Look at the map. Russia is fighting 50 plus countries. It's not fighting the men of 50 plus countries. It's fighting the combined military industrial complexes of all these countries. It's demilitarizing not only Ukraine, it's demilitarizing Germany. The Baltic states completely demilitarized. All of these European powers. Poland now has to buy billions of dollars of weapons from South Korea. Poland's getting demilitarized. North Korea is happy because South Korea is getting demilitarized. Russia has created a global arms shortage. Russia is using 5% of the budget that the West has, and it's holding the West off. The West is throwing everything they have. Storm Shadow missiles, Patriot missiles. This is the best the West has. It's not like the West is only going in half-baked, right? Whereas Russia has not even declared war on Ukraine. And the reason why Putin won't declare war on Ukraine, because Russia has a military doctrine, which means if you declare war, or if someone declares war on Russia, you break open the safe and you follow the instructions. And guess what the instruction says? Annihilate the enemy. So this is all just charity from Russia. And someone said about Russians dying on the front line because that's how the way we do things, or the Soviet mentality. Wrong. I interpret it as Russians having honor. Russians would rather die as men on the front lines than the Russian Federation would carpet bomb and flatten Ukrainian cities. You think Russia can't flatten 50 Ukrainian cities in 3 days? They had that technology in 1945. What makes you think they can't do it now? Russians dominate the air. They can just swarm attack, carpet bomb, plenty of old weapons they can still use, which can flatten Ukrainian cities. But Russian troops are dying. There is a sense of chivalry. There is a sense of being old-fashioned about it. There is a sense of military tradition, and Russians fighting face-to-face on a 1,000-kilometer plus front. This is the biggest front line the world has ever seen since 1945. More tanks on both sides have been destroyed in this one special military operation in the last 2 years than in every single conflict that any country has been involved in since 1945. Take all the rest of the conflicts and add them up together, you won't get anywhere near what's happening now. what you were saying about some of the speakers, a female, I believe it was saying about the historical references that Putin was making in the beginning, how it was boring, how the Western audience, wasn't listening and so forth. That's because the Western audience has an attention span of a 5-year-old child. They're only good for looking at TikTok videos, which are 40 seconds with music and subtitles to keep their brains engaged. But the reason why Putin was using this interview to give it historical context, if you listen very carefully, he was talking about the claims that NATO countries, the Eastern European NATO countries like Hungary, Romania, Poland, have to the Western Ukrainian regions. That's what an escalation will look. Unless the West wants to make peace, and obviously, I think we can all agree in this group that Putin is genuinely thinking about peace. Let's just call it a day. Whatever borders you occupy now, let's call it a day. Russia didn't claim the Western regions. Russia didn't even claim Kiev. Remember, Russia claimed pretty much what it has now, plus or minus a little bit of a few pieces of land here and there. I'm sure the Russians will settle for the Kherson region, not for the Kherson city. There's no other way the Russians are moving from what they've dug in. There's no way another counteroffensive from Ukraine is going to push the Russian forces out. Ukraine is, on the other hand, it's at 99% of capacity. It's so desperate to fight, and it's doing a good job. And the reason why Ukraine does a good job is because they're Russians. That's what Russians say. Why are Ukrainians stubborn? Why are they fighting? Why are they going into battle? Why are they dying in the hundreds of thousands? Because they've got that same Russian mentality. Someone said here it's a Western army. It's not Western. The technology is Western. The uniforms are Western, but the meat, the flesh, the brains, it's still Soviet. Where do you think Zaluzhny studied? Where do you think Sirsky studied? This new commander-in-chief that just was appointed today. They all went through the Soviet academies. They went through the Soviet schools. So the Ukrainians are stubborn because they're Russian, and they'll keep fighting. But will the West fight? There's a question for you. You think the British are going to fight? How many do they have in their army? Do you think the Germans are going to fight? These Western militaries can't figure out what gender they are. This is a serious war. This is a full-blown war, which Russia's involved in. And considering the odds, considering who Russia's up against, it's up against the combined force of 50-plus countries. Russia's doing very well. If you disagree with me, look at the map. Russia never claimed the Western regions. But again, why Putin was reminding everyone about Hungary's claims to Transcarpathia, about Romania's claims to Bukovina, about Poland's claims to Galicia, because these lands on the west of Ukraine, they were never Ukrainian. They were only joined to Ukraine because they were annexed by Stalin when Ukraine was part of Russia in the Soviet Union. So these gifts from Stalin, Putin's saying, take them back. Russia won't get involved. Russia, he said today in his interview with Tucker, Russia won't fight the Poles. He won't fight the Polish military unless the Polish attack Russia. He's already dropped these hints a month ago with his general staff. He said if the other countries want to take back their historical lands, Russia will not oppose. He's basically given a carte blanche and said, go for it. Let's split up Ukraine. That's what Ukraine's facing unless Ukraine is smart enough now to push for peace, to at least while Russia's still kind, while Russia's still thinking about it, because the further this goes, the stronger Russia's getting. Some people think Russia's weak. Russia's not weak. Russian missile production is at its highest ever. Russian tank production is at its highest ever. The Russian economy is the strongest ever. Thanks to the special operation, Russia has been pushed out of all these Western financial systems, the World Economic Forum, the World Bank. No one does business with Russia. And guess what? That's great for Russia because no capital can leave the country anymore. All the profits stay in the country. The country is actually doing very, very well considering the situation because Russia was getting raped in the 90s and the 2000s by the West because they listened to the West. Because, yes, Putin was naive and he believed the West. And he admitted that. He admitted that he was naive. He believed them when it came to the Minsk agreements. They tricked him. The Minsk agreements were just about giving Ukraine enough time, 8 years, to build up. Why is it so hard to take Avdiivka on Donetsk's western outskirts? Because NATO built up that area so well. It took them 8 years to build it up. And at the end of the day, Russia is winning because it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks. It matters what Russians think.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna let Yehuda respond. Hold on, guys. God damn it. Yehuda,
I
I'm
really
gonna
want
let
to
you
respond
respond.
next reference.
Yehuda, go. Yehuda, gotta unmute. Bottom left corner. Hurry. Hurry. Okay, it's Piotr. Go ahead, Piotr.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, okay, interesting. It's been I've never heard this chat before. It's very interesting. Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm Western, but I'm actually half Russian, you dumbo. So I have with my family from the Donbass. I actually have quite a lot of personal affiliation with this. Accent isn't everything.
Second, the 50 countries, there aren't 50 countries in Europe, there's about 40. They're not physically involved. They're giving weaponry and indirectly supporting the war. You think if the British and the French and the Germans actually wanted to get involved directly, you think the Russians could take on the entirety of Europe? Like physically, one-to-one, man-to-man? I'm not sure. So let's not try to pull the wool over people's eyes in terms of what a real conventional form of kinetic war would look like. As for the claims of the Eastern Bloc states, yeah, you're talking largely about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the former, Hungarian, Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and those bits of Ukraine which was under their influences. Well, in that case, should we apply that principle to every country that was seemingly at one time or another under the empire of another greater power? Should the Belgians give up their territory back to the French because that's what it used to be? What about, I don't know, the Norwegians? Should we see them dominated again by the Swedes? What about the other parts of Finland? Should they be given back to Russia? This sort of mentality talking can be applied indefinitely at that point. The western part of Ukraine is not necessarily the part that Russia wants as much, but to say that Russia is doing well when the ultimate goal of it was either to see the removal of Zelensky and a creation of a more pro-Russian Ukraine, which was sort of more like a Belarus 2.0, and then to have to revise that so that it becomes about dominating, say, the Novorossiya part of Ukraine, as I've emphasized about 3 times already tonight. That's not winning. That's reformulating your military operations so that they better align with
Okay, Piotr, I got to ask you a question here because I know your opinion on this is a little bit. I think it's shifted a little bit since this war started. At this point, do you think that Ukraine even has a chance of winning this war?
Brian asked me that. No, I don't. Not unless the West gives them everything, which means jets and everything. But that would require
men without Americans? Without Americans,
without Americans, that's really hard to tell. That would require also to what the Aussie Cossack said in regards to the reason Russia is doing so well. I mean, the last time I checked, judging an economy and the welfare and economic development of the country based on how many armament rounds are being created is not really the best measurement. I think I would look at literacy rate, education, life expectancy, wage. I think those are probably better measurements. But anyway, the reason I'm mentioning that is because essentially a lot of the western parts of Europe would have to enter into wartime economies to ramp up the production necessary to support Ukraine. Lots of Western countries just simply don't have. I mean, maybe Yehuda, when he unmutes, has these numbers better.
Let's get Yehuda's perspective. Yehuda, jump in. I can't believe I'm giving you mic. Go ahead, Yehuda.
What? All right. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right. Good for you. Well, listen, the Aussie Cossack person, I feel this man is kind of like Lord of the Rings, the most fantastical story. Russia's never been better. They're not producing more tanks and missiles and stuff. Literally, Russia is producing nothing. They are begging the Iranians to send them flying lawnmowers to kill Ukrainian children. So the fact that this man thinks he's obviously not in the military, thank God. Well, he wouldn't pass a day in boot camp. The fact that this man thinks that the Russian military industrial complex could build tanks to do anything to Ukraine. They're literally pulling tanks out of museums in order to try to attack Ukraine. Now, the Ukrainians, here's an answer to those who ask, why has Ukraine not been able to reconquer their territory? Here's a simple reason. Because the Russians have spread out hundreds of millions of mines all throughout, dumb mines, all throughout Ukrainian territory. And the Ukrainian high command, so this dummy just lied to you, lied straight through his bloody, black teeth and said, Syrskyi, Zaluzhny, he said, went through the Soviet military academy. You dumb clown. Zaluzhny is the first Ukrainian general that did not go through the
He
Soviet
studied
system.
in the Odessa Academy. When was the Odessa Academy founded? Hey, answer the question. Answer the question.
No, I'm speaking.
Okay,
Where did he study?
No, Aussie, bro, I'm gonna let you go. I'll let you respond to Yehuda. Trust me, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot to respond to. So I will let you go right after.
So Zaluzhny, one of the reasons why he was picked as the chief of defense staff is that Zaluzhny was literally a graduate of Western colleges, staff colleges in the United Kingdom, Naval Academy in the United States. He learned that lives don't mean that you can throw them away. He learned that you have a decentralized command structure, that you don't shit all over people like this clown who sits in Australia and thinks that lives aren't, as a military commander, sir, I will promise you that you do not treat your subordinates like shit. Now, you might glorify Russia and think that, oh, they're super awesome. Remember in Stalingrad when the Soviets killed millions of their own people to retain garbage pieces of land because they had
Yehuda,
to?
stop with the
Well, guess
personal
who doesn't
attacks.
do
So
that?
stick to
Ukraine.
the facts.
Zelensky is one of those
Stop
people, and
personally attacking
Sersky
Yehuda.
is certainly not one of. Sorry, Ryan.
Stick
Please
to
let
the
me finish.
facts. Enough
You know,
of
the fact that you insult Soviet troops in Stalingrad who defeated the Nazis shows what kind of a person you are. I don't even have to say anything. You're just embarrassing yourself, mate. You're embarrassing yourself.
Listen, Turkey. As a Jewish officer, I'll tell you one thing. I don't embarrass myself. You embarrass yourself, sir. And after the great contributions of the Australian Army
Yehuda,
at
enough ad
Gallipoli,
hominems.
and
We're talking about Putin here. We're not talking about Australia.
Ryan, give me Ryan, please. I know you don't.
Yehuda,
like
I have no. This isn't about me. We're talking. It's about Putin. Stick to the story.
All righty. I am telling you about military tactics, Ryan, which you know nothing about. So why don't you listen to me?
Aren't you a crypto guy?
So,
Go.
am I?
That's
I'm
why
a crypto
Aussie's
guy.
here.
Do I
Talk to
look like?
Aussie, not me. Aussie, please. Can you handle it?
Okay. All right. Firstly.
I'm okay. Listen. What I'm talking about the military. I'm not a crypto guy. I'm talking about military. So this individual spoke outside of his lane, and he spoke about military. Russia's doing really well. They're not doing really well. All right, they have $300 billion in whatever they have in foreign currency reserves that they've been doing to prop up their economy. They can't build tanks. There's the T-90 is shit. There's 4 of them. Their airplanes are shit. Their hypersensitive missiles are shit too. You are shit if you believe this. Ukraine will win if the West continues to support freedom and democracy. The only reason why Russia has an edge is because they have a lot of people and they have a lot of garbage equipment. They have a lot of garbage mines. That's what it is. So the fact that you should sit here and say that, oh, Russia's going to win because they've got superior tanks, mate. No, they don't. Their tanks are shit. T-72s, T-80s. You don't even know what that is. You don't even know what a combat estimate includes with a Russian
enough.
tank.
Yehuda,
You don't know what
enough.
any of it is.
Yehuda,
You're
enough.
a liar. You're
Yehuda,
dumb.
enough with the ad hominem attacks. He hasn't said shit to you. Aussie, please feel free to respond to him. And if you could refrain from the ad hominems that he does, I'd really appreciate it.
Well, look.
He did
His tone and the way he wants to approach the conversation is just is a sense of desperation.
You're not.
Sorry. Well, before you say,
Aussie, Bitcoin had a tough day. Give him a pass. Just go ahead.
I'm not a Bitcoin guy.
Listen,
Why do you keep saying that?
If you served in the American military or you are serving, that's fantastic. But I'm going to ask you a few questions. Have you ever been to the front lines in Russia or Ukraine or Donbass?
Yes.
You have been to the front lines. What year?
Yeah. Have you?
What year?
Yesterday.
What year? Yesterday. You're in Ukraine right now, are you?
Yeah. 2023.
You're in Ukraine right now, yeah?
2023. What year is it, Taco?
It's 24, Taco. What you were
There you go. 2023.
Okay.
There
So
you go.
you're there in 2023, right? Okay. All right. That a small Google search of me and my name. Listen carefully. You'll find out things about me which will shock you. From 2014, from 2015, when it was all kicking off, right? But you probably wouldn't even know the conflict started then, because you're one of these people that think the conflict started on the 22nd of
February. I'm 50 years
February.
old, Turkey. I'm 50 years old. How old are you?
33, 34, actually. It's very soon.
Where are
Then
we
shut the
going with
fuck
this?
up.
Can we just keep on the
Yehuda,
conversation?
stick to the
please,
point.
guys?
Why? What's with you in these personal attacks every time he's asking you a basic question?
The guy
You
is
keep
really-
calling him Taco.
Mate.
He's asking you questions about the front lines. He's showing you respect. Show some
You're not
respect
doing a
back.
good job at selling why we should continue putting tens of billions
said
of dollars
Turkey,
into
not
Ukraine.
Bro, I
So
think we should
let's-
just defund Ukraine based off of this debate that Yehuda had.
Look. Listen, he's entitled to say whatever he
Well, it
likes.
won't happen. I said Turkey.
You can
He's
say,
a turkey.
listen, you can say whatever you like, but I can tell you one thing: nothing you think or nothing you say or your opinion, you personally, whatever your name is, will change anything. And it must
Call me
feel.
Bob.
Listen, it must feel very futile to be a person like you. There's nothing you can say There is nothing you can do that will change anything to do with this conflict, right? I just want to tell you that.
So the
Do
American
you understand
government
it?
is giving billions of dollars.
No. You personally.
American government is giving
Yehuda,
billions.
man, I don't want to. I respect you.
You
I
want to be
do
put on
not want to
timeout like
remove you.
Brian?
I do not want to remove you.
They're
Please
definitely related,
let
Nick.
him
Nick, they're
speak.
definitely related.
Listen,
can I
Nick and Ryan, but the individual said to me that I don't know anything
It's
more and
okay,
nothing I
bro.
can
It's
do. So
okay.
here's
Sometimes you take one on the
okay,
chin and
but
you keep going.
Ryan,
Stick to the facts, bro. Stick to
Let's
the
let's
facts.
let's stick to
Ryan,
Guys,
the
we're not
facts
in
are
kindergarten, Yehuda. Yehuda, seriously, bro.
Ryan, the facts are the United States government is giving stuff to Ukraine. I've been there. This
What did I say about the ad hominems? Austin, please continue.
All right. Let's stick to the facts. He talks about Zaluzhny. He talks about Zaluzhny being educated in the West. Zaluzhny finished the military academy in Odessa. This military academy was around in the USSR, Russian Empire. It's a historical place. All of these guys in the Ukrainian military, they're all ex-Soviet. Almost all of them are all ex-Soviet. So that's that point. I'm sure no one can deny, not even Huda or Yehuda, whatever his name is, no one can deny that Russian missile production is at a historical high. Whatever you say, you may say the missiles are useless, or they're bad, or they're made from washing machines, or they're made from microchips from washing machines. Whatever the usual pro-Ukrainian propaganda line is on Twitter, you may repeat that. That's you're entitled to, but it doesn't change reality that Russian missile production is at an all-time high. It doesn't change the reality.
All-time high. It's at an all-time high because of the war. What's your point?
Well, the point is that Russia it's one thing to make Russia mobilize and to push Russia in a position where it's becoming great again. Russia is now becoming great again. The question is, when will this stop? Russia will keep increasing its military output. It'll keep increasing its missiles. It'll keep increasing its approach to militarizing itself. The problem is not mobilization for the West of Russia. The problem is demobilization. How do you see Russia de-escalating? How do you ever see Russia de-escalating the next 5 years or 10 years? Why don't you think about peace with Russia? Vladimir Putin gave all these historical examples at the start of his Tucker Carlson interview for a reason, to say what could happen if the West doesn't want to sit down and negotiate. Russia is ready to fight and keep fighting, and it will fight. And I'm sorry to say, as much as tragic as this sounds, and you can remember the Stalin quote about death of one man a tragedy, death of a million statistics, Russia will give 1 million. Russia will give 1 million. It will give 2 million. It will give 10 million. The Russian mentality is to fight for it's a fight for their land. An American Patriot missile on the border with Russia in Kharkov region shot into Russian airspace, internationally recognized Russian airspace, took down an airliner. How would the Americans like it if the Russians gave Mexican cartels S-400s? That's the equivalent of what's going on Russia's border.
So it shot down an IL-76. Like it wasn't a Russian airliner.
Yeah,
it was a Russian military aircraft.
IL-76.
Let's make that clear.
Sure. IL-76 military transport plane carrying 65 Ukrainian prisoners. Now, all of these acts of aggression against Russia. You want to talk about? You were saying earlier, Putin doesn't keep his word, or the Budapest memorandum in '94. Well, Putin wasn't even around in '94. He was only became president in '99. And I disagree. I think when Putin says something, he does it. Putin doesn't bluff. If he says he's going to do something, he does it. And all you have to do is listen to what he's saying to know what's going to happen next. And if he's giving these historical examples, and if he's saying that he will not only he won't oppose Hungarian nationalists, Romanian nationalists, Polish nationalists from taking their land back. That could be the end of the conflict, when Ukraine just simply gets carved up and you're left with nothing, right? And everyone will be happy. The Poles will be so happy. You know how much nationalist sentiment there is in Poland? Because these banderovцы, these Ukrainian Nazis who served in the Galicia division in 1941 and onwards, collaborating with the Nazis, they massacred Poles. Mass graves of Poles. They killed Poles, they killed gypsies, they killed Jews, they killed Russians, they killed their own Ukrainians. The same huge national sentiment in Romania and in Hungary, especially when
But what does that mean? You keep. I mean, there's Nazis all over the place. There's Nazis in America. There's Nazis all over the place. That's not the majority of Ukrainians. It's a very small portion of Ukrainians. The
Yes,
majority of
you're
Ukrainians
right.
are not Nazis. So what are you talking
You're
about?
right. The majority of Ukrainians are good people who have been forced by the 1% in Kiev into this war and being conscripted and mobilized. These Ukrainian.
On 3 occasions. What are you talking about? Also, this the conflation that you make. You called Ukrainians Russians earlier, and then you called them Soviets. which is not really the best way to call it. I think what you mean to say is they're Slavic, but because you deliberately want to see the Ukrainians under the auspices of the Russians, you use the term Russians as a way to misidentify what Ukrainian people are. Slide tactic, but unfortunately I'm not going to fall for it and let it slide. As for the European nationalists, the Hungarians and the Poles, as far as I can tell, the Poles have actually voted in a much more moderate pro-European party, with Donald Tusk making it pretty clear earlier, even if it was today or yesterday, what he thinks about the current situation. So, and as for Viktor Orban, pretty sure the Hungarian people are not very happy with the politicalization and reduction in liberal democracy values that he's done in the country in the past 14 years. So I think you should stop trying to conflate and apply the principles of Putin to other parts of Europe, which weren't exactly happy with what happened in, say, 1967, with the Soviet actions in that revolution and clamping down of it, and other places. Okay, just because there are sentiments that appeal to people like Orban and Putin, or say,
Got you, Piotr. Got you, man. I want to get all guys. Let me get all sources on this. Piotr, TED Talk too long, bro. Love you, man, but let me get all sources.
No, it's not. You let Ozzy go on for.
It's okay, bro. It's
Before,
okay, man.
Ryan, if you don't mind, can I get, because Julia does have pushback on this topic, so I kind of want to.
Of course, Nick. Of course. Let's go to Julia.
Oh, shut up. And then also.
Oh,
wow.
I have way too many points to push back on. So going back to the main point, like, but several people raised that question. What's the point? Why does United States subsidize it? The West just overall, throws money on it. So Maria actually tweeted on January 29th that U.S. military exports reached record $238 billion because countries that send weapons to Ukraine want the United States to replenish their own stocks. That's basically your answer right there, because it's very financially beneficial. On top of that, United States can control the flow of gas, because that's, we knew about it before, and Putin actually touched on that as well. So the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up, essentially. One of the pipeline was closed, and now United States can transport LNG to Poland, and Poland was supposed to be a big hub to transport it across Europe. So that's why Poland, I believe it was Sikorsky, who was so happy that this happened that he accidentally gave away the game, because he just said, thank you, United States. Another question, that I don't really appreciate the fact that a lot of people understand that Ukraine does not stand a chance, but people just want to continue funding this war and essentially plunging Ukraine into more debt, obviously killing more people on both sides, while at the same time,
Julia, how many people have died on the Ukrainian side at this point?
You don't have. There is no. You will not be able to find exact number. That's the first thing.
Is it close
Ukrainian
to like
side.
100,000?
Way more. Way more. Way more.
80,000.
Way more.
80,000.
Way more. Did you listen to the interview of Lutsenko? I believe it was Lutsenko who a month ago.
Why didn't you win in 3 days? Why didn't you win in 3 days, Julia? Why?
Who said about 3 days? Who was talking about 3 days?
Putin.
How many?
Putin
No,
said
Putin.
3 days.
Putin. No, Putin never said. No. Putin never said it in 3 days. That's first thing. Why Israel is still fighting Hamas? That is not like.
Why
Listen.
didn't you win in 3 days? Yeah.
Because that was not the objective. That was not the objective.
Because you're weak. You're weak. You're
So,
weak. You
okay, so if Russia,
you have a failed
listen,
state. You have a failed state, and Putin's a loser. That's why.
I don't care about this. Listen, you're telling me right now. I first of all, I live in the United States.
Yehuda, let her respond. You asked a question. Go ahead, Julia.
He's never talked to a woman before.
First of all, I live in the United States. I mean, I'm Russian, but I never voted for Putin, and I'm actually not a supporter of Putin, if that's what you're worried about. But I'm not a supporter of Putin for absolutely different reasons than you are.
So
that's one thing.
Okay, can you let her?
No.
I don't want to have to. I don't want to removed
I know
you.
what you're
I
So
first
what
time
removed
talking.
Yehuda essentially wants is for more Ukrainians to die. That's what
Bingo.
a lot of people.
No, we
That's
want Ukrainians to live. Stop killing them.
I'm not killing anybody.
You support people who kill Ukrainians. Shame on you.
She literally,
Zelensky kills Ukrainians.
I didn't mute. So okay.
Okay, so what Putin essentially did 2 years, almost 2 years ago, when with us was in Istanbul, he gave basically a way out for the West and Ukraine. The conditions that Putin was supposed to sign was not ideal to Russia. First of all, Donbass was supposed to go back to Ukraine. Ukraine that bombed essentially Donbass. You can talk to a lot of people, even like when people make a point that, well, there was lots of Russians among separatists. Well, in 2014, when you had Mariupol and Ukrainian soldiers basically training the guns at regular residents of Mariupol, what was that about? There were no Russians at that point. You can go back and watch the interviews. You can see the footage from. Not a single Russian was there. That's first thing. So why no one wanted to sign this peace agreement? We could have ended this madness 18 months ago.
The Russians murdered 100,000 Ukrainians in Mariupol.
So what you want to do? So what you want to do? So what do you want to do? You want to continue throwing money at this?
Yehuda, you're rubber banding.
Julia, they didn't sign it because it was all Russia's terms. The 6 demands, the denazification
No,
of Ukraine.
that's not
Yes,
correct.
of course it was.
That's not correct. Because
Yes, it is.
because Ukrainian delegation was constantly running to talk on the phone with the United States. That's what happened.
That's not correct.
That is absolutely correct. If you listen to interview of David Abrahamian, that's
Oh my God, people!
Guys, one at a time.
Julia, you can finish, and then we'll let the other people respond.
Yehuda's just like Nick. Yehuda's just excited. It's his first time talking to a woman. Julia, go ahead.
Oh no!
So that's absolutely correct.
Ryan,
So
if you insult me again, I will find you and give you a big hug.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I
So
don't swing that way.
the objective should be right now to end this madness. And one group of people it just wants to do they're not gonna be on the front lines. They're not gonna pay out of pocket, people like Yehuda, for example, but they want Western taxpayers to subsidize it and essentially to do what? To kill more Ukrainians. So, and at the end, Ukraine will sign a peace agreement with Russia. It will happen. It will happen one way or another. Eventually, it will happen. You don't understand. You think that Ukraine is unified and that every single Ukrainian wants to fight Russia to the death. That's not true. Because at least...
No, they don't. But you're conflating.
No.
Okay, anybody that interrupts from now on is going into timeout for 5 minutes. But I'm gonna
By
get
the way,
somebody else in here.
Piotr, I wanted to ask you a question as well, because that point you raised a few minutes ago regarding the pregnant women. So can you tell me, if Ukraine does not send pregnant women to the front lines, why did they show off this military uniform specifically made for pregnant people? They made the entire report about that. I can send you the link if you want. That was, I believe, back in 2022. Somewhere at the end of 2022. So why did they make the uniform if they don't plan to send pregnant women over there?
Peter,
Just a question.
I can answer that. I can answer that.
Can we let
go ahead? Also, normal people reply.
So I've got 2 points to make.
We are letting people reply.
Sorry, all sorts. So what I was going to say.
Wait. Also,
Piotr,
I need new people.
No, I just wanted to. I said
enough. Piotr, enough. All source, please go ahead.
You're
man.
on strike 2.5, Piotr. Come on, man.
The only person
I said I was going to go first.
The only person Nick won't put on timeout is Julia. So let all source go.
Oh, shut up! Oh my God. Wow. All right, all source.
I'm sorry, Nick.
Okay. So
can we let pro-Ukrainian voices speak, Nick? Please.
So what I would say, Julia.
Let this Julia Putin hack go on. Can we have a pro?
Oh my God. All source, please.
So I'll address that. The pregnancy uniforms. Julia, as somebody who served in the United States military, pregnancy uniforms are a very common occurrence across all militaries for people who serve in the military while pregnant. You can be pregnant and still be in the military. That doesn't mean you're going to go to the front line because you're wearing military uniforms. Go to any U.S. military installation and you can buy it in your military clothing and sales stores. You can buy pregnancy uniform because it is a way so that you can wear the uniform and be in standards while still wearing the uniform, right? So this idea of wearing that people or that the Ukrainian military that probably this has existed for a long time, and obviously it's going to grow because you're going to have people that are women that join the military, and they might get pregnant while they're in the military, and they might serve roles that has nothing to do with direct combat, such as administrative tasks, nursing tasks, logistical support, etc. And they want to serve, and they're going to give them uniforms to accommodate their medical necessities. So this is not a conversation that is even worthy because it's just a common practice. And I would ask you to go to any U.S. military installation to see it. You see females pregnant all the time with military uniforms.
You understand
But
that you're comparing apples to oranges because
let me just say one thing.
American
Hold
Army.
on, and then I'll let you go. I promise you. Just one
May I
last point.
speak,
Just one last
please?
point.
Ryan, Nick, please.
When we're having,
it's going to be balanced. We'll let Julia respond, but I want to let all
I will,
sorts
Nick.
go.
Yeah, I want to just respond to it.
No, Julia, I'm going to let you respond. Don't worry, but I got to let all sorts finish, and then you can respond.
Yeah. This is the only thing that when we're talking about casualties, I always find it very interesting that everybody talks about Ukrainian casualties and never brings up Russian casualties. And I think there's very clear examples of where Russia's military degradation is occurring. For example, Ozzy before said, "Why doesn't Russia just bomb it? They had the capabilities." And to be frank, that is their. And then he's like, "Well, no, because they're fighting with honor." Okay, I'm sorry. As somebody who studied extensively Russian military doctrine, we all know it's an artillery-centric military. If you look at Syria, in Syria they raze cities to the ground with their Tu-22s and bombed Syrian towns. And they're an artillery-centric unit where what they do is they use maneuvers, surround the area, they use maneuvers to support fires, and then they bomb it to the ground with artillery. The reason why they haven't been able to do that in Ukraine is because they haven't been able to gain air superiority. And the last point is, of Russia's military degradation, we are seeing more and more times where Russia is forced to use older and older tanks from the Cold War. Specifically, we're seeing the 8th 10th Naval Infantry Brigade stationed in the Dnipro River in the Kherson battle using T-55s. These are tanks that were modeled and constructed
T-55s
in 1954, right? And so when we're talking about Ukrainian military casualties and et cetera, we also need to highlight the absolute degradation of the Russian military. Thank you.
Amen.
Julia.
Okay.
Okay, just to respond to that. So regarding the army, you're comparing basically apples to oranges because the Ukrainian army is not the same as Israel or American army. Is Israel, for example, it's normal for girls to serve. Same in America. It's not conventional for Ukrainians. Like, can you just throw me the number? Like, how many women serve in the Ukrainian army versus like how many men? And I will tell you that overwhelming majority will be men. So it's not something that you can compare to America and just say, well, because they may be pregnant, that's why they like you can go to any store.
No,
that's not true to Ukraine.
60,000 women serving in the Ukrainian army, according to a report as of July 23. And I'm just telling you, I don't know how many men. I'm just.
That's not true. That's not true. 50% of the Ukrainian women population is now conscripted, and guess what?
Okay, so we're going to wipe out the entire population rather than just.
How about Nick? May I please speak, please, as someone with some experience in it? My friend, who I worked with, is Natalia Kalmykova. She's now the deputy defense minister for defense for Ukraine. So, Julia, I know you can never aspire to be that because your Russian misogynist state treats you like shit. All right?
No. Three sentences without attacking someone, Yehuda? Like it's
Ryan, okay,
it's like verbal Tourette's with you, dude. Like, go 3 sentences.
No, you know what? I'm so sorry for highlighting the ecumenical
How do you call
equality.
someone a
You just called a
woman
misogynist.
You think that because you cannot articulate your point and because you can argue with me, I'm gonna be upset because you're trying to basically call me names?
I'm not crying. You know,
really?
I don't care who you are.
This is how he flirts, Julia. Don't take it personally.
I'm talking about the Russian state, not you. I don't know who you are, and I'm glad I don't. I'm talking about the misogynistic realm of the Russian state. There are women all over the Ukrainian military. They fight in equal measure. Okay, they fight on the front lines. They fight as combat medics. They do the business. You don't, or other people don't. I get it. Russia is a misogynistic, patriarchal state. But guess what? When you limit and you avoid 50% of your population and treat them in an infantile way, guess what? You're going to lose. And guess what? The Russian military was supposed to beat, by all measures, the Ukraine in 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's 2 years later. They can't even take back the east bank of the Dnipro. They can't take Kharkiv. They can't advance in Zaporizhia. They can't do anything. All they can do is lay thousands and millions of mines and stop the Ukrainians. But guess what, Julia, or whoever, ad hominem Ryan, they cannot stop Ukraine from liberating their whole goddamn country. And the West is behind them. And if they're not behind them fully now, they will be soon, because they know that if you don't stop Russia in Ukraine, they'll go for Poland, like what's his name, Soloviev and Margarita lady.
Simonian.
They will want Simonian. They want Latvia. They want the Baltics. Guess what? We are there in the Baltics. All of NATO is sitting, waiting. Guess what? Finland's border guards could waltz to St. Petersburg. Your country is a failed state. Don't try to screw with Europe anymore. Let Ukraine
Okay,
win.
can you
Why
repeat it
don't you
3 more
win?
times
No,
that
please, with
it's
respect.
failed
I'll
state?
shut up after this. Please, with respect.
Allow me
finish.
to respond to this bloke, okay?
No, Alcy, go. Aren't you? How is your internet working in the embassy there in Russia? The Russian embassy in Australia.
Austin, please go ahead, bro.
No, let me finish.
You
my point.
were
Let me
insulting
finish
him. There
my-
was no point. You were making fun of his internet. Who
I'm
does
not
that?
insulting him, Ryan.
Who makes fun
Stop
of people's
being
internet?
A Hezbollah
What are
supporter.
you, 12 years old?
I'm just saying he's in the Russian embassy in
Who
Australia.
cares where he is?
Okay, what's the big?
Austin,
I'm just
go
saying.
ahead.
I hope the
Yehuda,
internet connection
you're
is
getting
good.
time
Let
out
me
again.
finish.
Yehuda, please.
I'm gonna finish. I'll land my plane. I'm gonna land my plane. I'm gonna stop. All I'm saying is you can't besmirch the great Ukrainian nation for fighting the good fight with men and women doing the good business. Do me a favor, Julia.
Yehuda, one question.
Kazakh,
One question.
Get out of Ukraine. Go back to your country, and everything
Well, I
will
live
be
in
well.
Brooklyn.
Thank you.
Yehuda, one question. Will Ukraine capture Moscow? Are they going to get to Ural Mountain?
They don't want Moscow.
Kamchatka?
They're not Russian. They don't want to invade other
Okay.
countries. They don't want to invade
No?
other countries. Thank you.
Okay, Yulia, allow me, please.
No,
allow
they're
me,
not
please.
genocidal terrorists.
This guy,
Okay.
Ryan Robziani, I would love to have him as a spokesperson for the United States, appearing on every Russian major TV channel, appearing on Solovyov, appearing on RT. You would be the perfect person we could put in a studio and show you as someone who represents that arrogance, the US arrogance which we are fighting. You would be perfect to inspire Russia to be great again. You know, as a Russian patriot, listen
Wait,
to this. Listen to
Ryan?
this.
Ryan,
Listen,
You
listen.
said Ryan?
Yeah, looking good for you, Ryan.
Sorry.
You're a terrorist supporter.
Sorry, no, Ryan.
Twice.
Who was the bloke speaking? The one who kept saying misogynist
It
and all
was
that?
Ryan.
Maybe
It
I'm
was
confused.
Ryan for sure.
No, that was Yehuda. That was
It's
not
Lev.
Ryan.
It's Lev.
I withdraw. Apologies. My apologies. I withdraw,
All right.
Ryan.
Well, you know,
Yeah,
withdraw to the embassy.
No, Yehuda, you would be the person. I mean, I would pay for your flights to go to Moscow. Would put you in a studio, and we would use you as a person.
I would never
Listen,
go.
listen to this. You're already doing it right now. You're actually doing what we want, and I hope this is a recorded space. This is the kind of rhetoric we need to inspire Russia to keep going and never stop and regain all of its borders. You're saying that there's NATO here, there's NATO there, there's NATO in Finland, walk to St. Petersburg, there's NATO on the Baltic states. You think you're actually getting some political mileage or doing yourself a favor by talking like this? You're exactly, listen to this. I didn't interrupt you. Listen, I didn't interrupt you.
God,
Host,
Yehuda.
mute this
Okay,
bloke.
you know what, Yehuda. I'm sorry. You've earned 5 minutes of timeout. Okay.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
thank
30.
you.
Maybe 30 seconds. Just re-request, Yehuda. But go ahead.
Sure, I'll finish now. This is the perfect rhetoric to inspire Russia. When you listen to someone like Yehuda talk, and he insults the hundreds of thousands of Russians who died in Stalingrad fighting the Nazis, defeated the Germans. 80% of the Nazis in World War II died fighting Russian troops. When you hear these kind of insults, a normal Russian person or an ally of the Russian world, anywhere in the world, in any of the BRICS countries, would say, yes, Russia is the good guy. People like Yehuda and everything he stands for and the values that he promotes are wrong. You're just reinforcing that what Putin did with the special military operation is 100% correct. There should be no Patriot missiles, not even on our border, nowhere, anywhere. There should be no NATO forces in any of the former Soviet republics. You want to talk about 1990s? The only reason that 1991 Russia gave independence to all these republics was because they considered them friendly. They considered them in a union. They disbanded the USSR. They created the CIS, and then slowly but surely, all of these countries started getting recruited into NATO. And it's very dishonest what the Americans did. You think Putin breaks promises? Russia never signed up to having NATO bases everywhere. If the Soviets knew what they would do, if the Soviets knew that Ukraine would become a NATO stronghold, or Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia would become NATO stronghold, do you think they would have even built them one road or one bridge or one factory, let alone leave them hundreds and thousands of artillery pieces, tanks, armored personnel carriers, millions of rounds, millions of shells? All of these weapons, the majority of these weapons, Soviet weapons, which the Ukraine is receiving, coming from East Germany, coming from Bulgaria, coming from Greece, coming from the Baltics, coming from wherever. This is all Russian stuff. This is all that we gave them once upon a time when we were nice to our neighbors. And that was our mistake in history. We should have never been nice to our neighbors. In fact, this is all the problem comes from 1991. And yes, I dream of having the borders restored, because we can't trust independent countries on our borders in our buffer zones. They should not be in NATO. It's not what we signed up for.
Hang on. I must respond to this. Hang on. So what the heck is your rhetoric, dude? I want the borders restored?
1914 borders.
Like just blatantly being an imperialist
Wait,
right
I'm
now?
unashamedly.
No, hang on, Ozzy. You spoke. I want to reply.
Sure.
You said that these states do not deserve to exist, even though 25% of Estonia are ethnic Russians, which are quite happy, though, being in Estonia, right? Those are different types of Russians to the Russians into Ukraine. Those are subset ethnicities within the states. Also, NATO didn't recruit those countries when they left the Soviet Union. The last country to leave the Soviet Union was Kazakhstan, actually, let's keep in mind. They were the ones that were hoping the Soviet Union would stay together, not the Russians. The Russians left the day before them,
They
or
called the
3 days
CIS,
before them, if I remember correctly.
CIS, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing that I find most bizarre is Article 13 of NATO states, if you as a state want to leave the NATO alliance, give the United States, the military structure, notice. After 1 year, you are free to go on your way. And that's what the French thought about doing. And then they just decided in 1967, as I've already said earlier tonight, under Charles de Gaulle, decided to leave the military structure. Okay, so none of what NATO does is by a oppression. It is by optional choice. Norway is a special example where they don't want any rockets and they don't want any US physical presence in their borders.
They don't want nuclear
and NATO
missiles.
has respected that, right? Or whatever it is. I can't remember the parameters. My point is that they don't want any. They have a special relationship with the NATO alliance because they don't want certain aspects of it, certain features. Okay, so for you to say that NATO is forcing all these countries to be there, that is just wrong. If you look at the NATO treaty, I'm not saying I agree with NATO's expansion in principle necessarily, but it's just a lie to say that all of this is at the behest of NATO and those countries have not had any choice in the matter whatsoever. Stop just lying.
Could I just?
You're talking to Yehuda about making up shit. You're just making up.
You not only said you think it should go back to 1991, but you then said 1914. Where I believe even Finland was part of the Russian Empire, if I remember my history correctly, and Poland. I mean, what are you saying? Honestly, this is like crazy stuff. And the fact that you're suggesting that bits of Europe, bits of Ukraine should be sort of parceled off to different countries is nonsensical. Then we should have Mexico come in and get back California. This is not appropriate.
Why not? Why doesn't Russia fund Mexico? Why doesn't Russia arm Texas? Why doesn't Russia arm Mexico? Tell me.
You're absolutely ridiculous.
Listen,
sir.
I'm speaking. What I'm saying is a lot of what you're saying is so out there that honestly, I think that you don't I can't believe that you're representing much of the Russian sentiment. I hope you're not.
He isn't.
Because that would be crazy. And Julia, I wanted to say one thing to you. I don't know what your point was about pregnant soldiers. Are you suggesting that, Ukraine is sending them to the front, forcing them to fight? What is your point? Because I thought that was sort of bizarre. It's okay to have
My
pregnant women
point
serve
was
in armies.
my point was that Piotr said that that didn't happen. He said that
but
Ukraine does not send to the front line pregnant women.
Well,
I tried to disprove it.
Tira, let her respond, and then you can go. You can finish, Julia.
Yeah, that was the entire point. Because if someone raises a point, I can contradict that.
Fine.
If I don't agree and I can back it up.
Well, Ukraine has said.
So that's what I did.
Ukraine has no. You didn't back up anything. You just said it. But Ukraine has said that when women say that
No,
they're
I did back it up. I could send you personally send you the link from the newspaper.
Fine, but Ukraine has said, the government has said that basically pregnant women are removed from the front once they find out they're pregnant, which may or may not happen. Who knows when it would happen, depending. But look, I just don't see that. Even if they are fighting on the front, if women want to do that, that's fine. I'm not a big fan of that, but I also think it would be their prerogative. I just think some of this, like I said, some of the rhetoric, particularly Aussie Cossack, I really think you've gone way too far. And also, you're just basically ignoring anything that Russia might have done wrong. So, for example, the Budapest Memorandum. I don't care if Putin wasn't in power then. That's the country agreed after they had, split up. So it's just Russia that they would not. They would, if once Ukraine gave up their nukes, that they would basically not. They would not.
That's not true. Please, please research. I'm so tired of people referring to Budapest Memorandum when they don't have a single. We don't know a single thing.
You will be able to respond, Julia. But Tira, finish your point, and then Julia will respond.
Okay, so I have read the Budapest Memorandum many times. It's actually pretty short, so anybody can read it. And basically it says that Russia has an obligation not to go in there. Now, there is very limited enforcement mechanism, I agree. But at the end of the day, Russia made a commitment that it violated. That's number one. Okay, number two, this idea that somehow poor Russia, all of these states, when they gave them up, they were so mean to them and they turned to NATO. They turned to NATO because it was a better option. And for you to suggest, once again, that countries don't have a right of self-determination once they are independent strikes me as a sort of bizarre statement. Certainly from an American standpoint, I find that really sort of horrific, frankly. They have the right to do it. NATO has the right to accept them. Obviously, there was language, or there were spoken discussions about NATO not expanding past a certain point, but that was never memorialized. And, that's where the thing stands now. But to suggest that they were basically turning against Russia and poor Russia, that's nonsense. NATO is a better option. Russia was not a great option for these countries. You have to understand that people chose sort of capitalism. And I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, can I make
if you allow
a
me
few
to
observations about the Tucker Carlson interview?
No, I told Julia
Yes,
she could respond, and then
Okay.
Michael, you're welcome to jump in so that we can pivot back to that. But Julia, if you would still like to respond, then respond, and then we'll go to Michael.
Well, regarding the Budapest Memorandum, I've seen in the last 2 years way too many people just either not understanding what that means, they don't understand the difference between a treaty, memorandum, they don't understand the difference between assurances and guarantees, they don't understand that the nuclear weapon that Ukraine supposedly gave up, actually, that's not what actually happened, because the control and command points were actually in Moscow. And those nuclear warheads, basically, you couldn't just keep them in Ukraine, because at some point the material deteriorates or something like that. I'm sorry, I'm not a scientist to refer to that. And Ukraine just simply didn't have money to maintain that. So Ukraine could have kept it for another 10 years, and it would have been a pile of garbage, controlled in Moscow. So what was their point? And again, that was the insurance. Nobody. So did the countries actually sign it? Did they actually talk that, well, this is a guaranteed thing? I just don't understand why people
Wait,
keep mixing it up. They keep talking about this as if something that it's like a law that was supposed to be upheld by all countries.
Yeah, Yulia, would you allow me to respond to Yulia's allegations against me as well? Uh, when Clinton visited the United States, when that was being signed in when Clinton visited the Soviet Union, should I say, sorry, when that was being signed in '94, Yeltsin, even though he was a weak leader, even though we consider him a traitor and he betrayed Russia's national interest by allowing all these things to happen, even he put his foot down and said that the Americans are not fulfilling their end of the agreement, and their end of the agreement was not to expand eastwards. That yes, Russia will sign these agreements, but so there's no NATO on their doorstep. And what happens? NATO on the doorstep. Now, Yulia was alarmed. Sorry, not Yulia, the other lady, the American voice, was alarmed about my rhetoric about the return of 1914 borders. Let me tell you this: we were brought up as kids from a young age with this dream in mind, this romanticized dream to take back what's ours. Every meter of land through Ukraine, through the Baltics, is soaked in Russian blood through several world wars and for hundreds of years of wars, starting from hundreds of years ago. And it's in our blood to want that, and that's what we want. And when you guys want to attack us, when you guys want to put NATO bases on our borders, we just know that our great grandfathers were right, and people like Yeltsin were wrong when they believed the West and made deals with the West. There should have never been all these deals made. Now, when you push against Russia, you're only reviving that sentiment. When you attack Russia, when you fund our enemies, when you arm our enemies, right? When you use NATO cruise missiles against us, when you kill our people, you're only firing up that sentiment. Why do you think you see Russian troops flying the Soviet flag? Why do you think you see Russian troops flying the flag of the Russian Empire? Starting from 2014, in Mariupol, in Donetsk, in Kramatorsk, in Slavyansk, you see them with their patches insignia. Troops fighting in the same unit, in the same volunteer unit on the Russian side, defending Donbass, wearing Russian Empire patches, wearing Soviet Union patches. The more you push against Russia, the more you're making Russia great. I think that's what you have to understand, this concept. If you didn't touch Russia, if you left Russia alone, right? If you didn't bomb Donbass, if you didn't attack Russia in any way, shape, or form, if you didn't encroach on its borders, Russia would be doing what it was doing in the 90s, consuming Western goods, consuming Western ideology. That's all I can say. So the more you push, the more there'll be that rhetoric. It'll be a
So
great.
what you're saying is
since
that
I
we
was
basically have
mentioned?
to ignore
Could I
Russia. Let
respond
Russia
since
do
I was
whatever it
mentioned,
wants.
please? Could I respond?
Sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Let me
Go
just
ahead.
read one thing. The United States of America, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland reaffirm their obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine, and that none of their weapons will ever be used against Ukraine except in self-defense or otherwise in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. It was signed by Russia, by the United States, and by the United Kingdom. So I don't know what Julia's talking about. That was a commitment. You can say what you want to about it. That is considered a commitment. Okay. They broke that commitment as far as I'm concerned. Even Putin doesn't say it was self-defense exactly. He said they had to go into denazify, but he's
Tira,
not
and
saying
actually, can I add to
self-defense.
that?
Thank you.
Can I add to that just one more thing? Because everybody always brings up the expansion of NATO when there was no firm treaty or commitment about that. What everybody never mentions about this conversation at all, because again, the expansion of NATO was never solidified in a treaty that the NATO would not expand eastward into Russian borders. I mean, sorry, westward to Russian borders. But it was the 1997 Russia NATO Act, right? Look up the Russian NATO Act of 1997, where Russia committed when they signed a treaty with NATO as an alliance, as a whole, where it's NATO as one, Russia as another. Russia acknowledged that the decision of individual states to join and any military alliance or however they want to frame their own national security is up to them. It is up to the individual country. In 1997, Russia acknowledged that if a country wants to join NATO, that's fine. So you cannot now come back and, oh, by the way, now with the whole Ukraine issue, since the invasion of Ukraine, the largest expansion of NATO territory with Russia occurred when Finland, the country that invented the term Finlandization, joined NATO. Russia has done absolutely nothing.
Got it. Let me go to Ben. Ben, welcome to the panel. Tell us what you think about all this. Ben Whedon.
Hi, thanks. So I did want to push back a little bit on the notion that the international law is the issue. Whether or not they broke a commitment, they went in, and that's a fact. Somebody's gone in
And they've said for a while in this panel, I've been hearing a lot of people debating about whether Russia's winning, Ukraine's winning, the same usual stuff. At this point, what's going on today as we're speaking, Avdiivka's fallen. That's an 8-year-old fortification that the Ukrainians been building up for almost a decade at this point. That's significant. It's one of the last major holdouts on the original ceasefire line when they went in. We are seeing movement on the front. We're seeing it in Novomykhailivka. We're seeing it in the south, closer to Volodar, and we're seeing it as the Russians are pushing towards a riverbank of the Zhirapets. Those aren't major advances in terms of volume of territory claimed, but they're strategically significant, and they do matter in terms of where this conflict is going to go moving forward. We've seen a lot of talk about what general is coming in. You have Syrskyi. His style of fighting is, he's generally considered a Russian general. To speak, say that in a very general sense about his willingness to use manpower. We can talk about the effects of whether or not more aid, munitions is going to impact Ukraine's ability to keep fighting. Sure, more ammo is always going to make an impact. More material. If you have an infinite supply of military equipment, yeah, that makes a difference. Fact is, they don't have an infinite supply, and neither does the West. Neither does Russia. But now we're going to get into the details of who can, build more material faster. And I don't have that information on me. But what we do know is that Ukraine has depleting manpower reserves. And they just had to pass a pretty strict conscription law over in the Ravda to actually bring anybody up to the front. You're seeing even Western media acknowledge these manpower shortages, and you're seeing the Russians moving in particularly strategic points and positioning themselves to both repel a potential counterattack if they decide to throw bodies at the line again, or to move forward over the long term.
Cool. Michael, jump in. Michael, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Yeah, just a few sporadic thoughts about, or scattered thoughts rather, about the Tucker interview that maybe people haven't discussed yet or has been underemphasized. I think in general, what struck me most was that the posture of Tucker in the interview was actually far more adversarial than his critics could have ever really fathomed ahead of time, because they assumed that his whole mission there was just to be a PR vessel for Putin. And I could have told you conclusively that that's not what Tucker would, be devoting all this time and energy to actually orchestrating the ability to do. So it wasn't a surprise to me, but it was interesting still because, for instance, in letting Putin go off on his extended historical disquisition starting in the year 86 or something, did get to a point where he's
1624.
Okay, yeah, so somewhere in that neighborhood. He gets to certain points where he's basically setting up an all-purpose justification for the war by saying, essentially, Russia is entitled to control land beyond certain borders as they've been artificially set up in the 20th century. And Tucker asked him, I wrote down the quote because it was so striking. Okay, he said, okay, do you believe Hungary has a right to take back its land from Ukraine and other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders? Which is actually a tactful question for Tucker to ask. And it probes at some potential contradictions or flaws in Putin's reasoning, but it's not delivered in a theatrical way where he's doing this performative condemnation, or he's just trying to create an especially viral moment that shows he could really stand up and be tough on Putin. He's actually let him just expand on almost his own rhythms, but it led to some interesting revelations like that.
Michael, you think he went too weak on him?
Too weak?
Yeah. Do you think he was too soft on Putin?
I don't know. I think it's difficult to strike a balance or to really know unless you're in the moment how far to go in one or another direction. There are certainly some angles he could have gone down, or angles he could have used that would have maybe promoted a little bit more discomfort on Putin's part. But I think what he did choose to focus on still led to the elucidation of a lot of interesting stuff. And again, it got to the core of some of Putin's, just basic rationale for launching the war in the first place that Tucker was questioning, which, I'm sorry, I really don't think if a CNN journalist or somebody who is, a Russiagate fanatic for 6 years and whose world revolves around Donald Trump and like the supposedly collusive relationship with Putin, they would never have had the just cognitive wherewithal to lead Putin to where he was led in this interview
Right.
that led to certain significant revelations.
Absolutely.
I mean, I do
Absolutely.
think that there were times where Putin was allowed to
Let me
ramble a little bit about the historical stuff
Sure.
that may would have interjected
A
more.
little
But
bit. The
you know,
guy
it's
went
hard
on
to
for
know.
30
Yeah, a little
the guy
bit
went on
for
for
like
35
A lot.
minutes.
He definitely it was definitely
Michael,
a lot. I agree.
35 minutes. Literally 1/4 of the interview plus was this guy giving us a history lesson. Look, that was fun. Simona, let me go to you before your hand falls off. You've been waiting for a bit.
Yes, I just wanted to say that everybody seems to be completely fine with this NATO expansion. Actually, not everybody, but they underestimate the impact of these policies. And when in 1962, American deployments of nuclear missiles in Italy and Turkey were matched by Soviet deployments of missiles in Cuba, the United States didn't like it. And so the expectation that the NATO expansion on the east would not escalate somehow is ridiculous. Actually, one of the questions that Tucker asked Putin, and I think was very much on point, is that do you believe that was a trick to push a military reaction? That's my point of view. I think we should absolutely understand that besides history of Ukraine, the so-called independence of Ukraine after collapse of Soviet Union,
What do you mean so-called independence of
there is
Ukraine?
Ukraine has never been independent ever since the Soviet Union collapsed, and we can walk through the history of modern Ukraine, and we will find out that major revolution that characterized its history, they were all somehow manipulated and
Allora
driven by the
dimmi,
Western
dimmi,
interference, like
when
the
was
first
Italy
Maidan.
independent? When was Sicily?
Can we let Simona
Di-
finish,
dimmi.
please, and then Yehuda, and then you can go, man. But Simona,
Yeah, so for example, like let's we mention like
or is Ryan gonna say that I'm on her
when
side
we
for other
discussed
reasons too?
on 2014
Hey, buddy, pick one.
accession to the European Union, we were negotiation with the European Union, and Yanukovych was simply going through, those requests, this violent revolution, Maidan, was triggered, and then we had the influence by the CIA, by other Western players, just to escalate this perception that Ukraine somehow had more in common with the European Union than Russia. Well, actually, we have to understand it's part of the same bloc. It's actually manufactured this idea that Ukraine at some point would even be included in the European Union. I was working for the European Parliament at the time, and first and foremost, they never met the standards to access the European Union. So, level of corruption in Ukraine. Let's forget even about Biden, and let's talk about other parameters.
Like, I mean, are we done yet? Like, this is crazy.
What is
Bro.
crazy?
But
What is
Simona,
crazy?
Simona, can I ask you a question?
Yehuda.
If you
¿qué me
believe
interesa?
Ukraine has been independent,
Man, we already did a 5-minute timeout. Do we got to do a 10-minute timeout now?
Yehuda, seriously, bro.
Simona, can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question though about kind of this whole issue about
Go ahead. Ask
NATO
the question,
expansion?
bro. Ask the question.
Yeah. So Simona,
All right.
okay. So if Ukraine
You said I
may
could go
be
next.
possible joining NATO, although France and Germany were very adamant that Ukraine was never going to join NATO. But let's make the assumption of your argument that Ukraine joining NATO was such a national security threat for Russia. So my question to you is, after the invasion of Ukraine that is still going on, or the quote unquote special military operation, why hasn't Russia done absolutely nothing at all once Finland joined NATO, which caused the largest expansion of the border between NATO and Russia? It almost doubled it, if not more. So why didn't Russia respond to Finland joining to NATO?
I can answer that.
I can answer.
Please. Go ahead, anybody. I don't care.
Am I going to answer it or am I excluded?
Russia instantly responded by bringing back the Leningrad military district, which was disbanded by 2010. Now, this is one of the largest military districts, all up and down NATO's Finland border. Russia has brought back that district, which means basically
Largest
militarizing and mobilizing
or
on
as in
Finland's border.
personnel? Largest as in size of the military district, or as in
Can I go
personnel?
now or do I have to listen to 55 dummies?
Razi, let me ask you. Because you're saying largest.
Why would you expect
largest by
Putin to react in the exact same way to NATO enlargement
All right.
into Ukraine as he wouldn't to Finland. I mean, didn't he go through like 35 minutes in this interview tonight, reiterating what he said many times, which is the historically special and irreplaceable
Unfortunately,
relationship
Michael,
between
it looks
Russia
like
and Ukraine,
Yehuda
which
has
is not
ditched
just
the
transferable to
stage.
Finland.
Yeah, but Michael, the point all sources trying to make is that Putin emphasizes NATO is a security threat to Russia's interests and existence. And by therefore expanding the border by about 1,500 miles, I think it is, or 800, 1,200, I think, it kind of contradicts Putin's own point about NATO being the biggest issue is the security threat, and then does emphasize that it's actually about Ukraine and that he wants to be able to control some of the former socialist republics, i.e. Ukraine, which is the crown jewel of them all because that's Russia's origins, right? So it's more, I think.
Hasn't it always been clear that Putin and basically the rest of the Russian political class take a special affront to NATO expansion in Ukraine in particular, where it's not the same legacy feelings toward Finland? I mean, it doesn't mean.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
if I
right.
can
You're right in
answer
that. You're right in that. Obviously, NATO has been emboldened and expanded, and it's more maybe has more resources now and more land area than before the invasion in 2022. So that's maybe a mark against Putin in terms of his ultimate goal of improving security position against NATO. But I don't think that means to necessarily have to act like there's no distinction that can be made between NATO and this very particular sphere of influence that he's emphasizing the significance of over and over, and Finland, which he views as having a different historical trajectory.
Yeah, so I would differ. I'd slightly differ with you, Michael, actually, in that prior to 2014, let's say there's not a clear cutoff point. NATO didn't really have much of an existence in the 2000s. NATO was squandering to try and figure out what its purpose was. It tried to work with the Russians on things like coin, counterinsurgency operations in the Middle East, I think, and the Balkans, and they also did a lot of terrorist work. But its primary
like 10 years
purpose
in
was actually
Afghanistan.
yeah, and
Geopolitically
Afghanistan.
speaking,
But the
Ukraine is
other
not
thing I was
Finland.
just going to add was that the Russians did, I mean, all sources mentioned it. It was the founding act of 1997 under the Clinton administration when he first came in. That's what Putin was referring to when he was talking in the interview about Clinton. He was building on those relationships he'd had with Clinton, and then in the early 2000s, I think 99, he established the NATO-Russian Council, which was an even deeper initiative to try and work together in Russia in the areas that I've just said. So this goes back to something that Ozzy Cossack said, which was sort of there was no formal agreement. There was this statement about no further eastwards was actually more a verbal promise between George H.W. Bush and the then Soviet leader Gorbachev. There's actual communiques, written documents of their what's the word? Memorials or whatever the word is. Their memorandums.
The transcript, correct. You're exactly right. And the same was said between Yeltsin and Clinton, and the same was said then when Putin came to power. And in fact, the crescendo to all of this, the icing on the cake, the cherry on the topping,
you said
is
that there was a written documentation, which is not true.
You talk about NATO expansion is an entitlement. Actually, NATO doesn't make any sense in most
NATO
of the
was
countries to me.
again. You're not listening to what I
Again,
said.
had a
NATO
census
expanded
time
at the,
after the
at
World
the
War, but
request of the
again,
countries that wanted to join. Simona.
well,
But hey,
of
Peter,
course,
isn't the point that
so that's another issue.
Isn't the point that you're not really saying anything that Putin himself probably wouldn't also acknowledge when you say that, because NATO has expanded to Finland, but it's not being treated as the same kind of threat? That proves that it was never about NATO as such. In the first place, it was always about NATO. It was always about Ukraine. I don't think Putin would even deny that. It's never been about NATO as such.
Exactly.
About NATO vis-a-vis Ukraine.
Look, I think
even said in the interview that
Simona, can I make my
tolerated
last
the 5
point and then I'll let
times.
you respond?
I'm not answering to you. Nobody's giving me space to give my answer.
I have a 30.
Yeah, and no, Piotr, I'm gonna give Simona the mic because she's been trying. So go ahead, Simona.
No, just I think like it's not about NATO expanding here or there. It's about a agreed policy that United States would have avoided to expand with NATO to the east, and still Russia's related it 5 times. So the fact that it happened before reinforced that the continuous expansion was creating a military colony just around Russia, and it's of course is going to cause a problem. And the fact that you talk like it's normal and should be tolerated, and NATO is such a good thing to have at your borders, well, I disagree completely with.
But wait, Peter,
But that's
before you
not
jump
what
in,
I'm
but
saying.
that's my
That's not what
point.
I'm
But
saying,
that's my
Simona.
point.
I don't disagree with you on that point.
Ukraine
I
is
agree
separate.
with you on. I agree with you. Look. There's two points you and Ozzy are combining, which I disagree with, and Yehuda doesn't like me for this because I don't know, acknowledge this point, right? I have a problem with I'll put it this way. I empathize with the Russian perspective about feeling encircled and encroached upon by NATO. I can understand, being Russian myself, how they said it, because my father's told me enough about it from the Russian perspective, okay? But it's wrong to say that NATO is not something that was desired by the states. Do I agree with the expansion? No, not necessarily. But is it something that happened by the request of others, not because of the imposition of NATO itself? No, it's not. Those are two different things, and I think that's what I'm
This
trying
is
to
brilliant. This is brilliant.
We're cornering Russia, and
Can I just say a
again,
small
why
remark?
is nobody answering the question specifically? Why is it that when Finland joined NATO, Russia didn't initiate "quote unquote" a special military operation to seize Helsinki?
Okay.
But when Ukraine, although was never going, France and Germany said flat out multiple times Ukraine is never going to join NATO.
Okay.
Why then is the justification of the expansion of NATO used as a talking point to justify the invasion of Ukraine when they didn't do the same against Helsinki?
Okay, allow me to answer this.
Can I answer
Allow
that?
me to answer this, please. Okay, so first point is that yes, all these little countries joined NATO, and there was lots of promises made, and Russia was assured that NATO was not a threat, and so forth. When Putin came to power on the 31st of December 1999, when Yeltsin resigned, Putin came to power on the 1st of January, the year 2000. One of the first things he did was said to the United States, he says, okay, Russia will join NATO too then. If everyone's joining NATO, we'll join NATO. And then they said, well, okay, if Russia joins NATO, then what's the point of NATO? And he said, well, of course, because NATO is against us. That's the point of existence of NATO, is to challenge Russia. And Putin actually said, I'll join NATO too. And they were dumbfounded. They said, okay, what do we do now? Russia wants to join NATO. Ukraine wants to join NATO. Everyone's going to join NATO. So Putin in year 2000, just when he came to power, he almost defeated NATO, because NATO would have become redundant if Russia was part of NATO. Now, to answer your question about Finland, Finland was neutral since World War II. Since there was a Soviet-Finnish Winter War, 1940, which the Soviets lost a lot of casualties, but in the end they won. And then when the Germans attacked the Soviet Union in 1941, 22nd of June, the Finns got cocky again and backed the Germans. When the Soviets defeated the Germans, the Finns freaked out and made a deal with Stalin. Stalin said, look, I won't touch you, I won't invade you, just make sure you're neutral. And that was enough for Finland to be neutral right up until, and Finland never joined NATO all those years and lived peacefully next door to Russia. No one had a problem. To
They
answer the
did
question,
seize Finnish territory. They did. Don't forget that they did seize Finland territory. But go ahead.
they just pushed back a bit of territory to put St. Petersburg, or Leningrad at that time, out of the artillery range, because it was so close to the Finnish border. Now, the Finns fought very bravely, they fought very hard, and in the end, the Soviet Union didn't invade them, they just took a bit of their land just to make it safer. Now, when Finland joined NATO just recently, I don't think Russia sees it as such a threat. Finland's only doing that because it's part of the, keeping up with the Joneses. That's what everyone's doing. Russia's not that interested in Finland. There's nothing there that Russia needs.
But then
Russia...
It's not about Finland. It's not about one single case. It's about a pattern of expansion. That's what started escalating. You just said it. Annexed it only recently. Why continuing this pattern? That's what constituted a threat to Russia. It's not about Finland. It's about the trend that has been initiated.
So why not invade Finland?
No, I don't think Russia's worried about Finland.
It's not about Finland. It's not about Finland. It's first of all,
nobody's answering.
Hold on.
Why not invade?
Okay.
I could answer you.
No. I'm gonna let no matter how much Ryan is gonna talk shit for me, me doing this, but I am gonna let Julia respond because she's been trying to. So go ahead, Julia. Yeah, keep in the comment section with my insults. Please, bottom right hand corner, guys. Say whatever you want to.
Don't forget.
Okay. I mean, this is the obvious point. I don't understand why everybody missed that. Ukraine joining NATO constitutes a bigger threat to Russia um, than Finland joining NATO. Um, Finland is like what, 5 million people, and they have like active personnel of over like a little bit of 20,000 people. Ukraine is much bigger, and Ukraine is for even for all the purposes, it's sort of like a sister country to Russia. Shared history, same mentality, bigger ties, like much deeper ties. So imagine if you have a brother or a sister joining an alliance against you, because NATO is by definition is against Russia. They might pretend and say that no, we're not. We're trying to cooperate and essentially fool Mr. Putin again. But you understand that Russia could not just let Ukraine join NATO, especially considering the issue with Sevastopol. Russia has had a military base there. Well, still has. But when 2014 happened, when Maidan coup happened, Russia understood that what NATO essentially wanted is to seize that military base and essentially create a NATO forpost. That's what the issue is all about. I mean, in part. So who cares
But
about
Julia,
Finland? Who
did you
cares about
acknowledge?
Estonia or Latvia being in NATO? No one cares. No one's gonna
Yeah,
touch
all source. It's
Latvia.
pretty fucking cold out there, all source. Why would you want Finland?
But Julia, would you agree? Would you at least acknowledge that France and Germany and multiple other Western European countries have been very vocal that they would never allow Ukraine to join Russia? That you need the consensus of all members of NATO to join NATO, right? There's a reason why Sweden is still not in NATO. Sweden is not in NATO because Hungary has not ratified it in its parliament, and the president hasn't signed it and sent it the ratification treaty to Washington, right?
Why would I need
Western
to
Europe has very been clear that Ukraine would never join NATO. And now,
let
after the invasion, Finland joined, and somehow now that's fine, even though Finland, as Ozzy put it out, has a clear history of fighting a war back then against the Soviet Union and causing a lot of suffering to the Soviet army. Unlike Ukraine, that actually was part of the Soviet Union, fought under the flag of the Soviet Union, had very cultural, as everybody here says, links to it. But let's just be real
and
and
greeted
acknowledge the fact
Hitler
of the matter what it is.
with
What
bread and
Putin, I'll
salt.
end with
Yeah,
this,
that's
Julia.
also happened. That's also happened.
Let me answer this.
But
Let me just
I
end
can
it with this.
answer your question because you
Yeah,
you
yeah, but
asked
I'm
me.
just going to end at this point. Let me just end this point, and Julia, please answer me. Please. Let me just end here. I think the Tucker Carlson and Putin interview and the huge history lesson, and this is not the first time that Putin has done this. He has done this. He wrote even a paper about it. Can we just acknowledge that Russia and Putin specifically, and as this has been a very consistent policy since the Russian Federation existed, they have never believed in an independent Ukraine. Can we just acknowledge that that's the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine? They don't believe they should be independent. Let's stop with the Ukraine. It's never going to happen.
But also,
Okay, let's
that's
start with
not
the
mutually
first question.
exclusive with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no.
Okay, let's start
Julia
with the
was
first
promised
question.
a response by all source.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So the first question was asked like why I should like why I can acknowledge what France or Germany says. Why would I care what they say if the of NATO says that, well, it's possible like Ukraine can possibly join NATO maybe at some point in time. It's not right now, maybe it's later. So okay, even if we agree that France says, let's say Macron says, well, Ukraine will never join NATO, why would Putin believe that again? So how many times Putin was fooled by the West? Way too many times. He admitted that in the interview. So does it really matter what they say, even if they said so? We shouldn't consider, like, should we take their words? Why? I just don't get it. With regard to the sovereignty, so it depends what sovereignty you mean. So if you mean the sovereignty on paper, sure. So Ukraine technically was independent since 1991. Is Ukraine truly independent in the sense of being independent country, sort of like United States? No, absolutely not. Because a country cannot, by definition, a country cannot be sovereign if it's indebted to IMF. And exist solely on the funding from other countries. I'm sorry.
You're really going to throw
What?
the IMF funding
What?
as a justification
Uh,
for not being sovereign?
I'm
talking
sorry.
about,
If
Julia? What
wait,
the
wait,
hell?
wait, 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 wait,
Well, that makes
wait.
half of
Hold on.
Africa not a real country then.
Hold on, a
because they're half of
question
the
was
executive
asked.
IMF. Like, what are you talking about?
Ukraine is not the only country that technically on paper is sovereign, but in reality is not. If someone like Boris Johnson make determination whether the war proceeds or not, how like in what way Ukraine is independent? If they have to report to United States that they fired their top chief general, so if they have to, like if Zelensky makes a tour around the world asking for more money, and everyone sees that on the paper, yes, they're
yes.
independent, but it's not in reality.
Oh, so
It's
why
sort
do
of
you
like
talk about the IMF and then the US? I don't understand your argument, Julia. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait,
but
because
I can pivot off of this point. This is my pivot point because we gotta go back to the interview. I'm sorry if you hear waterfalls in the background walking around Maui, Hawaii. You should definitely check out my Maui content because they're being
Humble
fucked
flex.
while we're sending
What's
all
it-
of
what's
this
the
money to
situation?
Ukraine.
What's the situation?
While we're sending 60 billion to Ukraine, Maui is being fucked. So I just said that around probably 50 people, but you know everybody needs to know that. But yeah, so I want to go back to one of the points that Putin made, which I think was a pretty good point, is that the U.S. weaponizing the U.S. dollar, freezing assets all around the world, and that the U.S. dollar made up between 50 and 80% of all transactions in Russia, and is now only making up 13% of transactions due to US sanctions. The US dollar represents the US's power all around the world. Okay, was this a mistake? That's what I want to know. That's what the audience wants to know as well. Why did this happen? What was the point? And I'll jump to AB on this one. I'll let you come in. Welcome to the stage, AB.
Oh, thank you. It's a good question about was it a mistake? I mean, you say correctly that the U.S. dollar represents one of America's strong suits in terms of its power. But I guess if that is indeed one of its powers, then it's only a power if you can use it as a power sometimes, right? So it may or may not have been a mistake. I think we should fact check. I don't know the answer as to whether that figure quoted by Putin is accurate or not. But it may have
The
been.
Russian
It's
economy,
possible.
AB, has not really suffered from it. I mean, it seems like the Russian economy is doing very well. They're still the largest economy in Europe. And even without the exports, even after Russia apparently bombed their own pipeline, you know, even after all that.
I don't think Russia's the largest economy. I don't think it's larger than the German economy and then several others. It's quite small for its population, and it's obviously got
smaller
a
than
decline.
France, Germany, UK,
Yeah, exactly.
Italy, and I believe even Spain. I think Spain and
That's
Russia
right.
are about the same size.
It's got a similar GDP to
Okay,
Canada.
so
It's got a
are
similar
you
GDP to
saying
Canada.
that Putin lied
Yeah.
about that? Let's be clear.
I don't know about that specific figure. I'm not going to say he lied or not about that specific
he
figure.
lied.
And it seems like it's over exaggerated. That said, it could very well be that at times maybe the U.S. has over relied on it. It's a nuclear weapon, sort of the SWIFT sanctions and that kind of stuff, which they used against Iran quite successfully, I have to say, against Iran. It's sort of a nuclear weapon of financial sanctions, and you should probably be careful or sparing about when you use a nuclear weapon of financial sanctions. Not equivalent, obviously, in terms of people dying, but it's sort of as harsh
Okay,
as you
so
can get
you
in terms
don't
of financial
think
sanctions.
that weaponizing the U.S. dollar against countries makes them more skittish as to using that as their reserve currency? I mean, threatening the status of the U.S. dollar as
No,
the global reserve
it may
currency
make
is
them
a
more skittish.
very, very dangerous thing to do, is it not?
For sure. No, it very well could make them more skittish than that, but it also, and the reason why it's used in the first place, again, you can question any individual situation. The reason it's used in the first place is to make them more skittish against going against U.S. policy, right? So you have to weigh one thing against the other. The potential cost to the U.S. where, hey, what happens if we abandon your currency versus, the cost of the country and the potential benefit to the U.S. of, hey, we're going to we're going to brute force you into compliance. And if we can't brute force you into compliance, at the very least, we can harm you so that your negative effects on our policy or our wishes is less because you're poorer.
But it seems
to
like
put
it
frankly,
makes
right?
us
So
weaker at this point, given the fact that we tried to use all these sanctions. I mean, we threw every sanction in the book against Russia, and it didn't work. Now all of a sudden we're supposed to say, like,
that's also there. I mean, it worked in part. It didn't work in part. There's a variety of reasons for that. You know, one of them is that while they're simultaneously sanctioning the crap out of Russia, they were the Biden administration specifically was easing sanctions on Iran, right? Which in turn was helping Russia, not just militarily, but financially, and helping them sell their oil and whatever, and easing sanctions recently on Venezuela. So there's a lot of incoherence there that kind of makes it more difficult to apply. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about. So yeah, no, it's interesting about the SWIFT stuff, and certainly you can question, and the U.S. has to be careful because when you have those kind of weapons, you want to use them when you really need them, and not just because you can. You're right about that general point. As far as the Tucker interview, I saw about half of it so far. Tucker was, and I saw some clips from the other, floating around from the half that I didn't see. Tucker was a little bit, I don't know if tougher is the right word. He was more probing than some had feared. There's no question, and that I had feared also, because there's no question that Tucker has, particularly since he left Fox, maybe even towards the end of his tenure at Fox, has become very much of a kind of Trump humper, and in the sense of not just in terms of Trump himself, but kind of very receptive to what the bleeding edge social media type Trumpers like, as opposed to the regular Republicans who vote Trump because he's not a Democrat, right? Which is they'll vote for any Republican if he's not a Democrat. So and you can see that Tucker doesn't. I mentioned this in a previous space. Tucker, we learned in the lawsuit that Fox settled with, what was the name of the company, with the voting machine company? Remind me.
Dominion.
Dominion, yes. We learned in that lawsuit, right, from the depositions and whatnot, what Tucker's actual opinion of Donald Trump is, and that he was, which is it's not a very high one. He considers him a bit of a bore, which most people do. He considers him a bit of ignorant, and he was sick of him, and he wanted to get rid of him after 2020. He was like, I can't wait. He literally said, I can't wait till we don't have to talk about this guy anymore, right? But because of his tension at Fox, and now that he's become independent, he's decided. Whereas before he was on the verge of being a truly independent, populist, right of center, American right of center kind of voice who could talk. I was saying truth to power, but at least his opinion to power, including to Trump. He was the one guy, because I was supporting someone else during the Republican nomination. He was the one guy that if he came out in right-wing media, that if he came out and said something critical about Trump, based upon their shared ideology, whether it's border stuff or being weak on BLM or COVID, the fact that Trump was awful on COVID towards the end, arguably, I think he was awful on COVID from a conservative libertarian perspective, awful in that way, meaning he was too enthusiastic about lockdowns and whatnot. He could have gone out and criticized, and he did a little bit on his show. And then once he started having tension at Fox, he left Fox, he abandoned that. So that being said, I was kind of pleased to see that he did ask him some challenging questions. He did ask him very directly and followed up on it about releasing the Wall Street Journal reporter in that sham arrest, Gershkovich. So that was a kudos to him on that. And he did, even when Putin was doing his version of Russian Ukrainian history, he did kind of a few times, he was being respectful, but he stopped a few times. He's like, he basically said, this is very interesting, Mr. President, but what the hell does this have to do with what I'm actually asking you? Right?
Yeah. So
I appreciate it.
I removed Brian from timeout. I brought you back up, Brian. Welcome back. Brian, I just asked the question about the weaponization of the U.S. dollar. And I know this might be boring for a lot of the audience or whatever, but it's very important to talk about because, again, as I said, the U.S. dollar is what gives the United States its power. Without the U.S. dollar, the U.S. dollar or the United States government is going to end up losing its superpower status. So, Brian, do you not believe that the weaponization of the U.S. dollar is a huge problem?
Could you explain what you mean specifically in your view of the weaponization of the U.S. dollar as your framing?
Nick, do you want me to play the clip?
Yeah, please.
Give me 2 seconds to pull it up. Brian, he's talking about the clip where Putin was talking about the dollar and all that stuff. So I'm just going to play it for you guys to make it a little bit easier. Give me 1 sec. Here we go.
Remedied. Well, let's just give one example, the U.S. dollar, which has kind of united the world. in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world? You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the U.S. political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission. Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interest of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles, and about as much, a little over 34%.
Good enough, I think, right, Nick?
Yeah, go ahead and cut it. But I want to go to you, to Joe, you on that. You know, you are.
Well, wait, you were just asking me a question. What happened here?
Do you remember the question, Brian?
Yeah, you were asking me about the
Joe a
weaponization
rabid
of.
Biden supporter, but I think we have one that's more.
I know, but
rabid,
you
so-
literally had just asked me a question and said, "Let's
that's
play the
okay.
clip," and now you're cutting me off again.
Yeah, sure. Okay, you know what? Go ahead, Brian. We'll
Isn't that am I crazy or am I being accurate?
No. Just sometimes I forget, like Biden forgets who the, when he was vice president and when his son died or whatever. But go ahead, Brian.
And like Trump doesn't remember his wife, what she looks like, and she says that E. Jean Carroll is his wife. Sure.
I
Okay.
definitely remember what his wife looks like. She's pretty hot.
All right.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, he's talking about the ex-wife, Nick. not
The
good
ex-wife.
looking.
The ex-wife. So, I mean, this is with Putin is saying that the U.S. is making a mistake. What he really means is he feels threatened by this, and he doesn't want the U.S. to do whatever it is. The Russian economy isn't even a tenth of the U.S. economy, or it's around the 10th, depending on which year you're looking at recently. And it just approved a record budget that is increased by 25% in spending, and it hit a record deficit earlier in 2023. So the dollar is something that actually really scares him. And if you remember that infamous meeting in Trump Tower with Don Jr., Paul Manafort, Jared Kushner, the Veselnitskaya, and other people connected to the Kremlin,
that was a lobbying effort to offer dirt on Hillary in exchange for relieving the Magnitsky sanctions, which targets high-level Russian government officials guilty of human rights abuses. They were so annoyed by that because the Kremlin oligarchical elite really love their jet-setting ways. The dollar is a weapon that's really hurting him. Now, what Putin has been able to do, because he's almost
How is
what
it
he's been
hurting
able to
them?
do- I'm getting there. What he's been able to do is do a lot of short-term measures that are propping up the Russian economy in totally unsustainable ways. People talk about our deficit and those as being unsustainable, which it is over the long term. In the short term, what Russia's doing is unsustainable. Their defense spending is accounted now for a huge portion of their domestic spending. It's not sustainable. They have like gas.
We do that here too,
Brian.
Ryan.
You really don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry here. Like,
Brian,
when
I was
America
bringing up
issues.
this while you were playing the Putin clip. That everything I said is true.
No, it's
You
not,
can do
Brian,
your
because
own
we
research.
spend $1 trillion
No, it's
a
not.
year on military here in the U.S. and
But we
defense.
can't because our economy is, and the dollar means something that the ruble never will. At its height, the Soviet Union's military power was somewhat comparable to ours if you take away the
Brian,
nuke. Never their economy.
You're
Okay,
Okay, I am the look,
very
Brian.
strong.
I am the tyrant here, and I'm going to let Joa jump
The
in.
dollar is
So
a
go ahead,
weapon
Joa.
we're using, and we're winning against Putin with it.
Okay,
It's just
the tyrant has made a decree. Joa,
all right, tyrant.
thank you, Joa.
Wants to show
Yeah,
you two
look,
colors.
Brian. I think you're missing the point. You're comparing economies, and I don't think that's what Putin said. As I said,
No,
I don't like
no,
Putin,
it's
but
not what
everything he
Putin
says
said.
is not.
I'm
Hold
saying
on,
that
let me
he's
talk.
doing it.
You
Brian,
hate when people
the
interrupt you, bro.
timeout's going to go up to like 30 minutes at this point. I mean, it's like forgetting your passcode on your phone. It just keeps going up. Joa, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point, Brian. And the thing is America was trusted with creating the world reserve, using the dollar for the world reserve. It broke that trust when it started using it as a sanction. That's why there's been 42 countries that have joined the BRICS trying to create an alternative to the US dollar. That
Good
is
luck with
going
that.
to spread.
No.
That is going to spread. Okay, keep interrupting me. You hate when people interrupt you, but then you do it, so people do it back to you. I hope you realize that. So keep
I
it
do
up.
a quick interjection, and you continue.
Twitter's
there-
mute
yeah.
button sucks. I'm just letting you know. Go
Yeah, once you start sanctioning people by weaponizing the dollar, that is a problem. Countries will look for an alternative in case they get sanctioned. That is equivalent to having a nuke in every central bank in every country in the world that US can just blow up whenever they want. That is a problem for country sovereignty. Do you understand that? That is what Putin is saying, and I agree with Putin on that point. I disagree with him on a lot, but on that point, I agree. That is a huge problem, and it has not worked. All the economies, most of the economies have been down. It hasn't worked. They've been able to get around it. Iran has the playbook on how to get around it, and they are right. They're
Let me ask you a
growing.
question. If it's a
They're
huge
not
problem,
going down.
how can we get around it if it's a huge problem? If it's a huge
You
problem,
just
it's a
had
huge problem.
Saudi Arabia, Brian. You just had Saudi Arabia want to join them, and then they paused it
Yeah, but you
because they
think
got a
they're going to give
contract
up
from
their
Lockheed
U.S.
Martin.
reserves? You think they're going to not invest in U.S. bonds in the dollar? Still, they're playing both sides, brother. They're not buying in the BRICS. They're
Listen,
just playing both sides.
I know they're buying they're buying U.S. bonds right now because they're the strongest bonds. Yes, but that doesn't mean that an alternative system. They're not trying to knock out the dollar. They're trying to create an alternative system in case the dollar
Saudis
doesn't
are.
work, and that will work. It will work.
It's
They've
never
already
gonna be
tested
an
it with
alternative.
Dubai. Look at the countries that are joining it, Brian. These are not like far right countries that are joining. You have like UAE that's already joining. They're actually working with them
Yeah,
and
I know,
actually
but they're
created
playing
a
both
test
sides.
system
They're
for
not
it.
going to abandon the dollar. They're going to get what they can from both sides.
No
By the way,
one's
China
talking
and
about
India
abandoning the
fighting
dollar.
hard.
Get it through your head. Get it through your head.
It's
No
not
one is
going to be a real
abandoning the
alternative.
dollar.
It will never be an equivalent alternative.
Bro, are you listening? Like, I don't think it's like
Okay, so this is
having
what I want to
Visa.
do. I want
It's
the
like having
audience. I want
Visa
the
and
audience to make
MasterCard.
Joe, I'm going to let you go, but I want the audience to vote. Who is worse, Yehuda or Brian, when it comes to interrupting? Bottom right hand corner, guys. Go ahead, Joe.
They're definitely related.
It's like having Visa.
I interject and then I let you keep going. I don't talk
You
over
just
people.
did it again, bro.
You
I
just
mean, you're
keep
not going to
doing
win
it.
the poll that way. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Brian's trying to make it seem as if like one's MasterCard, the other one's Visa. Forget Visa. That's never going to work because MasterCard's the king. There's two
It's like the
systems. That's
Southern.
what they're trying to build.
Oh,
You're talking
my
about
God.
You're talking about buying U.S. assets. Yes, they are strong. Yes, they have the strongest economy at the moment. Yes, they will continue to buy them. That doesn't mean I can't pick up my Visa card and use that if MasterCard cuts me off. Do you understand? That's what they're doing. That's going to weaken U.S. power. Okay,
Except
so
it's
you keep
Visa
trying to
and
make these
MasterCard
equivalents that are
versus
not the
Discover.
same. This guy cannot stop interrupting and then bitches about being interrupted. I don't
That's
get
what I'm
it.
saying. So, like,
You're right. Yeah. Brian, you're really pushing the limits. But just quick, Joe, question I have in terms of percentage of defense spending, how sustainable it is. Have you looked at the percentage of GDP that the Russia spending for defense versus the US? Have you looked at the numbers? Not trying to put you on the spot. Just curious if you've looked at numbers as well.
No, I have not actually. But I would assume it's high.
Von Ben Piotr, I know you've got other things to say in a bit, but have you guys looked at the numbers? Because maybe there's other sources to the one I found. Jump in if you have.
Sorry, what's the question? Sorry,
The percentage of GDP that Russia's spending for defense.
Well, they spend in terms of money, they spend about $65 billion, which if you take their GDP in nominal value that's about 1.5. The US spends 800 billion, but its GDP is 25 trillion. So do the math. It's the percentage of Russia is sensibly more than that of America if you put it into the maths. America's is a fraction. They spend more than any other major military combined. But again, it puts into context the size of the US economy relative to anyone else, apart from the Chinese, maybe, but the Chinese don't spend that much on the military. So I don't know. Does that answer your question?
It's at 6%, Mario, is what it's saying online.
Yeah, I've seen a few sources. All of them are higher than the US, but they vary pretty massively. But yeah, this is just wanted to kind of focus on that part and how sustainable it is. But do you think
what they're spending it on? Like what type of military equipment? Is it updating it? Is it training? Is it R&D? The hypersonic missiles that the Russian those more on the pro-Putin side tonight has emphasized are very expensive. So yes, they have the technology, but the only reason Putin launched that rocket against Poland or against Lviv when Biden was in Poland 2 years ago was a performative piece of art. That was it. He didn't start deploying them across Ukraine because they're so expensive to make and operate as well. And just Joe, very quickly on the BRICS. The big problem with the BRICS is the main currency that could potentially be it is the renminbi. But until the Chinese initiate an open capital account, the Chinese they cannot be the same par as the dollar. I'm not denying the BRICS has potential, but at the moment they can't seem to settle on whether they want to use one of the existing currencies or develop some kind of new one. That's where CBDC.
Yeah, from what they tested, Piotr, it was a new currency backed by reserves. That's what they were testing out with that innovation bank in China, along with United Arab Emirates.
What are the chances of that
back to the
working, though,
interview.
Joe? That's okay. Yeah, all right. I'll let Ryan go. Go ahead.
No,
Ryan.
Nick, please go ahead. Ask Joe the question.
I just wanted to know what the chances of it working. Ryan's been bullying me the entire space. He even made Julia leave.
I'm sorry, Nick.
I'm sorry for interrupting before, guys. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
How come you apologize when Mario says it, but when Nick and I say it, you throw a fit?
Yeah, no.
Well, because you guys were being jerks about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of an
We're
asshole.
sorry, Brian.
But, go ahead, Joe. If you can answer my
Yeah,
question, and then we'll pivot back.
Yeah, I mean they've been testing it by using the yuan, and they've had invoicing in yuan. They have had some settlements in yuan. They are testing things out. It will take a little bit of time, but it's definitely a possibility. It's not the hardest thing to replace is not the actual dollar and how the dollar works. The hardest thing to replace is the SWIFT system, and then also having buying pressure for when they want to increase the supply. But they don't even have to have that model where you increase the supply if they're doing it based on natural reserves of the countries that are involved.
Nick, he's a bit biased. The answer is almost impossible as of right now.
No, it's not impossible.
It's almost impossible because all 99% of transactions are closed in US dollar right now. Imagine transferring that system over.
Yeah, but look
Right, so-
who they signed up. A lot of the oil producing companies.
Joey, you can sign them up, but the systems to process the transactions is the issue right now, and that'll take time. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying as of right now, replacing it right now is almost impossible. It will probably
Yeah,
take
right
at least
now
5
it's
to 7
impossible.
years.
I just see it
Eventually
in
it's
5 years being. I see it in 5 years being possible, where other people put it out 10 years. That's the difference.
Okay, Joa, I'm gonna, I will. Let me go to Tira on this one, and then Joa, I know you're gonna want to jump in on this, even though this is probably one. It seems like we've agreed on the weaponization of the dollar, unless I wasn't listening enough. I was kind of distracted a little bit, but
Because
I want.
because you were being bullied, and we all feel very sorry for you being bullied. Nick.
I'm not being bullied. I'm having a great time. That's the reason this space isn't
Tira,
over
he just met
yet.
the
I don't know
woman.
what
He
you're
just met his
talking
wife
about.
tonight in here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I could have shot this space down, 3 hours ago, but I'm having a good
You
time.
missed
So
it, Julia's coming back. Don't worry.
Julia's coming back, Nick. Don't worry.
But anyway, so I'll ask
You
Tira,
guys want? I got a clip here that's really good, and I think it'll pivot.
Is
Tira.
it a clip of me? Please don't be a clip
No,
of me.
no. I saved those for later, bro. That's for our Zoom call.
Let's black them.
That's when we do a review. But this is about Putin talking about superior humans that can be engineered to save us. So let's listen to this.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
Yeah. You're asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man. There are reports that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA. What do you think of that? Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him, search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules. Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate prediction of what will happen. Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since.
I think we got the idea. Superhumans, genetically engineered. He's a fan of Elon. What do you think?
You're asking me? I actually thought he made a lot of sense there. The truth is, I
That's
think
not good. That's not good audio, though. We need you to push back on that.
Yeah, Tira, stop. You're supposed to. You were defending Epstein last time I heard you on here.
Oh my God, no. Well,
I
you know,
had people DMing me about you and Epstein defending,
we have
and
an
then you're like,
example of a
AI is cool.
Okay, we have an example of a superhuman individual on stage in Nick, and I think we can see how upsetting that is, quite frankly.
No, I believe that's
Thank you,
ladies'
Tira.
man, Nick. To you, Tira.
Hey, can we upgrade Tira's rating to a 10, guys? Needs a team
Okay,
Uh-oh.
so-
Tira, you're competing with Julia now.
I don't. I think Julia has me, except for she's in Brooklyn too. Nick. Well, you're in Hawaii, but maybe something.
How
can
the
work
hell do
out.
I
you
ain't
know
moving
that,
to
Tira?
Brooklyn. I'm not moving
Because
to
she
Brooklyn.
said
That's
it,
not happening.
didn't she? She said it. I listen.
Oh, we don't listen.
Yeah, I'm
when
not moving there.
Oh, well, no one's asking you to move for her, Nick. That's not okay. Shoot your shot some other time. Anyway,
I just told her that he is. Oh shit. Okay, hang on. I'm trying
Oh, Piotr's wingmanning for you. You're done, Nick.
Oh
You
my
might have-
God.
Yeah, no, it's like, Piotr, I need you to not wingman for me. Go talk shit about me in the D.
Okay, so
Tell her
look,
he's pro-Russian or something.
I think what's interesting about those comments is he's viewing Elon Musk as sort of more important than leaders of many countries, right? I mean, that's what he's basically saying. You got to make a deal with Elon Musk. You got to talk to him. You got to see what can be worked out. Which I think is an interesting comment and speaks to Elon's the range of his interests and what he represents in many ways. But honestly, I've always been worried about this. I mean, I think things we create have the capacity to outpace our ability to control them. I think we should all be concerned about this. And I did appreciate the concept that when we got nuclear weapons, we got together and sort of talked about it. What do we do? And I'm hoping we can do the same thing. Now, maybe other people disagree and just think, but even Elon said at one point, wait 6 months. Let's see what's going to happen, because these things can be dangerous. And I believe they can be. Does everyone agree or disagree?
What do you
about
think could be dangerous?
the runaway of technology? Yeah, I'm terrified by AI, to be honest with you. I agree with you, actually. I thought that some of what Putin said there was more reasonable, but that's because I think he has there's a certain mentality, I think, in Russia, which is sort of not to allow the technology to sort of get too carried away and sort of to dominate you, whilst in the US, it's sort of, Russia does hold on to its sort of traditional values in that way, and sort of therefore that, tech is sometimes more of a detriment than it is a positive. And that is something that I personally feel as well. Like, I'm not, all this stuff about Apple Vision, I'm never going to get those. Like,
Come on, don't be a boomer,
Okay,
Piotr.
I
They're
think
pretty
I
cool.
think
Oh,
I
blah,
think it,
blah, blah. All right, sorry,
I
guys.
think
But
this comment
I
showed his
agree with you,
weakness.
Chris. I agree with
I think this comment actually showed his weakness, to be honest, Nick
Go
or
on there,
Ryan.
Joe. Go on
Yeah,
there.
because he asked him about AI, and then he started talking about superhumans, and they're not related.
And then
Like
Kira
one,
called me a superhuman, so I'm
Clip it.
Well, he did, but he pivoted to
Somebody clip
Neuralink.
it,
He
Ryan.
pivoted to Neuralink, which has some, which is Elon again. So I think he was trying to put them all in one basket.
yeah, but when he's talking about like super military, super athlete, that has to do with CRISPR more than likely. Don't hear enough about CRISPR on Spaces because it's a huge thing. But he kind of tried to conflate the two and then brought it back to Neuralink. But it showed a bit of weakness when it comes to AI. It doesn't, like, from his answer, the way I read that is he's looking into DNA editing, but he's not looking into AI as strongly because he didn't really answer he diverted. And
you
I
have,
think that
you have
shows
to
something.
consider the possibility there was a translation error in there too.
Russia's
I actually kind of agree
Okay,
with Joe. I want to go back, guys. I want to go back. Gotta go back to the Putin interview because look, we're going on how many hours now, Ryan? When did we start? So we're on fucking hell. I think we're at 6.5 hours now. No, more than that. Even more. Almost 7 hours on the space,
Nick,
and we're going to
before
continue
Rick
going. But
kills
guys,
us.
we're not stopping here. We're not stopping here. But I do want to say, like, we're going to get through this Tucker interview at some point, right? There's a lot of conversation here. There's a lot to digest because, the rest of
We
the
didn't even do
Western
the
media
history lesson
refuses to talk to.
We didn't even do the history lesson part of it yet.
No, we haven't done
Are
that
we
yet.
going to
We're
have
going
a
to talk
pop
about the
quiz? Is there going to be a pop
Bolsheviks
quiz on
in
Russian history?
Bulgaria
Kira,
in
you're gonna cheat on that test. I
1941.
know for sure.
I don't need to, damn it.
Listen, so before Rick kills us, before producer kills us, first tweet in the nest. Take a look at it. We have a
No,
fantastic
Rick's not
newsletter.
allowed to kill this. I'm going to go. We're going to go for the rest of the night, Ryan.
No.
Keep
I
in
know.
mind, it's only 7 o'clock here in Maui, so we're.
Well, it's only midnight here in New York, and some of us need sleep. But I'm just
Right,
kidding.
so it's
Look,
late
there's
night
a
time. That
Wait,
way
Ryan,
it's
I
now.
said I thought you said
It's
you went
now.
out all night every night. You're out at 2, 3 in the morning. Remember,
Kira, why do you keep talking about our personal messages in front of everyone?
Yeah.
First
So
pinned post.
now it's Ryan and Nick uncensored. That's what, because now the
There it is.
FCC no longer regulates us, so we can say
There
whatever
we
the fuck
go.
we want to.
Sorry, folks. Get ready for this one. But look, first tweet in the nest is the newsletter. It's fantastic. Sign up if you haven't. It's absolutely free. There's also a Telegram channel. Join it there in case things get wonky. There's some coverage there. There's some stuff that goes in there. Make sure to join both. They're absolutely free. And look, if you're enjoying the space, retweet it. Drop a comment down below. Tell us what you think. Tag us. We'll read it. If you tag us especially, we're kind of forced to read it. And yeah, look, I think that, honestly, Putin was playing dumb. I think he's got a whole AI system going on there. Nick, back to you.
Oh, I agree with you.
So
Actually.
I got to, because we're doing late night spaces now, we'll shift a little bit. So I'm bringing up please connect.
Julia's back?
Please connect. No, Julia's not back. Julia's not back.
That's why
But,
he's running the space. He can't sleep. He needs to stay up at night.
Damn it.
Stamina training,
Yeah,
Cooter.
exactly. Yeah. So, but I did bring up the American shaman himself, Mr. Jake Angeli Chansley, up here on stage, I have to go to him to ask, did you watch the Tucker interview? And what are your thoughts on it as the American shaman? Welcome to the Nick and Ryan Late Night Show. Jake, welcome to the stage.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I watched the whole thing. And I heard you guys didn't even get through the history lesson yet, right?
Oh no, please. We're trying to ignore the first 45 minutes of that because
well, the first
our
45 minutes
audience
are
numbers will drop. Our audience numbers will drop to like 310. So we're gonna avoid that.
Well, I'll just say that the first 30 to 40 minutes is actually kind of important. But I understand why it kind of bores people. The history of Russia, or that whole, and also obviously Eastern Europe, is something that we're not really taught in schools. So we don't understand the long history that goes into what is culminating in Ukraine right now, and how it is that it relates to things like Germany, how it relates to things like Nazis, and the fracturing of the identity of the Ukrainian people, whether or not Ukraine is even considered a country or was considered a country for the longest time, etc. So that's kind of what he gets into in the first half hour or so, but Tucker kind of steers him back to modern times. And then he goes through World War II and World War I and World War II, and how it is that all those things kind of culminated in the formation of NATO, and the role that Ukraine was not supposed to be playing in NATO, along with Poland and other Eastern European countries, and ultimately how it is that the United States basically broke every agreement that they made, along with NATO, with Russia, and how it is that
Bricksuit, I think did you bring something up about this when you were DMing me earlier? Like you said that there wasn't any sort of formal agreement, right?
Yeah, the Accords were never. It was not a treaty. It has no power under law. It was not ratified by the appropriate branches of the American government to become a binding agreement. And there are no mechanisms in the Budapest Agreement for what happens if there is a territorial incursion. So, unlike NATO, which has the Rule 5, where if one member's country's territory is invaded, triggers a response by all the other members of NATO. There's no such provisions within the Budapest Agreement. Now, was it a good faith agreement at the time? Yes. Did it ever have the teeth and the power of a formal treaty? No. So, you can't treat it as a treaty being violated because it never was a treaty.
Well, I'm not suggesting that there was a treaty being violated. The point I'm making is what he was saying about all of this stuff and the history behind it, and basically pointing the finger and saying, look, dude, after the Soviet Union fell, America hasn't kept its agreement. NATO hasn't kept its agreement, whether or not it was on paper or not. We've tried coming to the table. We've tried talking to the United States. We've tried talking to NATO. We've tried basically creating a different order of the world. But every time we do, the president will say, yeah, we can do that. And then later on, the bureaucracy comes back and says to Putin in Russia, no, we're not doing that. Or, yeah, we'll consider it. And then they come back, no, we're not doing that. And then he was talking about how they also funded and was helping the opposition party in Russia to kind of basically break up the Russian government and stuff like that. So it was
there's huge elements of truth in that, and also the point was, I think we were talking about maybe 45 minutes ago, why no reaction when Finland became part of NATO? Well, it's a totally different thing. Finland becoming part of NATO versus Ukraine becoming part of NATO. You don't have the lines of supply in Finland. You can't pump an army that could threaten Russia through Finland. You'd have to travel all those forces by air or by ship into that area of the country, into the Baltics. And Ukraine is, it's got all the infrastructure to come from Germany through Poland, etc. It's much more of a threat having Ukraine being a NATO nation than it is Finland. So
okay, so I know I'm going to get yelled at for this, but I am going to let Brian respond. So please yell at me in the bottom right-hand corner. It helps our space out. So go ahead, Brian.
In 1939, the Soviet Union invaded Finland because they were afraid Germany was going to come up.
Brian, I said we weren't going into the history lesson. Come
Well,
on,
I'm just
man.
saying, no, my point is he said that Finland's not a threat. No, all the countries on Russia's border are a potential threat if they're hostile. The thing is, these countries haven't been hostile, including Ukraine. Russia's the one that's been threatening. Russia's the one that, if you want to talk about the Budapest Memorandum not being formal, fine, but you got the 1997 Russia-Ukrainian Friendship Treaty, which was signed and was more formal, that the borders were inviolable. And then you have the Minsk 1 and 2, where Russia pretended they weren't a party to the conflict when they were. So again, you can't trust anything Russia says. Everyone's all negotiate. And the history lesson was bonkers. I'm sorry. This is his fantasy that
Brian,
he
okay,
published.
so this seems to be and I'm asking you this. I'm not trying to cut you off. I will ask this question to you because, and I know there's going to be a panel response to it. Now, a lot of the things that this is my opinion based on, because I was forced to listen to all 2 hours and 7 minutes of the interview, and
I feel for you,
that we
brother. I feel for
broadcasted
you.
here on the space. But I will say that it seemed like, honestly, Putin was a lot more coherent. He seemed very sharp and intelligent. He was very good. His answers were almost too long sometimes, but they all made sense, right? The arguments made sense, but you don't hear, like, Joe Biden won't do any sort of interview like this. That would never, ever, ever happen. So, but I want to know, can we not look at what Putin is saying and being like, okay, it makes sense for the Russian government? I mean, because you can't
It's
blame
mythology.
Putin for
Mythology
being,
can make sense, but it's not
you
accurate.
can't blame Vladimir Putin for being Russia first, right?
But
I get
you
that.
can't
I
blame him
get
for
that.
lying and not having the history back. The lost cause mythology was coherent. It was
Where
absolute
was the
bullshit.
lie?
The South
Where
was
was
the
the lie?
victim.
Like,
The
point out
South
the
was
lies
the
for
victim.
me in the interview.
The whole thing about Kiev and Rus being Russia, it wasn't really Russia. It was a precursor to Russia. Okay, it was a precursor. It's not the
I
same.
mean, Brian, it's I mean, Belarus is pretty much an arm of Russia at this point. So
Well,
I don't know
and
what you're-
Nick,
I
one
mean,
thing I think we're
why aren't we part of
forgetting.
the UK? At the
But,
same time, we were part of England. Does that make us English today?
well,
Borders change, buddy.
but
Okay.
Brian,
Seriously.
if I
Okay, so
may,
borders change, but why? I mean, is that because, look, when you're
Because
trying
people
to
decide
bring,
they
when you were trying, look,
wars
okay,
and
what
the
did the U.S.
consequences of
I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, Brian. When they were trying to bring, when Russia was essentially trying to push into Cuba and sort of run Cuba, that what did the U.S. do? That was like they went into a frenzy, right? It's too close to the border. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm not pro Russia. I'm not pro Ukraine. I'm America first. I'm pro America. But what I'm saying is the US wouldn't allow that either. But when you see Ukraine end up, like you see the Biden administration coming in and deciding that they're going to try to push Ukraine into NATO, does that not make sense to think that Russia would, be a little bit on a
it's
defense
a false
front?
But that's
equivalent. It's a
not
false
true,
equivalent.
Nick.
So let me
That
answer
is
you.
not
For God's sake,
true.
let me answer you. It's a false equivalent. At the height of the Cold War, all right, when Khrushchev is there and it's nuclear weapons at the height of the Cold War, okay, and they're putting nuclear weapons and they're lying about putting nuclear weapons there, that's not the same as us literally.
Oh no, Brian.
Thank
no.
God.
He's gone.
Hey,
Yeah, okay.
just
By
throwing
the
this
way,
out
guys,
there,
just
Nick.
in the meantime, yeah, Jake, I'll let you go, but I just want to remind everybody, if you do comment in the bottom right-hand corner and yell at me for letting Brian speak or whatever, make sure you tag me or Ryan. That way we can actually see it. There are 3,700 comments. If you don't tag me or Ryan, it's very hard for us to see it. So,
I'd like.
Well, I
so
just
definitely
want
do
to
that.
throw out there that I think it's funny that Brian is talking about disinformation coming out of Russia, and I'm not saying that it doesn't. Lord knows that
95% of what comes out of Joe Biden's mouth is
well,
literally
I was going to say
disinformation.
the American
It's proven.
media. This is actually something that Putin said later on in the interview when Tucker asked him, well, like, why don't you highlight these things? Why don't you use your own propaganda machine to put this stuff out there so that people can know? And he said, dude, basically there's no competing with the American propaganda machine because they've joined up with Europe and they pretty much have a monopoly on propaganda all over the world. So I just wanted to say that, like, we are living in a false paradigm. None of us really know real history because most of it's been redacted in top secret government documents.
I'll stop with this conspiracy crap. Jesus Christ.
But Piotr, does it not seem like a lot of the
Over half of the government
conspiracy theories over the past year or 2 years, 3 years, 4 years end up coming true?
Over half of the documents are
Doesn't stop
sealed.
at the past year.
Over the half of the documents are sealed in the government, dude. That's not a conspiracy
Every
theory.
country engages in disinformation and misinformation. It's called serving your self-interests. What the United States has just managed
How
to
is it
do-
in the okay? That's good. That's good. I'm glad you brought that up because that is the top audience question that either me or Ryan have been tagged in. How is this in the United States' interest at this point? Why do we care? You know, we can argue about the number all day long, whether or not it's been 80 billion or 100 billion or 150 million. Honestly, or 150 billion. At this point, that's kind of irrelevant because it hasn't worked. It hasn't really done anything.
Yeah.
So
I've
we're
got
$36 trillion in debt. How is
Yeah.
this in the United States' interest, Piotr?
Okay, so I just want to respond to a couple of other things as well. The Finland comment from Brick is just like one singular Finnish sniper took down over 300 Soviet officers in the space of 6 months in the Winter War. So if you don't think that the Finnish
On the defensive. I'm talking about Russia has nothing to fear from an offensive from Finland. It's,
But
you could have short-term territorial losses, but a Finnish offensive against Russia is never going to succeed in the long run. It'll get crushed by Russia's better lines of supply and interior lines. They have nothing to fear defensively from Finland beyond an initial incursion.
Are you going to shut up, dude? Like seriously. You are familiar, I presume, with the country that has the biggest border in the Arctic Circle? Might be something called the Russian Federation. Within the Russian Federation, there is a huge Arctic base in the northwestern part of the country, which is one of Russia's main important strategical hubs for its access both into the Pacific Ocean and the Arctic Ocean. The Finns are very close to that, so are the Norwegians, so are the Swedes. The Russians are absolutely petrified about losing access to that northern base. Would the Finns need physical traditional supply lines and supply chains to manage that kind of area? No, they wouldn't, because the Russians are stretched very thinly in that part of the country as well. If you look at a map of Russia's infrastructure and electrical grid, most of Russia is actually very, very, very empty in the north. That area is actually near to an oblast I've been to several times called Chukotka. It's what the governor called, a certain man called Roman Abramovich used to govern, right? So this area is actually not very well securitized by the Russians, a bit like their southern eastern border with China, where they're experiencing some encroachment problems from Chinese settlers. So Russia has a security problem just because of its size and demographic. Its demographic density is very, very sparse. It's very poor. So no, is Finland necessarily an exact threat? No, but Russia fears threats from different countries for different reasons. You're looking at it too singularly.
Sorry, with your permission, can I interject? If you permit.
I want to finish. I want to answer the next question. Nick, to your point about why is this in America?
And then Aussie, and then you can go Aussie. Go ahead.
Yeah. To your point about why it's in American interests. I mean, I would just look historically at. I'm getting exasperated with the war. I would quite like peace. I would quite like an end to the war. That's for sure. But in terms of America's interests, it comes largely down to because what the precedent that it sets. If America suddenly allows these sorts of things to start happening more and more, and I'm not talking about this from whether I want this to happen, I'm just talking about it from whether it's a good idea, then that could mean that China then does take Taiwan. Then more countries begin to exert their influences. If you support Israel, for example, then you could see more and more shit happening in the Middle East. You can see.
Would you blame Biden for any of that?
I wouldn't put it strictly down at Biden. I would put it more down at the overextension of the US in the past 20 years. The war against terror, the forever wars that we've been trying to do, removing leaders like Gaddafi, which he's not a good guy, was never a good idea because you lead to a power vacuum and ultimately a civil war, and the whole thing ends up being.
Did Trump do any of that, or did Biden do it?
It was Biden, but the neocons and George Bush led the way as well as Biden.
Well, I'm not defending them, so you can say whatever you want about George Bush.
Do you think it was just another false
do you think this whole thing is just a big waste of time? Like the whole false narrative of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. We went in there, we killed 1 million people for no reason, but left, did absolutely nothing, zero net gain. We stole a bunch of oil. Do you think this whole Ukraine thing is just a bunch of waste of time?
No,
waste of money as
because
well? Why not?
the comparison, because the comparison that was used earlier about saying that, you know, if America did something with Mexico or whatever the equivalent was, but that's the thing. Ukraine is a sovereign state that has been recognized even by the Russians because it's in the UN Security Council. If Ukraine wasn't in the UN, the Russians, as the member of the Security Council, permanent member, would never have allowed and agreed to its recognition as a state. So the
Why should
Russians,
we, Peter, look, I get that. Look, I get it. But why should we? This is the same stance that I have on Israel and Palestine. U.S. should not be intervening. We should stop sending foreign aid to Israel. We should stop sending
sure,
foreign aid
you
to
can
Ukraine.
do that,
We should
Ryan.
let them fight it out and see who best man wins.
Well,
That's the
it's not
problem
exactly
here. Is the U.S.
fine.
Piotr,
But also-
if you pay attention to when Nick and I speak about this, or other people come about this and talk about it from the other side, 95% of the time is because we're saying we don't want the U.S. intervening. Let them fight it out. Best man
Yeah, but
wins.
Ryan, the problem with that ethos is that you're living in a world that you seem to think everything happens in a vacuum, that America will not be affected by other things that happen. If America hadn't done anything in the Second World War or First World War, you would quite possibly be speaking.
Well,
Just to be
America
fair,
was kind of
Russia did a
attacked
lot of
in
the
the
heavy
Second
lifting.
World War.
No, but that's the point, though, guys. If you allow a certain entity like Putin or people of his mindset to think that
They
can get
stopped
away with
Hitler.
something,
They
how
stopped
do you
Hitler. That was
know?
fantastic.
But how do
They
you know
stopped
that the
Hitler.
risk
Well,
posed
you're
to
comparing
America
this to
won't be
World
worse?
War II. I will tell you right now, if Putin decides to bomb Oahu on Hawaii, I will say that we should go on full on war with Russia. I tell you that right now.
Absolutely.
But I don't see that happening.
Because there's no interest for him to do so. It would be
Right. It doesn't
detrimental.
make sense.
And
We're
just to
all
let
way
you
too
know, he
interconnected in
also
our economies.
I noticed that you guys haven't noted that he also Tucker asked Putin about Nord Stream 2, and he asked him, who did that? And he said, you did it. And Tucker's like, well, I
No,
didn't
we
do
did,
it. Oh, you guys talked about that? Okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's
he
okay
said it was the
because it's a good
CIA.
point to bring
I'm
up.
just saying. And then he made the point.
Does anybody here disagree with that? I want, honestly, yeah, tag us, bottom right hand corner. I'm very curious. What does everybody else think of that? Actually, we can do that, but then I'm going to scroll through the listeners right now, and I want to see a thumbs up or thumbs down. Did the CIA bomb or blow up the Nord Stream pipeline, or was it Russia? Because Russia apparently would blow up their own pipeline. That's what Biden is telling us. So just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down in the audience. I'm very curious to what you think. But anyway, look, it looks
Well,
like
you've asked a
most people
question
giving
that
a
you
thumbs
can't
up.
tell what you want the answer to, right? Thumbs up for which one?
Well, thumbs up if that's what I'm saying. Thumbs up if the CIA did it.
Okay.
And thumbs down if Russia bombed their own pipeline. So, I mean, Tira, does that make sense to you? Jacob brings up a good point. Does it make sense to you that Russia would blow up their own pipeline? What
No,
in
I
what
don't think Russia.
world
I
does
don't
that
think
make
Russia
sense?
did it. I'm not.
Okay, so you
100%
think the Biden administration lied about it?
Well, look, I don't think Russia did it. I was not convinced by Seymour
So they lied.
Hersh's initial reporting. I'm still not 100% on who did it. There is some suggestion that it was Ukrainians. Not clear who would have had the capability, and obviously we would have, but whether I can't tell. I mean, I'm not 100% on this one because I didn't like the
Here,
initial
we said
Seymour
for a
Hersh reporting.
year. The Senate said for a year they're going to destroy it. Like every single speaker, like for a year, is on tape saying that
I
they're going to
think
get
it's
it.
likely, but I'm not 100%. That's all I'm saying. 100% is 100%.
Okay, likely is
Okay.
better. How likely? 90% likely?
Oh,
80%
please.
likely?
Come on, Jake. Can I just speak to a couple of things? When Jake and Bricksuit, I guess, were discussing this, Jake, you were not talking about the Budapest Memorandum. You were talking about assurances, right, that were given by America to the Soviet Union about not expanding NATO. And so that was sort of it was a weird conversation there because that was never memorialized. That was like James Baker saying not we won't go east, things like that, but it was never put in any document, but it had nothing really to do with the Budapest Memorandum. Just wanted to clarify that because I think you were talking sort of at cross purposes, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. And that there was all sorts of assurances made, but I think that the people that made those assurances, and this is kind of something that Putin talked about, was that they make all sorts of verbal assurances, but nothing is ever put in writing, and then they later go back on their word. And I think that's indicative that they never intended to keep it in the first place. Kind of like with the Native Americans here in the United States, they give them their word and then they, screw them later.
Well, that is very possibly so that they said it and didn't mean it, but it was not memorials. Also, I think there was something, was it Ryan or Nick who said that Joe Biden was pushing for Ukraine to be part of NATO? I don't think that's actually true. I think he was sort of slow walking it. So I've never been quite clear on what prompted Putin to be so nervous about the entry of Ukraine at that point. Because I don't believe that Biden, I went back and I looked at June and July. He was sort of saying, well, maybe at some point and we'll look into this, but he was not actually saying, let's go right away. That did not happen until.
It was the fear of losing Ukraine to the West. Ukraine is a country that is torn between Russia and the West. Some Ukrainians like the idea of the EU and NATO because of various reasons we've discussed, but also because Ukraine is very different. Western Ukraine is more influenced by Poland, Hungary, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the stuff that we've talked about, whilst Eastern Ukraine, parts of those oblasts as part of New Russia, Novorossiya, were more influenced by Russia. Both Russia and Ukraine had a free visa system. They still do, I think, or did. And more recent, in the past like 10, 15 years, Ukraine began to develop relations with the EU. So they could go on a temporary visa to study, I think it was, or something like that. And basically, the thing about the Russians is they didn't want to lose Ukraine to the West, because part of that is a security thing. The Great Plains of Eastern Europe, from where Napoleon and the Nazis have invaded, Ukraine is a huge, basically direct route to Moscow. So there's some people argue that it's because Putin wants to basically just have a buffer state between Russia and Eastern Ukraine, or i.e. NATO, Eastern Europe, or i.e. NATO. And other people argue it's because of the symbolism of Ukraine and its history to Russia and so on and so forth. So it's very multifaceted.
One thing they also
Piotr,
mentioned, though, was
I don't think that it was. I don't think that Biden was pushing it in December. Well, at the point at which Russia made it sort of an issue, I'm not sure that it was being pushed to any greater or lesser degree than it had been 6 or 8 months ago.
Historically saying the tug of war Western that Ukraine sort of represents in the eyes of different people.
Well, when Tucker asked him about ending the conflict, Putin continued to talk about the denazification of Ukraine, and he also brought up the coup that happened in 2014 on several occasions, and the parties responsible, and how it is that they basically were working with people that were pro-Nazi in Ukraine, and that the underground Nazi movement in Ukraine is a result of this fracture in the ideology or the identity of Ukrainians. And then he noted that whole thing that happened in Canada where Trudeau and Zelensky were sitting next to a known Nazi working with the SS, and they all gave him a standing ovation. And so he's saying, basically, this just goes to show that this ideology of Nazism is still alive and well in the world, and it must be dealt with. And that was one of the reasons why he was saying that basically the war, is continuing, because this Nazification of Ukraine is still very real.
But are you saying that so you're saying that the Americans worked with a Nazi underground movement in Ukraine to topple the pro-Russian government?
Yes, that is what Putin was saying. Now, if you look into Operation Gladio, which is basically responsible for the formation of NATO, that's largely Nazis that were involved in Operation Gladio after World War II, with these underground Nazi cells all throughout Europe, and then many of them also migrated to Ukraine shortly afterward. So there's a lot of history here that we don't know.
Well, Putin just actually said that United States will support any group which is anti-Russia, which is not openly saying that United States is supporting directly Nazi or people rising from the people movements in Ukraine. But there is an underlying issue here, and it's the fact that the denazification has been dismissed as multiple occasions as Russian propaganda. But actually, when we deepen the history of Ukraine, we know it's a fact. And when we go and see how Ukraine built up its identity and the rise of people's movement, and then the presidency of Yushchenko, everything led to escalate and emphasize this degeneration of nationalism into Nazism. And this is a reality. I agree with Putin that the Nazi Hitler might be dead. For some, he's not, but definitely for me, he's dead. But there is a disposition also about this point. But what survives is the ideology, and it's an ideology that must be eradicated. Does it need any military intervention? Not necessarily. And he even pointed out how in Istanbul, in the negotiation of the peace agreement, for the banning of any legislation that would endorse or accept those type of political ideology should be one of the conditions. So this is a goal that doesn't necessarily imply the intervention of military forces. But another, I think, issue that has not been discussed openly by Putin, and that's I just mentioned before, is the corruption in Ukraine and how this corruption linked to Joe Biden. And I insist on that point because I recently worked on a documentary that really shocked me for the amount of discovery and evidences I had to look into, and how these illegalities actually constitute one of the reasons why Joe Biden unconditionally supported this war. And it's not simply about the independent. There are different reasons. One certainly is to fight Russia over there, because Russia has always been built up, antagonized as this superpower, which constitutes a threat to the United States. But on the other hand, we have a long-term relationship between Joe Biden and Ukraine, and we go back to 2014 already, when he was vice president under the Obama administration, in which he already utilized his leverage, his political leverage, on one side to enrich his family, on the other to
No,
collect.
that did not happen. That did not happen. He got rid of Shokin because he was not prosecuting companies like.
Can I jump into this? 'Cause
That
we actually
Welcome back, Brian. Welcome back, Brian.
It was so much better without him.
I don't know what happened.
I can substantiate a lot.
I guess his timeout expired. Okay, timeout expired.
Even the shaman took a swing at him.
Jesus Christmas. All right, Ben, please jump in. Wait, can you unmute without? Okay, you were. Oh, damn it, Brian can unmute under the mute. Oh, shit. All right, Ben, go ahead.
Why did it not happen? Shokin was in power only few months before he raised the attention of international community, and he was pushed to be fired or removed. Do you think it's credible that
You're either uninformed or you're gaslighting, because the opposite happened. Victor.
Brian,
she was talking to Ben. Don't get jealous.
You're telling me it didn't happen, and I'm telling you.
She asked me a question. Can I respond?
She was talking to Ben, not you. Don't get jealous.
Yeah, she's cute, but like, let her have Ben. Don't cock block Ben.
Whoa, Nick. Julia's
I'm
listening.
treating her as a professional, not whether or not she's cute or not. This isn't about cuteness.
Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, so what she's referring to in detail, the allegation is that Burisma hired Hunter Biden to get access to his father to help stifle the probe. So a lot of the basis for that is an unclassified FBI document. It's a 1023. That's a confidential human source material that came out last year. It was subpoenaed from the House Oversight Committee, and then Chuck Grassley put out the whole thing. So that's where the basis of the original allegations really come from. That's the confidential source that's reported on being in those meetings, talking to the Burisma executives, namely Mykola Zlochevsky and Vadim Pozharsky. So when it comes to the firing of Shokin,
not only, actually, this is only part of it. There is much
that
more
is part, right. That is part of it.
Giuliani's fishing expedition.
I'm trying to explain
But
that.
you can call it a fishing expedition, but if they caught something, that's a different matter.
No, John Solomon got demoted at the Hill for parroting this nonsense.
This art, John Solomon's articles were validated.
No, they were not. They were not.
Go, people. Come on. I know it's late night space now, but go ahead, Simona. Unmute. Bottom left hand.
Every time I bring up corruption of Biden in Ukraine and Burisma, for some odd reason, this cause a reaction of deflection. It's nonsense. It's this. It's that. No, there are actually evidence that the Congress should look into, and
Nope,
there
they
are
have
enough to prove that facts of
Been
corruption.
looking at it for
that
4
there is
years.
actually there is enough material to impeach Joe Biden right now. We are
Nope.
talking
Let's
about
do
the
it.
president was ineligible in
Let's
first
do it.
place.
Months of hearings, they found nothing.
But why don't you let
Brian,
me
shut
talk?
up. Let her talk.
Why don't you
Brian's
let me
mute
talk?
button doesn't work
You
anymore,
can't
Brian.
handle objective
His
Yes,
manners
you
doesn't
can,
work
don't
either.
let me talk.
I'm trying my best to mute people, but it doesn't work most of the time. So,
Brian, do you want one final timeout? This time you don't come back. Mario's not here to save you this time.
yeah, no,
Okay?
we're the tyrants this time.
Yeah, it's a dictatorship. We got two Vladimir
He doesn't
Putins.
let
There
me
ain't
talk.
no
I don't
democracy here.
No, but Nick, I'm
How
not sure
can
what
you
the
say
response
something
is.
you don't?
We staged
Hey,
an
Piotr, same
insurrection.
goes for you
We
too.
did
I'm
an
joking,
insurrection
Nick.
thing. So.
Yeah, don't make us go full January 6th on this panel.
I'm
just here to
joking.
get kicked.
Hey, that gives me trigger. Yeah, that gives me
No,
you know.
All right,
don't
so
do
can I
that,
keep going
Ryan.
now?
Yes, you can.
How come they can
Okay.
all talk on
So,
mute and I can't?
all right.
like,
So
it's
Sarah,
the main
the
point
fact that
here.
this is the first time you've unmuted all night.
So
because
all right,
Brian and
so
Piotr keep talking over everybody. Nobody can get a word in edgewise.
Learn to muscle in.
Misogynist, Sarah.
Learn from these other women. You hear Julia and Simona, they weren't quiet all night. They muscled both of these guys down. Take
Listen, after Tira called all you guys bad men, I decided that I was just going to sit my liberal ass down.
The shoe fits.
Oh. Anyway, we
Can I
started
respond
the
to
hot
Simona
topic
when
where
she's
people can
done?
handle. It's
Sure
only
you
one.
can, Tira.
Thank you, Simona. Are you still speaking about this?
Yes,
No,
please
it's
let
okay.
Simona go.
I just want to say that
Please.
there are evidence which are important, corroborated enough to at least raise the question without dismissing it with nonsense, without explaining why this would be nonsense. Actually, Burisma corruption is out there, involvement of Joe Biden is there, Hunter Biden work is out there. All this documentation everybody can have easily access to. So the fact that it doesn't raise concern that someone at the time was vice president would have so much leverage and influence to even instruct the former president Poroshenko to fire the general prosecutor, this alone deserves attention. I should lead to the conclusion that this person shouldn't sit in the White House today in first place. Then the fact that once he sits at the White House is showing nothing but unconditional support to a bloody war, that's another thing.
So can I expand
Okay,
on that?
so
with some
let me
details?
just
Unconditional
respond.
support for a bloody war.
Wait, Brian, I'm responding. So number one, they have been looking at this. The House Oversight Committee has been spending most of its time, as far as I can tell, investigating Joe Biden and has not found anything that would stick. Number two, when Joe Biden made that comment about, I'm going to withhold the $1 billion unless they fire Shokin, he was acting in accordance with Obama's policy. He was not on a frolic of his own.
No, he's not. Internal communications have proven
Can
that.
I please finish? Excuse me, I'm speaking. Maybe you didn't hear. Okay, so
Kamala.
Good luck, Ben.
excuse me. Wow. If
That
a
was
guy
bullshit.
did that, would you say that? Excuse me, I am speaking, Ben, so
Probably.
stop. Now, number one or number two, so Joe Biden was acting basically for the US government. In fact, if you look, I think it's Jeffrey Pyatt had given a speech in September of 2015 giving the reasons why Burisma was problematic and why it should be investigated and why the Ukrainian government had not done enough to deal with it. In fact, there had been some situation where they were supposed to withhold $23 million, I think, from Burisma Zlochevsky, and they had not done so. Basically, the Ukrainian government did not back up the American government on this. They were very angry at Shokin's office. So when Biden went there, he was implementing a U.S. policy. Yes. Number three, yes, it's true that I'm sure Burisma hired Hunter Biden thinking they would have access to people. That's why people hire people like Jared Kushner and Hunter Biden. Sorry, that's how the world works. It is unfortunate, but if you think the world is a meritocracy on things like this, on who sits on boards, think again. Now, as
Kira,
to
are you a buyer of Hunter Biden's paintings?
Can I just finish?
She wants
As
the
to
laptop next.
specifics,
Another finish.
as to specifics of what Simona, I think, is talking about. So I've just said he was not acting on his own, that the investigation of Burisma predated, in effect, Hunter Biden, right? It was of Zlochevsky and what he had done with Burisma. It had nothing to do with Hunter Biden, and that was said by many people. As to the whistleblower complaint, what we know is that the whistleblower is considered credible, but in the complaint itself, more or less said, I can't back up what Zlochevsky was saying. This is a guy who exaggerates. Zlochevsky, meanwhile, said he had like 17 tapes. We haven't seen any of this evidence, which is why the FBI did not want to release this, because it was not considered credible information. So yes, they have looked at this, but at the end of the day, they have found nothing there that would say that Joe Biden did anything wrong or implemented a policy that was outside of U.S.
I'm sure he
policy.
did.
Yeah, just like they said, there's
Can I-
nothing on Hunter
I
Biden's
would like
laptop.
to
Guys,
respond to
he's
that
funding a
because
How are you
genocide in
sure?
the Middle East.
How are you sure? What information do you have? How are you sure?
Are you really
Okay.
expecting a corrupt government to investigate
No,
itself
no,
and
not
come up with dirt?
assuming bullshit. How are you
Can I
sure? What
respond
information
because-
do you know?
Are you talking to me?
So talking to
Anyone
me.
who says they're sure.
Hold on,
How do you
Brian. Let
know?
Jake respond.
I don't even know who is
This
being
It was-
talked to at this point, Ryan.
Brian's
I'm
trying
not
to
even
talk to
sure.
Jake. Brian's trying to talk to Jake,
Seriously,
but Brian's
I'm
answering his
asking
own
how he
question.
knows for a fact.
Okay, Brian, let him answer. Jake, please.
Well, if you look at if you follow the money,
What fact?
okay,
What
if you
fact?
if you follow the
Bro,
money and you
Brian,
look in the
fuck.
testimony, if you look into the testimony of all these
I
people
have.
that are Hunter Biden's business partners, if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop, which the intelligence community intentionally suppressed right before the 2020 election, if you look into all of the people, like whether it be China or Ukraine or even Russia, that all had stake in Hunter Biden, if you look and you follow the money, and then you look and you see the way that
Yeah.
How
American
did Russia have
policy,
stake in Hunter Biden?
the way that
Can I talk about
How did Russia have stake in Hunter Biden?
Yeah,
Could you explain that?
I hate all of you. I hate all of you. Just saying.
What did
I
I
love
do?
I love all of you.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. You know what? I'm
Guys,
fine. I'm
it's
just
after.
kidding. I honestly, I
after
love you all, or else I would not have you on the stake. Because, like I said, I am a tyrant. But
Your words, your lips say you hate me. Your DMs say otherwise. But
Oh boy!
continue.
Oh,
Nick.
he's DMing you too.
boy,
Don't say,
please,
Julia.
God, I'm
Julia,
not
if you're
trying to
listening,
bang
it's not
everybody
that
up
kind
on
of.
Oh no,
stage, no
Sarah,
matter what
Julia's
Ryan
going to
is
be
saying.
really upset by that. Don't do this.
I know.
Julia,
She's from
don't worry, she's
Brooklyn,
mad.
man. Once her
She's gonna
earrings come
stab
off,
you.
I'm running.
She's gonna stab you, J-Lo style.
I'm
Ben,
just
go
saying
ahead.
that you cannot expect a corrupt government to investigate itself and come up with dirt and then start prosecuting the very people
Bingo.
that are enriching themselves through corruption in DC. I mean,
The
it's
DOJ is
fund a
prosecuting
genocide.
Hunter Biden and Bob Menendez. What the hell are you talking about?
sorry, what?
Wait, Jay,
The
okay, so Brian,
DOJ is
that's actually a good
prosecuting
question.
Hunter Biden
That's
and
a
Bob
good.
Menendez. What are
Yeah,
you talking
dude,
about?
dude,
They're
dude, I'll-
prosecuting-
Question, Brian Menendez.
Brian, you gotta stop mumbling when you retort.
I'll tell you what I'm
The
talking about.
DOJ is prosecuting Hunter Biden
listen,
and they're prosecuting Bob Menendez.
Brian, stop. Let him answer.
Look, what they're quote unquote prosecuting Hunter Biden for is menial compared to what they could be. It's called prosecutorial discretion. Okay. And they have tried to craft a plea deal that was a sweetheart plea deal for him. And then it got struck down by the court. Okay. And then there's all sorts of malfeasance that have come out. I guess you have amnesia about that, but there's all sorts of malfeasance that have come out already in the last year regarding Hunter Biden and this quote unquote prosecution. And the fact of the matter is, dude, it's a sweetheart deal that he has gotten from the Biden DOJ is in
talking points.
Dude, no, these are not. And you're
You
interrupting,
have
dude.
no, everything you say is just talking
perhaps.
points. You have no thought.
Brian, let him finish his talking point.
I'm sorry. I know everybody up here is going to be very disappointed.
God bless
the
you,
audience
Nick.
is as well. But Brian
Thank
is
you
now
so
gone.
much.
I'm sorry to break.
If
the
you didn't
news,
believe in God, there's your answer right there.
Thank you. I mean, look, my thing is, dude,
Hallelujah.
is like you have to let people talk because then they will show you the weaknesses in their argument. So letting people talk and listening to what people have to say is the first step to diffusing or disarming their argument. And I'll just leave it there. I don't I don't think that it's wise for, especially when you look at history, to trust a already corrupt government to investigate itself. We saw what happened with JFK. We saw what happened with 9/11. We saw what happened with the Vegas shooting. We've seen what happened with Sandy Hook. All I'm saying is that when you trust criminals to enforce the law, then it will be rules for thee, but not for me. And that's what we're seeing with Hunter Biden. That's what we're seeing with this whole Obama chef being drowned in a freaking 4-foot
Let's
puddle.
not open that can of worms.
I'm just
Jake.
all I'm
Wait,
saying
what
is,
happened?
Is
Jake,
it Michael or Michelle? Who knows?
Jake,
I don't.
What
I,
happened with? Wait, Jake. What happened
Big
with Sandy
Mike.
Hook?
Big
What are you
Mike.
talking about with Sandy
Tira,
Hook, Jake?
Tira, leave it. Tira, please.
Okay, because
Tira,
then
please.
I think we have let Jake talk, and he has shown us the weakness in his argument.
you.
So
well,
thank you,
okay.
Jake.
Well, I mean, do
I
you
was just waiting
destroy
for
a
her to bring
crime
up
scene?
Gaza.
Do you destroy a crime scene 2 weeks after the crime? I'm just saying.
Jake, I love you, bro, but you're turning into Brian from the other side if we keep going down this
Okay,
rabbit
I
hole.
won't do it.
Jake, you could never be that bad.
Sarah, now
Thank
you
you.
unmute your microphone. No, he definitely can. Jake is awesome. Shout out to Jake. Brick Suit, hit us with something.
That was the bitchiest thing I've ever heard Tira say. Wow. That was quite funny.
Pure, I think you
I
just
thought it
topped
was pretty good sarcasm myself, but okay.
Yeah, but Tira's
But
been on this
sarcasm in
whole
England can be
misogyny
lengthy. That's
tirade tonight.
The only thing I can hit you guys with is I'm just saturated today. So much going on. Supreme Court decision shooting down Colorado. Joe Biden trying to come out swinging, proving that he
Brick
still
Suit, your
has
mic is a mess,
mental
bro.
acuity,
Brick
and then
Suit.
saying that Mexico's next to Egypt, and then
Brick
and then
Suit.
all of this with.
I'm sorry to do this, bro. Brick Suit, your mic is a mess. You're going in and out, and it's not rubber banding. It's as if you're like on a wired mic. Can you like?
Is this better?
There you go, champ.
All right, so I'm just saying I'm oversaturated this day because so much have happened. I mean, I was at work trying to keep up, and the court case goes on, Supreme Court. It becomes evident that they're shooting down Colorado. Tucker drops this, and then I start reading things like Biden said that Mexico was next to Gaza and stuff, and it just on a night when he came out and tried to reassure people that he is in fact still competent to be president, he actually sank further into the hole. And it's astounding to me. It's like normally there's like one thing you can latch onto in a day that's huge. And today there were like 3 or 4, including the whole Tucker interview too. Just the amount, the death knell, the continued direction that this is showing. The MSN has lost control of the ability to control the narrative. There's no MSN reporter. There's no mainstream reporter who could have done that interview with Putin as effectively as Tucker did. And that's just the reality. There's nobody. There's none. NBC wouldn't risk it. CBS wouldn't risk it. ABC wouldn't risk it.
Let me get a little controversial with you. I think full transparency with all the hype and dipe, it was a big old nothing burger. No new information, nothing came out. All it did was make Putin look fantastic and make him look like a strong leader, in my point of view. Again, not a Putin file, nothing like that. I'm just coming from the point of view of this interview for 2 hours plus. The guy literally showed the world that, hey, I'm not the sick, frail man that everyone portrays me as to be. I can answer questions and kick your ass left and right. What do you think, Brick Suit?
I think you're totally right. I mean, you look at a clash of you look at a clash of aptitude between Putin and Biden. Who's going to go with Biden? Does he seem like a strong leader by comparison? And going back to Nick's point from maybe an hour and a half ago, where we were talking about Putin correctly calling out the weaponization of the dollar as being detrimental to the U.S. in the long run. He's absolutely correct. Now, it may have had short-term effects in dissuading Russia from doing some stuff. It may have been a temporary roadblock for them, but in the long term, it's hurt us a lot more than it helped us in the conflict with Russia.
So we coined a new term in the background called ATR, always trust Ryan. So I'm going to trust myself one more time to go to Chief, sorry, brain's
Fucking
dead.
hell. What a lie.
I have screenshots to prove it. Chief, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. I agree with you, Ryan, because the interview
course you
was
do.
talking about a lot of things we already knew about. We knew about the pipeline being bombed. We knew about, I guess, how Russia would view the whole conflict with Ukraine. We knew a lot of the things that he was talking about with the CIA and other intel groups. I mean, if anything, the more interesting thing we learned about was the Russian history and his perspective on how the land he, kind of envisioned was his own territory to take back, going back to World War II. But I think, in terms of going back to Biden, I guess, in this entire, debacle, I mean, the more interesting thing I'm hearing is, who kind of thought the idea of having a press conference, where you had Biden, get peppered with these questions and, mumble around and, kind of make himself look even weaker was a good idea. Was it Biden himself who said, I want to have this press conference, or was it a handler or something? Like who had the idea to bring Biden up to this press conference and try to like hide away from clear issues about mental awareness that were brought up by the special counsel? Like which person thought the whole thing up and which person thought it was a good idea? And I think if anything with this whole, debacle with the press conference, I mean, I'm sure the Trump campaigns have a big field day of that and make lots of videos about mental awareness and, fitness to presidents and all of that. And we'll see how the whole thing goes. But I know there's a lot of speculation about if, Biden will be replaced or whatever. I think he'll still be the nominee, but he really shot himself in the foot with that press conference and did a bad job. I mean,
What do you think? What do you think about the interview? What do you think about the interview?
So
and
I liked it.
Should Russia send a counter? Should Russia send their Tucker Carlson over here to talk to Joe?
To Joe Biden?
Yeah,
that'd be funny. I think
Joe
that
couldn't
Biden
sit
would,
still enough for long enough to answer questions. That'd be crazy.
Yeah,
that'd be hilarious.
I think that Biden would have like a heart attack. Honestly, like he would be so like mortified to have an actual journalist who would not be really in favor of him asking questions. A lot of times you have these softball interviews with Joe Biden and even Zelensky too. And with Putin, there was some criticism. There is some pointed points that Tucker made, and asking to bring back the Wall Street Journal reporter and whatnot. So I think to have like a pointed interview, a very blunt, honest conversation with Joe Biden for like 2 hours, I don't think he'd be able to do it. I don't know if he'd be able to hold up on that whole thing. So, I don't think he'd be able to do it. I don't think he actually would ever do it. But I'd like to see that. I think it'd be interesting to hear. I mean, like the whole thing with the the press conference. I mean, like, do you really think there was a Biden who thought that idea would be good? To go and talk to his press and all that. Was that his idea?
I think he got caught off guard. I think he got caught off guard the way that he was asked questions. Simone, you had your hand. If you want to go ahead, jump in.
Who did?
Simone, I think, had her hand up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody.
Hear me?
All right, yeah, I'm gonna give you the final word, Simona, and then we're gonna wrap up the space because the guy that actually has the end button
Because
is yelling
Julia
at me
didn't
and
come
telling me
back.
to.
Let's get
Yeah,
real.
that's
Because
actually the
Julia
reason.
didn't
I'm
come
gonna blame
back
it on
and Nick is
Mario, but it's
sad.
mostly because Julia went to bed. But
And he
go
misses
ahead,
Brian.
Simona.
How do you know she went to
I'm gonna
bed?
use my last word to upset people even a little
Yeah, that's a
more.
good question.
So,
Whoever
but
just
I
asked
think
that question, that was a very good
so
question. Go
who
ahead.
That was me. Who else asked you the
Which
question?
question? Sorry, I missed the question.
No,
Well,
Simona. They were
okay,
just joking.
okay.
I don't
So
think Nick
I
can
was
hear
just
you.
like, I'm gonna do this last remark. So definitely, the Department of Justice seems not to find ever any wrongdoing on one side. We can all agree that there is a double standard in their investigations, and one really obvious example is Hunter Biden laptop. And as long Biden is not corrupted as much as Hunter Biden laptop was simply fabricated by AI. We should ask Putin actually if AI fabricated the Hunter laptop as well. That would be a good question. So, but overall, it was a very interesting interview. I think it touched very important points. And what came across to me is that it's definitely pro-peace. And but there are many forces, mostly in the West, that they're not interested into achieving these peace agreements. Too much money has been directed to Ukraine right now. Too many lives have been lost. I believe that the saddest part of this interview comes out that this war could have ended months ago. Actually, should never have started. But the timing of Joe Biden dementia outing on the interview was really a paradox to have like lead Putin and Joe Biden talking at the same time and seeing America in such a weak fashion. I mean, like, it's really embarrassing to think about United States being represented by this man. And again, I have compassion.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, Ryan, I'll give you the final statement. I'll give you, but I will give myself a final statement as well. It looks like, the biggest thing that I learned from this almost 8-hour space here is that it's now been confirmed by the Biden DOJ that Biden is mentally retarded. So I think that's probably a big takeaway here. So
I think
it's all yours, Ryan.
I think my final word is I never thought Nick would find love on a Twitter space, but hey, crazy things happen.
Dude, it's not the first time. I've already told you in the background of other things.
Oh, buddy, I think we've all been there, man. I think we've all been there.
You end up on the blacklist if you're wrong, man. I'm just just warning everybody now. But
remember, Ryan's always right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but anyway, guys, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to our late night space. It was kind of fun too. And anybody that was here for 8 hours, message Mario and he will give you some sort of reward. I don't know what that is. But
a big old heart emoji.
Yeah, big old heart emoji. Mario, are you still trolling in the background here?
Yeah, I'm here. Just came back on. Cool. I think we'll end it one of our epic spaces, one of the memorable ones. I appreciate anyone that stayed here the entire time. It's been a bit of a roller coaster. I appreciate the panel, the co-hosts. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Not sure what the news will be, but something will happen. And get some rest, everyone. Thank you so much. Bye.